Okay. Hello. Hopefully everything is all right on my end. This is like the first time I'm doing something that's not a gaming stream, so I'm not sure if... So the setup might be a bit scuffed and all of that, so hopefully everything works. But if there's any issue, please tell me. There's no worry, I can fix it. I can do it all nice. Captain Troy, hi. Thanks for the confirmation. Hearing me loud and clear, that's great. Thank you so much. Also, that's totally fine if you're just here to just to listen. That's okay. Also, because you're here, and I do like to do this from whenever I have peeps that I like spending time to or have a chat. Here's a shout out. For anybody who doesn't know, I've recently interacted with Troy on some of his streams. He's also like a big TTRPG player. I mean, his whole shtick is he's a time-traveling, DM from the future. So, trying to rid ourselves of the scourge of not having enough DMs. So,
I mean, not initiative. Do you have inspiration?
please do check him out.
I do not. I would like to grant you inspiration
of course,
for that.
also some other streams. To be fair, I'm not sure exactly what other content you do. It's from the ones that I've been, they've all devolved into just chatting, which is totally fine. I enjoy having a chat, but I'm not sure exactly outside of TTRPG chatting and some gaming from here and there what exactly you do. So I hope I've sold you well. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, I am a fellow HDM, although I'm a bit rusty. I've had some struggles with forming a group, like probably most people, and plus some of the friends that I have and all of that do enjoy more of the an in-person aspect of playing. So it's a bit hard with friend groups, with my current friend groups to find something online, and I'm not in like proximity of any of them currently to do something in person. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they have devolved in it. Yeah, they do be devolving. But, that's totally fair. Everybody has their own thing. To be fair, yes, I'm more of the type that kind of tries to stay a bit more focused on the topic at hand and all of that. But because this kind of one thing that I do want to approach with this this stream is, aside from going through the content, if anybody is new here in general when it comes to like the TTRPG scene, I'll also offer like I'll also go a bit slower, maybe offer some explanation here and there. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask them and I'll answer the best I can. Again, disclaimer, most of my experience with TTRPGs is D&D because I've been a player and DM in that scene. But I'm looking into kind of expanding my horizon with other systems. I do want to kind of check Pathfinder, Cyberpunk Red. I have the Bunkers and Badasses Borderlands game that I do want to look into. And many others, World of Darkness, Call of Cthulhu, many. I want to check other systems. Also, but the problem is, where is the time and where are the groups to learn those systems? But anyways, that's a different kind of struggle. So yeah, because honestly, after the whole OGL kind of fiasco, I kind of instantly looked into Pathfinder, mostly because I realized that I have a trend of adding additional homebrew rules and kind of house rules to the game, because that professional habit. I'm a game designer. I like to make new stuff with the stuff that I'm playing around with. So TTRPGs is the easiest form for me to do that. So every time I'm in a group, I either as a DM or maybe the fellow with a fellow like a friend of mine who also DM'd from time to time, and he's also a game designer. We kind of devolved into that aspect of creating a ton of house rules, and we've realized that a lot of the house rules that we've did are actually rules that are used in Pathfinder, and we just adapted basically Pathfinder to D&D without realizing. And none of us have ever played Pathfinder before. It's just something we've figured out after we looked at it for the first time. OGL Fiasco is exactly why I'm so excited about it. For Daggerheart, yeah, to be fair, that's kind of when I started to branch out and started to look into other ones, as I've realized that there could be a moment where things are not as long lasting, and to me it was a bit heartbreaking because I was planning to create content for D&D, as I do like to homebrew and make my own stuff, and I'm still planning on doing that, and might even release some stuff from here there. I have an idea currently that I want to do for a subclass, but it's inspired from a game and I want to finish the game before I tackle it, so I'll see. I mean, as a lot of people sneak some Pathfinder rules into their D&D 5e, yeah, they do kind of do that. To be fair, I mean, it's probably natural, because at the end of the day, the original Pathfinder is just it's just an altered version of the 3rd edition, for 3.5 edition of D&D. So it's basically just a altered form of D&Ds. It kind of makes sense, because for anybody who've played D&D and then wants to jump into Pathfinder, they'll find a lot of familiarity with it, in my opinion. It's a bit more, I don't know, overwhelming in certain aspects, because it has a lot more customization than D&D offers, especially in the character side. Like, a lot more. So that can feel a bit daunting. Because even when I first looked into it, I was like, okay, what's all of this? I need to kind of figure it out. But at the same time, I do love the freedom of expression, and that kind of level of customization to me really tickles me fancy a lot more than, you know, just some of the limitations that D&D has, which is not necessarily a bad thing. D&D is a lot of the more, let's say, casual TTRPG. It's a lot easier to kind of approach, especially 5th edition. So yeah, but apart from that, what I was, oh yeah, before I continue, just because, you know, I would want to also handle some small business, because I had some follows off stream, and I do want to give them a shout out, even if they're here or not. Octavius, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Any kind of form of support is greatly appreciated. And Mecha Gambit as well. Thank you so much for the follow. I think he. Oh yeah, with Mecha, actually, yeah, he's from part of the kind of Good and Libraries stream. So, you know, he's been around and we had some chat. He's a wonderful dude, and I think he also streams. I don't know if he jumps around here. I'll probably give him a shout out. I mean, yeah, because I do want to show appreciations, because, you know, nobody is forced to give me a follow at the end of the day. So, you know, whenever somebody does, it's greatly appreciated, in my opinion. Plus, I do have a follower goal. If I reach 30 followers, and especially if I reach it by the end of this week, next week I'm gonna do a bonus stream aside from my normal schedule, where I'm gonna play Transformers Devastation, the brawler by Platinum Games, from start to finish in one stream. It's a pretty short one. I think it's like an 8-hour-ish game from my past experiences. So I think doing it like a endurance stream with just playing that game, kind of as a show of thanks for all of you, is kind of what I'm planning. Plus, on that stream, I'm also planning to announce what I'm gonna do with my next goal, which is gonna be slightly more different. I'm thinking about doing some tier reward type stuff until I get to the main goal, until I reach the main goal. Which, when I reach the main goal, some things are gonna be changed when it comes to the scheduling and all of that. Kind of in the vein of maybe you'll see me more often than you usually do, kind of stuff. But, you know, for those of you probably who are in kind of the streaming circle might guess where exactly I'm gonna go after the 30 follow goal. But, you know, I'm not gonna give too much details, because I just want to talk about it then on that stream when I reach the 30 follower goal. So anyways, so yeah, I think I've done with the follows. I don't think I've had any others from what I see from my list. Yeah, I've mentioned yeah, to be fair, oh yeah, I kind of jumped the gun here, because, you know, yeah, I've started having a talk with Troy, which is totally fine. It's wonderful having you here and kind of having kind of a situation where you're the one chatting with me while I try to be on kind of on subject with the stream. But, you know, I also want to mention, for anybody new here, hi, I'm Agent Solve, also go by Card. I'm a game designer and a vampiric casino dwelling creature. You know, I usually stream RPGs. I like to go through the history of games, and you know, from start to finish, trying to see kind of how they evolved and how they've improved across the time, across, you know, kind of course generations or decades, I don't know, it depends on the series, I guess. And I also like to check out indies, specifically in the weekend. On the weekends, I will exclusively play an indie game, and for the duration of the playthrough, the indie game is going to be featured on my details page. Why I do this? Because indie games are the backbone of the industry. They are the ones that are innovating, the ones that are taking risks and trying new ideas and keeping the industry fresh. So we should support indie, we should support the little dev, the little studio. And my way of showing support is by, you know, playing them, having some opinions, talking about it, and, you know, showcasing it and featuring it on the stream. Like, for example, anybody who wants to see what indie I'm playing, they can just use the command indie, and you're gonna have a quick mention of what the game I'm playing, and also a link to the one of the stores that the game is available. I could probably link all of the stores, but that's gonna be a bit too much. I'll see if I can do some kind of centralized like multi-link. Maybe I'll do like a card, like a link tree thing, where you can check like all the available spaces where you can buy it. Maybe I'll do that next time. But yeah, currently I'm checking Solstice by Reply Game Studio. It's a hack and slash God of War-ish style game, so you know, it's been pretty fun. I really enjoyed it. It has some rough spots here and there, but overall it's been an enjoyable experience. So yeah, and also I do want to mention, in no way, shape or form I'm sponsored or affiliated or in any way connected with a dev studio, indie, AAA, AA, whatever. I'm a solo dev. I'm in no way associated with any other studio. So what I'm doing here is purely out of my own love for the industry. I'm not doing it because somebody else is telling me to do it. If honestly, if somebody were to tell me to do it, I would only say to them, make a good game, and I'm gonna show it. Otherwise, I don't care. I mean, you know, you cannot buy my recommendation. So yeah, I think that covers it. And right now, you know, aside from that kind of usual thing, I'm also kind of would like to pan slowly into some other stuff, like what I'm doing right now with doing the TTRPG stuff, because I'm a big fan of TTRPGs. I enjoy this scene. I've been a fan for like I think I'm getting close to like 6 years since I've kind of got into TTRPGs and kind of DM'd them, played here and there. So yeah, and also, you know, I've occasionally done some stuff on my own, design, working on other stuff. So I kind of want to experiment, do some stuff. It's more, I kind of want to try a different angle. Because as I said, I'm a game designer. I do enjoy designing. Maybe I'll do some stuff, some streams, maybe we're gonna talk about this. One of the things I also will probably cover whenever I find the opportunity is kind of the potential for Daggerheart, for example, of how, you know, what's the potential for this game to, you know, for creators, and what exactly they could do with this game, and how they could do their own thing with it, you know, creating their own maybe classes, their own items, their own systems, or whatever alongside it. Because for me, this is probably, like some of you, gonna be my first look. I literally just decided to go with it blind. I have no idea, aside from like an older, I think, video that discussed about very vaguely about how the system works. I really have no clue how exactly this system works, so I'm just gonna check it out as we go. 6 years, yeah, I think I'm close to 6 years. I mean, I started with like there was like a group society kind of thing like 6 years ago that was like a part of that were doing like D&D groups and all of that. They had like this kind of idea of doing kind of a centralized world with multiple groups, with each DM like basically DMing a party, and their actions could influence other parties, you know, events and stuff like that. To be fair, I was part of the newbie group, which was kind of safely decided to be like, because this is their first time both as players, and our DM was like a first time DM, they kind of decided like, let's put them slightly a bit more on the side, so first they kind of get the hang of the game itself before they are kind of thrust into this multi kind of spanning groups. Unfortunately, it never lasted too long. That group kind of disbanded, but I did like the concept, and I'm pretty sure like a lot of groups do that, like especially in kind of multi-groups stuff. But anyhow, I don't think I have anything else to mention. I've done now that I've done most of my introduction. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna do go with it right now is just simply go through the Because fortunately, there are two ways actually for how you can get the material yourself. You can either go on the Daggerheart.com website and get the PDF files of the playtest material yourself. From what I've seen, the PDF files are slightly more broken down, like to player and DM materials, and also kind of individual. I've seen stuff like PDF specifically for the class. Like for example, there was a PDF specifically for the bard and so on and so forth. And they also have like a playtest adventure, which sounds kind of neat. Maybe, who knows, if I'll have an opportunity to look over it or try it. I'm not sure exactly when or with who, but we'll see about that. And also another way you can check it, you can also go on the Demiplane website. They have it available there, and they have it more into this kind of compendium style details, which I'm gonna use this one because it's a lot more compact in one place and slightly more organized. The PDFs are kind of scattered, and even I tried to initially organize through the PDFs and I'm like, nah, this is too much, I can't bother. Yeah, from what I understand, there is a playtest adventure. I haven't checked it out. They've offered, from what I've quickly looked through it, some decent materials. Like you have like maps. You have a lot of like also cards for those kind of, like for example how they had it like in D&D. I think the Essential Kit had it. Those kind of action cards where they tell you like what exactly you can do as a player during like a a combat scene or some stuff like that. So yeah, they've offered pretty expansive stuff. So yeah. Well, I think that's enough of introduction. Let's go through it. So this is, I would like to start with the disclaimer so everybody kind of is on the same page of what this playtest material is about. So, the game is still active in development, as it says as it is mentioned here. Also, if you have any issues seeing this, I'm also gonna try and read it out loud from time to time, but I'm probably gonna skim through it. If you have any issues looking through the text, please tell me, and I can zoom in a bit more, because I'm from the OBS like preview. I'm not fully sure how clear it is. But it's yeah. So yeah, it's this, yeah, the material itself is not complete. There are still parts missing. There are sections that are only partially written and will continue to expand. Think of it as like an early access, which from the looks of it, yes, portions are unpolished, broken, or in flux. This is a look into the development process and opportunity for you to give us your feedbacks before the rules are finalized. So basically, as in the name, the playtest material, this is more to get the kind of a gauge on, hey, this is currently our plan with the system, with the game. Do you think we are going in the right direction? Are there like any other issues that we should address? Plus, general like playtest material stuff you expect. I haven't looked through the surveys. I'm probably gonna check them out later on, and also see how exactly we go on. Considering like this is a pretty encompassing compendium, I have a suspicion that maybe I'm gonna break down this stream in multiple streams depending on how much I can cover, and see afterwards. Maybe right now we'll go through like elements of character creation, maybe next time on classes, depending on the speed I'm doing this. So yeah, this manuscript is a living document, not yet put into any semblance of layout, so that we can implement as many of your notes as possible and build this game together. So yeah, as I mentioned before, aside from having their own visions, they want to see if what players kind of envision of themselves of this game and what exactly they want to see out of it. So yeah, that's kind of that's pretty much on page. This rules book has not gone through an editor yet. We have one on board who will work alongside us during this process, but they will not have the opportunity to polish until the manuscript is finalized. This means you'll very likely find errors, omissions, so if you spot a typo or grammatical error, please do not report these issues. These issues will be resolved in editing. However, if any information is confusing, missing in odd places, or doesn't seem to work as intended, please tell us. We want to fill in those gaps and make sure the rulebook is as user-friendly as possible. So basically, typos and all of that, the general kind of bad use of grammar and maybe, mistypes and all that, it should be a miss. But kind of what they're saying. For those of you maybe who know this kind of the acronyms, you know, raw and you know and RII, rules as written and rules as intended, and all the others, you know, variants is, you know, depending on if the information given feels unclear. Because usually with rules as when you mention something like rules as written, basically the way it is written should also clearly mention how, you know, the mechanic functions, how it should behave and all of that. If aspects of that writing are confusing, like if somehow it's unclear how a mechanic should interact with other mechanics, or how this mechanic should function in itself is confusing in its writing, that is something that should be addressed. Because you know, probably all of you who have maybe played D&D have gone into the occasional semantics of, well, in this, you know, in the rules it's written like this, so clearly the mechanic works like this. Yes, but there could also be this intended application to it. So, you know, being as clear as possible makes it a lot easier, so we minimize these kinds of conversations. As I've been in situations where I've even spent an hour arguing, like, how with somebody, not arguing but debating with somebody, like how a rule should work. Okay, the balancing of adversaries is still an exploratory phase. Up until this release, we've adjusted the combat system numerous times in an effort to make it as fast and cinematic as we can, while also making it feel familiar and fair. Combat will need significant playtesting to ensure we get the right balance on class power, leveling, adversaries, and beyond. We'd love your feedback when you feel like things aren't working. Okay, so yeah, basically, don't assume that everything is well balanced. It could be overtuned, undertuned stuff, so don't take it as final. I find this aspect interesting, fast and cinematic, so I'm guessing they also kind of want to play into more this kind of powerful moments while in combat, not just simply I cast X spell, I do X /, maybe they want some more impactful or more like story worthy kind of aspects, which I do like. One of the things that I do kind of approach, because here for like a quick context, as my DM style, I'm not that great when it comes to kind of storytelling, writing, narrative, that kind of stuff. I'm more into the although, you know, I want to make this clear, DMing does not mean you need to know how to write a story, how to write a narrative. That's not what a DM does. The DM offers a scenario that goes along with the players, and you know, the players and the DM together create the story in the moment as the scenarios goes on. The pre-built scenario is not you making a story. That being said, my kind of approach of it is always has been usually with this aspect in mind of, you know, telling a story through mechanics. Yeah, yes, Captain Troy. Collaborative storytelling. That's kind of what should be, and at the end of the day, that's what TTRPGs are. Collaborative. Hello, Pelagia. Hi, I need your help. Not sure, can you help me? Do you have experience with Cyberpunk Red? Unfortunately, first of all, this stream is kind of, we're gonna be mostly through the Daggerheart, you know, playtest material, so we're gonna just look through the rules, have a discussion about that. And secondly, unfortunately, I do not have a lot of play experience with Cyberpunk Red. I do want to try it, I do want to play it, but I don't have a ton of experience on that, so I'm not sure if I can offer you a game specific advice. Maybe generic, like game, like maybe like DM or player advice, but nothing too mechanically specific or like rule specific of that game. But yeah, sorry, I cannot assist you with that. But if there's anything more like more generic and more, you know, widely encompassing about TTRPGs, maybe I can offer some advice, or like at the very least my perspective on it. Because then again, as I said, I've DM'd, but I don't have a ton of DMing behind my back. I've had like, overall, I think I run like a year-long campaign from start to finish. I actually finished, and some one-shots here and there. So, you know, take my experience as you will. So, okay, where was I? As I kind of lost my train of thought. Collaborative storytelling. Ah, yes. Overall, in general, like TTRPGs should be like a collaborative thing. It's more about the idea of, you know, playing together and having fun as a group, not as individuals. Yeah, okay, I just been searching how DV, I'm guessing it's a game acronym that I'm not familiar with ranged weapon. Like, does NPC players decks add to DV? If you could expand that acronym, maybe I can assume, but again, unfortunately, this is... Oh, difficulty value. Unfortunately, I'm not sure. Honestly, I cannot give you clear advice here. Like, difficulty value works with ranged weapons. Like, does player add decks to NPC player decks add to difficulty? If it works similar to like difficulty class or AC in D&D, I think the player needs to... It's more like a threshold, like more of a... The result given should be equal or over the difficulty value. I'm not sure if you can add... It can be added. Again, this is very... This can get a bit nitty-gritty in the rules. I'm not sure, which I'm not familiar with, so I'm not sure. Difficulty value to me, I'm currently, from my perspective and not knowing it, so make that... I'm gonna make that clear. I'm not sure exactly what difficulty value should mean. Probably, if so, it's an automatic failure without NPC interaction. Again, if difficulty value, from my understanding, I'm guessing it's something like I would compare with D&D, like armor class. Armor class refers on how the number that you need to reach in order to hit an enemy. Let's say the armor class is 17. If my roll result with my modifiers is 17 or higher, that means that, you know, it's a success and I hit. If it's below that value, it means that I failed, and whatever result ensues from that failure. Again, I've skimmed through it a bit. I don't know the bells and whistles and how exactly everything works in detail. I'm just giving you my assumption. Hopefully that helps you. Hopefully that gives you a bit of perspective. Again, I'm not sure if difficulty value can be increased by modifiers from an outside source, like an NPC or a player. It to me feels like it's more like a static threshold where you have to hit, where you have to reach. I hope somehow that helps you. Unfortunately, I don't think I can give you more than that. So yeah, going back to this, where was I? Oh yeah, fast cinematic, collaborative storytelling. Oh yeah, and just wanted to close my my parentheses because I mentioned, yes, TTRPGs are collaborative. Well, back to search Google, and then you already post. Unfortunately, that's kind of how it is. I'm not sure if there are any like communities. I'm guessing, yeah, Reddit's probably one of the closest options. I'm not sure if there are any other like communities. I'm not familiar with communities of specifically with Cyberpunk Red, or where you can find communities that could offer you that answer. Unfortunately, I cannot. But you know, good luck on your search. I hope you find your answer, because unfortunately, I cannot offer it to you. I wish if I could. I honestly wish, because I do want to try. Actually, I do want to try. Cyberpunk Red was one of the games that I've talked with some friends. I was like, hey, it would be cool if we want to try this, because it's a bit more different. It's something else. It feels a bit fresh from what I've done so far. Because, you know, Pathfinder to me still feels like what D&D is. Of course, a lot more nuanced and of course distinct in its own way, but it still feels that, you know, make a class, have some abilities, do some stuff. To me, Cyberpunk Red felt a bit more different in theme and, you know, how it kind of worked mechanically. But anyhow, to close my parentheses that I mentioned, that my approach, my DM style, or at the very least my also my kind of game design style is storytelling through mechanics. Like, basically the mechanics tell you a story. Well, I have never played TTRPGs and now I'm a GM for Cyberpunk Red. Yay! Well, I can give you an advice here, because you, as a new game master, don't stress it out. It's okay if you don't know everything. It's okay if you don't know the answers. It's totally fine. As long as you and your friends are enjoying it and are having fun, I'm gonna emphasize the word fun. It doesn't matter if you botch the rules or you don't, you know, if you don't know how to handle a situation. Just do it on the fly, improv it. Whatever you feel like feels right to you and to your group, do that. Like the best advice I can offer you, like, hey, if you don't know how to handle a rule or how exactly a rule is enforced, be like, okay, it takes me too much time to figure out how this rule should work. Here's my proposal on how I'm gonna handle the rule. Are you guys okay with me offering you this solution for the rule? If your group also is fine with it and agrees, you go do it like that. After that, once the session ends, do your best and try to find an actual solution to your problem that you missed, so you no longer encounter it, or at the very least a more consistent alternative that you can constantly enforce later on, and make sure you make note of it. Yeah, it's fine that you're a new DM. Believe me, I was a new DM. I was a new DM with a group of like, I think initially we started like 6, but it's slightly grown to like 8 players while I DM'd, and it was my first time DMing. It was hectic. I messed up rules and I was forgetting rules, and I was forgetting stuff that I should have done in the campaign in the moment. But by the end of it, nobody ever mentioned that it was something bad or something like that. So, you know, I spent the last 5 days learning Cyberpunk Red on Roll20, but it's kind of fun to study something because I want to learn it instead of I have to learn something. Yeah. Well, to be fair, another option, I'm not sure, again, every person learns things differently. The best way I learned the game, and how that varies with D&D and other TTRPGs, or actually board games in general, how I usually learn them is by playing them. I honestly have I have a faster understanding of the system on how things work by doing them in the moment, and learning them as I do, basically, more action driven learning than necessarily rules reading, because that can feel a bit overwhelming. Well, my friends are all new to TRPGs. Well, one of them has some experience back in the early 2000s. Well, that's totally fine. Again, as I said, don't stress it out. If all of you are new, even better. You don't have to stress it out. Do what feels it's right in the moment. If something is not if there's like a situation where you do not know how to handle it, or the rules are not very clear to you, or you cannot find that answer, just figure something out in the moment. Communicate it to your group. If also your group is fine with it, then go with it. Later, then afterwards, as I mentioned, make sure you either come up with a consistent way of handling that situation from that point on, or try to find the actual answer for that situation, or for that problem, from either searching communities, or maybe looking through the rule sets. So yeah, that's totally fine, because in my group, as I said, it was a 6 that got to 8-player group, aside from one friend who was a player in other campaigns. Everybody else was new. Everybody else didn't know a thing about D&D, on how it was played, how you created stuff, and all of that. Also, another advice: keep it simple. Something that I did, but I'm not sure if it's like the best advice, but that was something I kind of did, so I did as a method to not overwhelm my players. I kind of was like, okay, all of you are new here. Let's just focus on the player handbook. Like, create a character with stuff from the player handbook. Do not go into stuff beyond that. Don't overwhelm yourself with information and with ideas and with concepts. Just stick with the player handbook, stick with the core systems, core classes, core subclasses, so don't have to overcomplicate it. That's also another method, although I'm pretty sure Cyberpunk Red is still newish in certain aspects, so I don't think it has like a lot of additional materials from what I've seen of it. it has a lot of free material. They do release occasionally like free materials from what I've seen, but mostly it's just like the main rule system. So yeah. Oh, information overload is so real. Hi Glitchy. Yes, it is. That's why I prefer to learn a game and learn a system by showing, playing, and doing it. And maybe, who knows, I'm gonna try my best and also, you know, as I go through this material, also show it to you as well in kind of a similar method. If, you know, we go into some aspects where, you know, it's a little more, you know, I don't know, action driven, or, you know, not sure exactly how to call it, but something that is more visual learner kind of aspect, I'm gonna show it that way. Like maybe if we're gonna get into the how the rolls work and how we determine like stuff like that, I'm probably gonna pull out like a dice roll or something like that. So yeah. Also, because Glitchy, you're here, as you know, just because I'm talking and losing my train of thought. Oops. Here we go. Have a shout out. Check out Glitchy. She does cool art. I think she's done some emote streams, all of that kind of stuff.
So glad you could make it.
Not gonna talk too much important information because I can't hear the clips, and I'm not sure exactly the context of the clips or how loud they are. So you know, I'm keeping it low info while the clip is going.
Lom.
That's also another way. Pelagia. Yes, that's why I also watched a lot of people playing Cyberpunk Red. By the way, I love your acts. Oh, thank you. Didn't think I have an. I mean, yes, I am not. I am foreign. I'm not British or American. This is like a foreign. You know, I am a foreigner. I'm bilingual. But I never thought I had like a thick accent. I thought I always kind of spoken pretty clearly. My brain is scatterbrained, just, you know, because that's how it is, and sometimes I can stutter with my English, which is weird. I realize that, you know, weird tangent. I realize that usually when because I externalize my inner thoughts when I'm at home alone, and I realize that when I do it and I do it in English, I speak like as fluent, as clear as literally a native speaker. But once I have a conversation with somebody, I start to stutter a lot and start to lose my train of thought for some reason. Either I am me Finnish, me speak London language. Oh, from Finn. Well, you know, probably. Oh, thank you, Pelagia, for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really hope that, you know, my chatting here and me, you know, having this conversation too, it's really helpful. And again, I'm willing to offer advice however I can, and all of that. Yeah, I mean, probably most of, if you can pinpoint it, or at the very least deduce it. You know, I'm a vampire, so probably all of you kind of figured, you know, I'm Eastern European, so probably you'll with me there. Although this was not necessarily accent wise, somebody thought I was Italian by how I was looking. Probably because I'm kind of paler than a lot of people around my my area. Yeah, I don't know why somebody called me Italian. At the time I also had like a kind of a thick mustache. Probably that's what was also why. To be fair, I speak a Latin language, if that's an hint for you. I may be Eastern, but I'm not Slavic heavy in my language. I think my language is like 34% Slavic. Like, and like a lot of and like 67% Latin, and the other is, you know, mixtures of English and French and other, you know, other languages. Because my language literally, it's in certain aspects it's a butchered kind of mixture of words taken from other languages. But overall, it's a Latin language, so that makes sense why, you know, you probably assume I'm also kind of a Latin speaker, a more Latin dominant country. I figured Eastern European, but I don't know enough enough about languages to guess where exactly. To be fair, if I were to because I've chatted, I have some other Eastern European friends from other countries. Believe me, I wouldn't have known it either. Like, I cannot distinguish like Polish, Bulgarians, Ukrainians, stuff like that. No, to me, in my brain, all their Slavic language, their accents is kind of meshes together. There are times where I can maybe pinpoint somebody from my home country when they're speaking my language, but when they're speaking English sometimes, but other times I've been wrong. I've actually confused somebody that was actually Polish. That was kind of awkward. I mean, look, I'm gonna give you the biggest hint right now. I enjoyed this kind of location guessing. My VTuber is a vampire. I think from that point on you can guess where I'm from. I'm actually from the lands where the myth was born. Yeah, sorry, I have to hydrate because this stream is a lot more talk intensive than my usual ones. Yep, is Romanian? Yeah, Romanian is a Latin-based language. It's a weird historical thing. I'm not good with history. I'm gonna be honest with here, but yes, we are a Latin language surrounded by Slavic-speaking ones, with the exception of technically Moldova is an exception. I'm not, again, etymologies and stuff like that. It's a lot more. I'm not really that knowledgeable. But no, overall, no, we are Latin speaking. A lot of our words originate from Latin, actually. Before our language was, more phonetic, as we are a phonetic language, there was actually a movement that we wanted to use more of a Latin way of pronouncing our words, and be more like a, more Latin, like, you read it, you write it kind of in a Latin way, but we pronounce it more close to how we actually speak, which was not necessarily was a movement that was kind of quickly pushed away, and we decided to be phonetic. Which phonetic, for those of you who don't know, means that the way we write our language is also the way we read it. As probably you've seen in English, you have like a way of writing it and a way of speaking it phonetically. Well, ours is melded together, so there's no confusion in there. Oh, didn't know. To be fair, I'm not that knowledgeable in languages. Aside from, aside from Romanian and English, I have no other language knowledge. I don't know any other language. I had French in school, but it never stuck. I couldn't learn French for some reason. German probably would have been a lot better. But yeah. Anyhow, I mean, I think it's mostly common with Latin ones, but to be fair, I've even seen in some other like Latin ones exceptions. Oh, I mean, hey, you never know how you pick up certain languages. Because for me, it was a lot more. Even in my case, English was a lot more like innate to learn it. I didn't really learn it in school. When I did English in school, I already knew it. In my case. But yeah, it can differ. It's weird and interesting how we figure out how our brain works when it comes to languages and stuff like that. But yes, anyhow, where was I? Oh yeah. Okay, so we went with the balancing stuff, because trying to stay on topic as close as possible. It's because, as I said, I'm bilingual. I actually know English since I've spoken my first words. My first words are actually a mixture of both. That's basically it. Not because the standards were low, no, not at all. I just had to, I just innately kind of learned it. Not really, weirdly enough, no. and I didn't learn it from my parents. I learned it from actual media, because a lot of the media back then, when I was like a wee little child, was not dubbed. It was actually, it contained its original audio. And a lot of the kids stuff, for example, was in English. That's how I learned it. I learned it the same way I would learn, you know, a language from my parents, like by hearing it. Yeah. Oh, I saw you, Troy, you know, linking that. Yeah, to be fair, the BGM is linked also because I am required to link it, otherwise this stream is gonna be stricken down, because these are like a creator friendly music, and they have like a ton of playlists, and it's pretty easy to kind of put them on stream and have them credited and even for VODs. So even if you have them on VODs, as long as they are credited, your VODs should be fine. You shouldn't be stricken down. So yeah, do check Chill Hop Music if you ever want to use like some BGM that is, you know, DMCA friendly. Me putting this in chat is just an additional way of, you know, people to find it out, because I do appreciate this kind of stuff of, you know, finding other creators, helping creators, and, you know, this was a good way of me having something in the background as I'm talking, without having the fear that either I cannot have it for the VOD, or I'm gonna be DMCA'd, or I need to pay for it. Being able to have it for free, it's amazing. Because none of it that you see here on stream has been paid. All of it has been offered by creators free of charge, just with a, of course, obvious caveat of, hey, crediting them because they deserve it. They are amazing. They're amazing people that offer this kind of stuff for people that, you know, are starting out and still figuring out and might not necessarily have the income to do it on their own, to basically, or the abilities to invest in some of their own. And, you know, to make it clear, a lot of this is, for me, even for me, it's gonna be placeholder. I do have my own concepts, my own ideas, and my own theme that I want to present with my streams. But when I get to the point where I'm able to do it with this, and I have the means to invest in it, that's when I'm gonna do it. Up until then, I'm just gonna keep all of this kind of placeholder stuff. But the theme overall, it's kind of there. I did my best, the best I could to, you know, to keep myself within the theme that I have in mind, within the concept that I want to do with my streams. So, yeah, and also whenever you want to find out, to be fair, I've never changed the BGM or stuff like that. I think I've kept the same music since I started streaming. I haven't changed the playlist. But if I ever do that, if you just do I should make like a command list in the description page. I always forget about it. You can also use the command playlist, and it gives you the playlist that I'm currently using. Oh, cool! You found an answer. That's amazing. Oh, it's GM decision based on situation. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Good to know. Now I also have that answer, so if I'll ever need it, I have it here on record. Damn. Now I'm really testing my endurance with my voice. This is the actual, because most of my gaming streams, to be fair, I have more of a kind of chill, having an occasional comment, and if there's somebody here to chat, I'm chatting usually. But if not, I'm just more chillaxing, playing the game, and having, you know, occasional topic conversations whenever I find them. I'm not really good when it comes to like spontaneous conversation or like improv conversations. If I don't have like some kind of other person to kind of bounce off from. Not bounce out, the heck. Anyhow. Anyways, I should probably continue with this, because I think to be fair, it was a fine tangent. I do not mind it. I'm probably gonna extend slightly the stream here, just so I make sure that at the very least I cover some stuff and continue later on. Okay, picking a card lock, DV, wrestling, attack stat plus skill plus 1d10 plus versus defense stat plus skill plus 1d10. I see. Oh, so it's more of a The word escapes me right now. More kind of a challenging role, like a challenge role between the two. Interesting. Not like it's so it can fluctuate. That's kind of cool. Yeah, development of modular settings system is still an exploratory stage. You will see the beginnings of it here, but the plan is to roll out more as the playtest progresses. Yeah, from what I've seen, and because I've seen some glimpses of it, which I find it interesting, but I also kind of find it. I've seen some comments which I'm kind of inclined to agree. It's cool that you have like this kind of modular stuff, because from what I've seen, it's like a play. I don't have like a. Actually, let me see if I can get an unused character sheet. I think this should have it. Nope. Oh, it's not here. Oh, I think this is just the bard specific, the class specific sheets. Interesting. What exactly is the player sheet? And the GM decides how hard it is, but that's enough so you can finish reading. Yeah, that's totally fine. You know, again, I'm here to also offer, you know, my own perspective and advice to anybody here that's either new or still, you know, or fresh, or who at any level of experience. Hey, if somehow I have some knowledge that even a veteran doesn't know, I'm of course inclined to offer it. Yeah, I can't find it. Hopefully, because I'm also gonna. I have the videos, as probably you can see in the tabs, open with the character creation stuff, and maybe we'll also, as we go through that, we'll also go through the videos in tandem. So if there's anything visual, probably the video is gonna offer. So yeah, one of the things that I've kind of. I like the idea of the kind of this modular stuff, because you basically have all of the information in like neat packages that you can literally place on your. From what I've seen, you can place them on your character sheet. The problem that I've seen with some people have mentioned it, it's that not being basically having a sheet stacked with other pieces of paper that are considered modular feels more kind of clumsy and cumbersome, because it's not. I don't think they're designed to like stick in any way. They're just paper to paper, and I'm not sure exactly how would that work in if you were to laminate, for example, like protect the character sheet, if they would be able to like stick on the page. We'll have to see how exactly they've done it, but from what I've seen, they have this kind of approach of more like a lot more visual friendly when it comes to the information that the character sheet gives you, which is great, because you know sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming when you have this kind of character sheet which is filled with lines and small numbers and just, you know, just tables over tables over tables, and nothing too visually distinct that can tell you like, oh, this is the X location. I don't know about, like, let's say character stats or skills or armor class. You know, user experience is also part of it. That means, you know, how something is readable, the readability of it's part of the user experience, and you know how you can process the information. The art is all subject to change. Some pieces are placeholder, others are close finalizations, some simply not available yet. The domain cards all share one image per domain, and all subclasses cards within a class currently have the same art. Each of them will have their own custom art at final release. Yeah, that's totally understandable. Not all assets are finished in, you know, it's at the end of the day, it's kind of it's something that happens across the pipeline and progresses and all of that. So yeah, it's totally understandable that some stuff is still placeholder. We'll release new updates periodically during the open beta playtest cycle. When we do, we'll know the changes in the changelog so that you can update anything in your current campaign that you might need it. Really nice. Thank you for changelog. Changelogs are fucking godsend. Otherwise, you'd struggle a lot. Because one of the complaints I kind of had with the D&D, some of the D&D playtests like Unearth Arcanas, I don't think they handle the changelog stuff that great. They do make some mentions here and there in case they've made some changes to their previous Unearth Arcana, but sometimes I've seen mentions of like, oh yeah, we've reverted to the whatever version it was or whatever stuff like that. So yeah, making it very clearly like, hey, look, these are the things that we've changed compared to what they were before, so you should know for sure what exactly, because sometimes it can be a bit too tiresome to go through the new playtest material and try to figure out, okay, what's different compared to the other one. But yeah, even though we're in beta, you can stream your games, thankfully. To be fair, you know, I'm not sure if this is considered streaming the game, I'm just talking about it, but yes, you can make it DGPL compliant. As the mechanics will continue to evolve, we don't want to confuse the final comment. Just keep in mind that you can't publish or sell any Daggerheart products. That makes sense. This is because we don't want your product to become unusable. Yeah, that's fair. There are many inspirations for this game. We encourage us to check them out, like a list of touchstones. Let's see. Actually, let me put it separately first. Oh, that's actually really cool. They give you like a list of all of the elements that really inspired the game. It's actually on the next page, so we can actually check it out. That's totally fine. That's actually kind of cool. So yeah, to keep it clear, okay, dev saves are weird. I'm guessing, I'm also assuming, as Troy mentioned it, that it's probably you're talking about CDPR. Oh, Troy, you've already looked through the material? Because I know you also mentioned that you wanna do like a showcase and like a stream about it. So I'm guessing you already have like a first look at it. And yeah, to be fair, I'm excited about a lot of this because I even looked at the Candle Obscura stuff, and I found that system really interesting. I do like the kind of aspect of Candle Obscura of being this kind of more one-shot friendly system, and you know, Daggerheart being their kind of long-term system. I really like that they've approached this. They took this idea of, okay, let's make two systems. One system that is more friendly for like one-offs, and one system that is more friendly to the niche group that is able to do this kind of like long-term adventures. I haven't looked for the materials, but I watched the critical videos on it with Matt Mercer and the other guy talking. Yes, one-shot friendly versus friendly. Yeah. Yes, one-shot friendly versus campaign friendly. I like that balance. Yeah. Oh, fair enough. I do have the videos here. I'm probably gonna check them out also on stream and maybe have some comments. I don't know. I've seen. Thankfully, they're like chaptered. Maybe I'm gonna go chapter to chapter with each of them, and as I'm going through some of the tests. Yeah, that is able to do long-term adventures. I feel that big. I mean, to be fair, yeah. Honestly, of course, this is I do enjoy one-shots. I have a lot of fun with one-shots, but I always have that inkling feeling of I really enjoyed playing with this character and with this group and with this kind of theme or event or whatever I did. I kind of want to go on. So yeah, I always try to push me personally into more longer forms of campaigns. Even some of my one shots have evolved into 2 shots or 3 shots. I think I've done one for actually Exandria, because I think they've released like a quick one shot thing for Exandria, and I think I've expanded it slightly more with some additional stuff they've had released across along the way, and basically kind of made it like into this kind of 3-shot adventure that went like across the shore house, which was actually kind of fun. I kind of made that like small-ish adventure kind of as a moment of break between my long-term campaign, because I was still going with my long-term campaign, but I kind of felt slightly burned out with it. I was like, okay, I want something fresh. I really wanted to do like a Exandria campaign for a while, because for context, the long-term campaign that I DM'd was a Forgotten Realms one. I DM'd the entire Essential Kit adventure. For those who don't know the Essential Kit offers you like a small 1-2 level 5 mini adventure, physical, that it's offered with the bundle. But then you also have a code that you can use on D&D Beyond that offers you like a mini trilogy continuation of that adventure that goes up to level 12 or 13. All of it happening within the span of Vandalen and there was another place I'm forgetting, I think. Damn. There was like another place aside from Vandalen that I'm forgetting. Oh boy, it's gonna stay in my mind. But anyways, it's around that area of the Soul Coast. So yeah, that was like my long-term campaign, but I kind of was a bit burnt out at some point with it. So I was like, yeah. And to be fair, I never knew. I'm not that familiar with the Forgotten Realms setting. So when I started that campaign, it was really weird because one of my players was really in the known with the Forgotten Realms, and he always did that kind of thing of mentioning or making references or mentions in his character with Forgotten Realms stuff, which I was like, I have no clue what you're talking to me of here. I looked through your backstory. I don't know what's Waterdeep. What are these factions? What are you talking about? Of course, I do know a bit more now, and also I've played Baldur's Gate 3, so of course I know some more stuff about Forgotten Realms, but I had no idea of the setting, on how things worked in the setting, or how the setting was there. Me being a fan of Critical Role, I actually was more familiar with Exandria, but you know, I just being my first time DMing at that time, I decided like, okay, I want to go with pre-made adventures just so it's easier for me. I didn't want to overwhelm myself with also making like a homebrew campaign, because I would have not known how to do it. But yeah. I do kind of enjoy this kind of long terms, but long forms or longer-ish campaigns, but I do also enjoy one-shots. I've done like a, although it did turn into a two-shot Tomb of Horrors. I've also I also had like the mandatory battle royale. I feel like a lot of people have at the very least once done like some kind of PvP one-shots of some form or another, which quickly shows you how unbalanced the game is when it comes to PvP and how weird it is to kind of handle it. I've heard of some interesting ways of how you can handle it, which is a lot more balanced, but doing just straight up, you know, one-on-one fighting, it's not necessarily fair depending on the class combos that you have. Yeah, I felt my one shots also end up being 2 shots or 3 shots. Yeah, it also kind of happens because, you know, aside from the obvious, you know, unexpected events, because currently, like for example, my Exandria became like a 3-shot because on the second session, my party TPK'd. Literally, it just, you know, that's what happens. I was like, okay, this is kind of interesting because they were fighting like a demi-lich. So I was like, what if we still keep up with this adventure, but now you're a different group that's going to deal with this threat, and now you're also gonna deal with your past characters. So yeah. Also, to make it clear, in my groups and all that, you know, we are okay with TPKing and all that. I know some people don't necessarily like those kind of games where, you know, dying is a easy actual possibility, or at the very least they try to keep it as forgiving as possible. I don't know, it was a kind of a roll in the dice moment. I think like, actually not the entire party TPK, I think like half the party TPK'd and basically left and brought some new adventurers and did the thing again, if I remember correctly. Yeah. I think that was it. I also, because I knew the one shot was slightly more difficult, they also had like an assisting NPC, and I want to emphasize NPC, not the NPC. I don't really. It was almost a complete character sheet, but I don't really go into the aspects of, you know, let me be here in the front and deal with all of it. It was more of on the side, more like kind of a guide type NPC. Like, look, I'm gonna show you where you need to go and I'm gonna assist you in the fight, but that's it. I'm not gonna tell you how to do stuff. You do that. But yeah. Well, okay, so introductions. Welcome to Daggerheart. So yeah, Daggerheart is a collaborative role-playing game, which, you know, I think like most TTRPG should really emphasize this. Set in a fantasy world, a place of incredible magic, perilous adventures. During a campaign, you may find yourself rubbing elbows with nobles in an attempt to stop an assassination plot. Damn it. Diving deep into an ancient dungeon to keep powerful creatures from escaping. And unleashing its power, sailing across the vast oceans, terrifying. Okay, yeah, a lot of flavored text. No matter the adventure your party chooses, to embark on, Daggerheart is designed to provide the tools to tell a story that is both heartfelt and epic. Okay. So, what is a tabletop role-playing game? I'm gonna actually read this because for anybody that maybe is new here and might not necessarily fully know the TTRPG, what exactly is a TTRPG, I'm gonna go with this. Yeah, NPC, my PC, Washington DC, Batman is in DC. EA released a new DLC. Now I listen to it. Yeah, a ton of. To be fair, I mean it's kind of the nature of the beast when it comes to with RPGs in general, not necessarily just tabletops. It kind of devolves into acronyms just to we have easier understanding, and also so we don't basically fill the entire like screen with text. You know, it keeps it a lot more concise. Okay, it's an interactive, you know. Okay, so a tabletop role-playing game, or TTRPG, interactive is an interactive storytelling experience where players take on the role of characters within a shared world and collaborate to tell a story about those characters. Daggerheart is meant to be played by 3 to 6 players. Interesting. So, kind of mentioned from the get-go, here's kind of the intended player number, which is okay, interesting. I mean, yeah, it does sound yeah, it does sound funny when you. I'm pretty sure for an outsider is total nonsense or like gibberish when it comes to, you know, hearing to multiple people talk about, you know, rules and, you know, acronyms and a lot of like, you know, RPG speak. Okay, with one of those players taking on the role as a game master or GM. Huh. I do wonder if they're gonna, because I've seen like a lot of games take like a lot of like flavored namings when it comes to the game master. You know, obviously the D&D has dungeon master, although it does create some fun confusions. I think there was like another one. I mean, yeah, Candle Obscura has one, but I forgot it right now. I think they would. I'm not sure, I don't think Pathfinder goes with Game Master, but there are some other ones that kind of try to go with. Oh yeah, Bunker Master with the Borderlands. That's also like one of them. But yeah, I do kind of. It's, I don't know, just a. It's a nice touch, nothing that I would say like it's a make or break. Talking about PC hardware in public, look, some people give if they're forced to hear it. To be fair, yes, I'm not that tech savvy myself, but you know, most of the stuff that I have here hardware wise was, you know, I looked through it and I researched it myself. So yeah, even I can understand that when and especially when you have other friends that are more tech savvy and, you know, go through it, it's a bit weird. Because even in my case, you know, because I built this my actual tower, but I had to call in a friend because it was the first time I ever done a build, and I was afraid as hell to not mess something up, and especially with some pieces that are extremely expensive hardware. So, you know, especially because of crypto. Thank you so much. Because I really hated that. I basically, because I wanted to get like a 3080 12 gig video RAM, but I couldn't because they sold out instantly. And anything that was as close as to that level of performance was shot in price to hell. So yeah, that was not fun. Yeah, this player needs to facilitate. Okay, so about the GM. Yeah, I know. Still hate it. And from what I understand now, AMD is suffering it. From what I've heard. But first it was Nvidia, now it's AMD, which is really weird. I don't get it. Yeah, okay, so this talks about the GM. This player helps to facilitate actions among the rest of the group, known as the player characters, or PCs. Do not confuse them with personal computer. That's a totally different thing. Who are each responsible for playing a single character during the game. The game master is responsible for taking on some of the responsibilities not covered by the role of a player. They may introduce complications or consequences to the narrative, embody any characters not inhabited by the other players, also known as non-player characters or NPCs, and helps the story progress during a session. Like many role-playing games, Daggerheart uses dice to determine the outcome of some uncertain events, providing an element of unpredictability to the choices you make. Even so, the game also aims to embrace player agency and imaginations. Key: the type of character the player chooses and to play and decides to make about their background experiences will make their odds better or worse on those dice rolls. Okay, so GTS, before I make a comment here, GTS 660, I'm not sure exactly how you, some of the numbers I don't know exactly how you mentioned them, was pretty good, but I think the RTX 480 is better. But time compressor, I'm not sure if that's a mistype or something. I'm not sure what exactly you tried to say there, but I will still rather go with AMD. Okay, pull all of this out of my ass except, oh, okay, it was one of those what was that video about that engineer that was literally talking gibberish? I forgot it. Again, I don't really know the nitty-gritty of the kind of tech side of it, of most of the stuff. Like, I know like I know the ballpark, and I can somewhat understand if something is bigger, if something is maybe more powerful than something else, but to a layman's term, I don't necessarily know exact specifics. I have dyslexia, so most likely that's totally fine. I understand it. It doesn't bother me. It's like not an issue to me. Feel comfortable, speaking as freely as you can. I mean, don't bring me into the naming conventions, because I'm lost at this point with some stuff, especially with Intel. But anyways, so yeah, to keep it this simple, so yeah, you have a group, a gaming group. One of them is kind of the game master. Think of it kind of like the referee in, like, if you were like to take like sports analysis, like a comparison, kind of like a referee, but at the same time also kind of also playing the enemy team, quote unquote enemy team. It doesn't necessarily have to be an enemy. They're the ones that kind of have the final say when it comes to certain player decisions or player outcomes, more importantly, not necessarily player decisions, more about like outcomes made that, created by the player's actions. Most of them, determined by a dice rolls, but in some cases, maybe a dice roll is not necessary. Maybe certain actions have a clear outcome, or maybe in the game master's perspective, that outcome feels fitting without any kind of additional kind of factor to push that choice, to push that kind of outcome. Yeah. What kind of role-playing game is Daggerheart? Daggerheart is a heroic narrative-focused experience with combat as a prominent aspect of play, facilitating emotional, engaging, player-driven campaigns that are punctuated by exciting battles, harrowing challenges. Okay. I mean, kind of flavorish, kind of, sales pitch-y. But yeah, I think like probably as familiar as most people are like with a lot of the kind of combat-driven ones, or like at the very least where combat is one of the main pillars of the system. Because there are role-playing system, or like other like role-player type board games that are more like socially focused and not necessarily as role focused, and more about kind of improv aspects. The game takes more light approach in its design, encouraging players and GMs to focus on the story they're telling rather than the complexity of the mechanics. Okay, so it's more as expected from kind of Darrington Press, and more importantly Critical Role, because they're actors. They want to tell stories, and having tools that basically enhance or emphasize the storytelling or the creation of stories is clearly important to them. So yeah, that makes sense why they want to keep it simple when it comes to mechanics and just focus more on the actual events and the actual kind of, you know, scenarios or you know, the actual in the moment, you know, more play in the moment necessarily than just be like, okay, what exactly is the best decision right now, to this best tactical or strategical decision. I'm guessing they're gonna keep it slightly simpler in some aspects. It's asked them to act in good faith with one another and tell their best story they can, and looks to provide structure when it's unclear how things might resolve within that story. The system has a free-flowing approach to combat to avoid stopping down the game into rounds, and it doesn't rely on grid-based movements for the maps and minis. Interesting. I'm kind of curious how that's gonna work. This is all purposeful in creating a game that utilizes the kind of terrain, map, and map building that miniature-based games are known for, while making Daggerheart streamlined, approachable, and focused on delivering a great narrative experience at a table. Interesting. I'm kind of curious how exactly they're gonna... I'm guessing with certain aspects more kind of pushing towards like theater of the mind. For those who don't know, theater of the mind is more on the idea that, you know, you're given the prompt, you're given, you know, like descriptions of the environment, the scenario, and all of that, and you just have to imagine it, and you're just using your purely your imaginations. There is no like map, there is no like locations, there's no actual positionings. The DM kind of keeps track of it, keeps in kind of in the ballpark area. Will be like, okay, is the enemy close, is the enemy far, can you reach him, all those kind of aspects, which, you know, there are certain games where you can easily do that. I don't know, from my experience, and probably that's also how I work and how my brain works, games like D&D and stuff that goes in that same vein or slightly more complex, I can't really do them. Theater of the mind, I kind of lose myself when it comes to those kind of aspects. And, you know, I do like the elements of, you know, having an interesting environment, an interesting map, and, you know, having other stuff around there that the players could use and use to their advantage in combat. And that's kind of hard to have it all kind of kept in your brain and purely for imaginations. Having like visual aids, in my experience, and for me personally, it's a lot more helpful. Those who prefer a highly strategic... one second, actually, because my voice is giving out. Those who prefer a highly strategic rules heavy experience with more heritage from war games, you may find Daggerheart doesn't have all that crunchy bits they're used to. Those who come from very rules light gameplay may find some mechanics engage in areas where they use to a more free-form approach. That's okay. You should always play the types of game that make you and your table happy. Yes, that is important. That said, if you're looking to tell heroic fantasy stories with modern approach to mechanics that focus on both epic battles and the emotional narrative of characters who fight in them, you've come to the right place. Nice. So yeah, they're very straightforward, like, hey, we're not here to be, you know, crunchy, be here like, I have X item that gives me 1 bonus to my AC, and this item that improves my movement and all of that, so I can fully maximize my build and be this unstoppable mechanical force that nobody could counter in terms of rules. And more like, hey, this is the situation, this is what your abilities can do. But I'm guessing it's a lot more... probably, if I were to use one of the terminologies, rules as intended. You probably go more with the flow and go with it and kind of interpret it as you see fit with some aspects of the game. And yes, as it's mentioned here, if that's not the kind of game you want to play, that's totally fine. Yes, I do like the crunchiness of games, but at the same time, I'm also interested and open to try new stuff. After all, I started with 5th edition, which for those who are in the TTRPG scene know that 5th edition is probably one of the more simpler of the quote-unquote mechanics-heavy games. Because that kind of was the entire sales pitch of 5th edition. It was a simplified form of 3rd edition and, more importantly, 4th edition. That in certain aspects, from what I know, wasn't as popular. I haven't tried it. I do not know. Yeah. Daggerheart utilizes an asymmetrical design. That means that it plays very differently for the GM than it does for the players. Many TTRPGs have asymmetry with players each controlling one PC while the GM plays everyone else. But Daggerheart's asymmetry goes deeper. Players roll the 2d12 duality dice for their PCs, standard action including their attacks. At the same time, the GM makes moves without rollings for most actions, but rolls a d20 when making attacks for adversaries. Each PC gains hope when they roll hope, while the GM again gains fear when any PC rolls with fear. Oh, so once I'll go for this again because I will also I feel like I also lost myself here a bit. So the players have a 2d12 duality dice. That's something I've heard before. While the GM determines certain actions only using a d20, and from what I understand here, is more like for the combat aspects of the game, not necessarily for the social ones, social or exploratory. You know, PC gains hopes when they roll with hope, while the GM gains fear when any PC rolls with fear. So the duality dice most likely represents one of those aspects, and I'm guessing depending on the results on those dice, that's one of the outcomes. PCs and adversaries both have a mechanic called experiences, but they are used in different ways at different times. This asymmetrical design is intended to help participants more effectively contribute to creating a more memorable experience together at the table. Interesting. Because yes, what it mentions here when it comes to asymmetry, the more obvious comparisons when it comes to the symmetry of GM and player, aside from the one mentioned here that yes, the player only plays one singular character, maybe some companion if we're talking about stuff like, I don't know, rangers or summons, things like that, while the GM game master handles everything else, like any character that you encounter, any enemy, any location, environment aspect, all of that is kind of handled and decided by the game master, and most of the outcomes are decided through a system. There is an additional layer though that I've seen. Also, another good comparison is that if you compare the NPC block stat with the player character block stat, the player character block stat is a lot more descriptive, and it's breaking down more into more specifics, while a creature block stat, it's a lot more simplified, it's a lot more smaller and quicker to approach, because NPCs should not necessarily, in certain aspects, shouldn't be as impactful as the player characters, and it's also a method to keep it simple for the GM and just only have the not necessarily clear information, more about the most important aspects of that NPC. Like if we are talking about an NPC that maybe is proficient in certain skills but doesn't have anything impressive about the other skills, the block stat for the NPC only mentions the proficient skills, for example, while a character stat will have all of the skills on display at all time. So yeah, but here there is like an additional layer that not only, but also the mechanical aspects, the role and the determining of outcome is asymmetrical. In other games like in D&D, for example, the d20 is the king dice, is the whatever most of the roles that need to determine outcome for both the player and the DM are use the d20. So which it's a way of clearly understanding the game. Here I find it interesting. I'm really curious how exactly they're approaching it, because this can if not done carefully, this could create confusion, because being so heavily one-sided, like in the sense that the player's actions are determined in this specific fashion, while the DM's actions are determined in this, the GM's actions are determined in this specific action. If there are any moments where roles swap, where maybe the GM, who knows, miraculously is a player and one of the players takes the mantle of being a GM, they might not necessarily be at the beginning as familiar with how they should handle certain aspects, because they are more familiar from the other perspective. But again, I'm not jumping to any conclusion, I'm just stating this as a possibility. Okay, so Touchstones, this is just, from what I understand, the mentioning of any kind of elements of inspiration that they had for creating the system, which is kind of cool that they mention it. I think like most TTRPGs do it. I think D&D also has like a section where it mentions like a ton of like locations where you can take inspiration from and all of that. So that's kind of cool. Yes, note taking, yes. If you ever want to inspire yourself, you have a list. And I think most rule sets do it. If not, they should do it, because I feel like this is a cool way to, a good way of, for anybody that starts into a new system, of getting an understanding of how they can add to it or take their own spin on it. How improvised, okay, so how improvised shields work in D&D. I just got this idea of PC picking up car doors, walking into the enemy fire. I have to homebrew it, but I think it's X weight of object. D&D keeps it, and strength check. D&D keeps it a bit simple. Shields give you a bonus to your armor class. I'm not sure exactly the difficulty, how you determine the difficulty class to hit in Cyberpunk Red. But in D&D, basically, you have armor that adds a bonus that basically gives you like a number, a threshold number factor. If you roll equal or above that number, you hit the enemy. You hit. If you roll below the AC, which means below the number, you miss the enemy. And shields give you a static bonus usually. My way of approaching it, if I'm talking about like improvised shields, like something like taking an item, there are two ways you could do it. You could create like a home, like if D&D, basically most shields, most non-magical shields in D&D give you a +2 bonus to your AC. That's how it works. It's just an addition. It just increases your threshold of being hit, lowering your chances basically. There could be the simpler option, kind of in the vain fashion of how they handle improvised weapons, where improvised weapons, the damage dice is just a d4, no matter what, no matter how big the weapon itself is. If it's not an actual proper weapon, if it's like a leg chair or as you mentioned, maybe a car door or some other object, or maybe on another person, you just roll a d4 that for the damage. So you could probably go in that vein with the improvised shield, where it's instead of being the normal +2, maybe it's a +1. Like it's technically giving you protection, but not as much protection. Or you could also use the half cover rules. I think I'm using that correctly, which I'm pretty sure it adds you a +2, which is technically a shield. So yeah, there are different approaches. You can use the half cover rules, basically like having like some kind of cover that is up to your, I don't know, waist or something like that, but you from above the waist you're still visible. That kind of, think of it that way. Like think of it like half covers in video games, when you know you can if you crouch down you are fully covered. So that's kind of what half covers are. In D&D, basically they give you like a static +2 if you are behind half cover. So if you consider like an improvised shield half cover, that's basically the same thing, +2. Cyberpunk works in health. It's automatic hit to object, and object has certain amount of health depending on material and material thickness. Oh, so you only, but the PC can't dodge in cover. Oh, so you are more like making, from my understanding, the only way you can avoid a hit is by actually actively trying to avoid it, actually making the decision to avoid, having a kind of this reactive moment where you do a dice roll and decide if you can dodge it or not. Otherwise, it's an automatic if you do not decide to dodge it, and you cannot dodge in cover. Yes, I'm using when I say cover, I'm usually using terms that are used in the game. Cover just, you know, means like some kind of object that you can hide behind to some aspect. Basically, the way I would advise it, I don't know if the system offers you any rules and how exactly cover is handled, like if you can, what exactly does cover affect when it comes to damaging and attacking a player or an enemy, apply those similar rules to the door, like to the improvised shield. Like apply similar rules. That's kind of how I would see it. They could be maybe of being improvised. They could offer you like a more ineffective way. Basically, it's not as powerful as the normal way of doing it. Maybe, I don't know, the bonus is a lot lower, or how you calculate the result is somehow done differently to offer a lower result, maybe than in comparison to what the normal rule would offer you. Or, you know, yes, you can try and figure out like your own way of doing the rule, if that's something that you want. Because, for example, I had like an idea of yeah, the door is 20 HP, absorbs all damage as far as I can see it. There is no penetration. Asterisk wooden door. Of course, that's yeah, that's something that you can totally, that you could approach it, like, you know, the same way you'd approach a player, you'd also approach the object, and basically have this kind of additional HP pool that basically they have to go through. Of course, with this kind of things, one of the things that I'm gonna mention is always keep note and how these things turn out in the game, because as you design, you might think that, okay, this seems sensible, this seems like it's in the right ballpark and all of that, and it not necessarily doesn't necessarily maybe feel undertuned or overtuned. I would always say keep track of about the outcome of any change to mechanic or any new mechanic. Because if somehow you realize that, I don't know, let's say 25 HP is too much, it all of a sudden the players realize that they can basically become bullet sponges just because they constantly are able to get some form of improvised shield that offers them additional HP. Then be like, okay, instead of being 25 HP, maybe it's 5 HP, or maybe, I don't know, there's something else that doesn't necessarily make it as powerful. Maybe the first damage shot is nullified, but the next one, but from the next one forward, you're still gonna receive the damage. So, you know, always keep note. Playtesting is really important, especially doing it kind of as you go, and also making it clear that, hey, this is something that I'm not fully sure that it's balanced, it's fair, and it can offer you like a fun experience, or if it can trivialize the experience. So keep note that whatever I'm adding new, it's gonna be changed in the future. Because, you know, I've done this as well. I've created new stuff and put it into my campaign, but later on realized that this isn't going as I wanted it to go, so I'm gonna change it. Here is the example text. You want to read it? I can read it if you want to put it in, but again, I'm gonna emphasize, if you're writing it kind of and mentioning rules about how the mechanic works, I can't really offer you advice there, because I don't know. I don't know the rules of the game system rules, and I can't tell you in how you detail the rule if it seems fair. I'm just telling you how to approach it. Go ahead if you wanna. I'm totally fine. I'll give you whatever perspective I can offer you from it. Someone takes a shot at Gina and misses. She's not sure where the sniper is, so she hunkers down. A thick concrete barricade, 20 HP in the entrance, is edged to a nearby garage. Then the sniper across the street on the roof of an oasis, and they can no longer see Gina since the sniper has no line of sight on her, and Gina is too smart to leave her safety of cover while attempting to escape. They have two options: reposition or destroy the cover. They decide to keep shooting. On their turn, the sniper shoots the barricade. They make a shoulders out check versus a DV determined by their weapons, and the range and succeed. The shot does 17 damage. Okay. Okay, so a second shot drops the barricade to 0 HP, blowing up a nice hole in it. The sniper can see Gina, and on the next turn they can shoot her directly. Unfortunately for the sniper, Gina spent her last 2 turns figure out the attacker's position. She's a crack shot. Yeah, that could work. But yeah, that's also kind of a smart way if you fear that maybe certain rules can be exploited, maybe finding ways of, because as you mentioned, like the concrete cover, it's something it's a cover, unmovable cover, so basically it's more of a tactical decision for both the player and from your side from the NPC's perspective. So you technically from both sides is more of a tactical decision, not just the player just decided to do the most optimal thing of, oh, I took a cover because I know that as long as I take covers or form some form of cover, I can just infinitely protect myself. So yeah, I think that's a good way of approaching it. As I said, always keep tracking how things actually turn out in the game. Because yes, you can fantasize a scenario. Believe me, every game designer fantasizes the perfect scenario or how the scenarios turn out. But when you are there in the moment, the player can always figure out the way to break it, or a way to take advantage of it, or a way that may not necessarily offer an enhanced experience, or an experience that maybe from your perspective as well doesn't seem fun, because that's also an important factor. Yes, your players need to have fun, but you also need to have fun. This is something that as a group you need to enjoy. So yeah, make sure that, yes, even from my perspective, I feel it feels like a good starting point that you can try out and test. But keep in mind to always check to see if it goes as you've envisioned it, as you know, visions and outcomes can be different. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly go through this because I don't necessarily want to chill out, plus because I've seen a lot of familiar things here that I'm kind of glad to see. Okay, so 13th age, Apocalypse Keys, Apocalypse Ward, Blades in the Dark, interesting. City of Mist, Cortex Prime, Cypher System, Dishonored. Ooh, I've seen there's a Dishonored system, and I'm such a big fan of the game. I do want to look at it. I'm really curious. Dungeons and Dragons, obviously. Flea Mortals, For the Queen, Genesis, Lady Blackbird, Mask, A New Generation, Pathfinder, kinda makes sense. Shadowrun, I've heard good things and bad things about it. I'm not sure exactly what exactly is the overall opinion of Shadowrun when it comes to. I've heard, like, I think that from what I understand, like the video games are not as great as the system, or the other way around. I don't know. The Quietier, Wildly, Slug Blaster. Okay. Some I know, some I don't know from what I've seen here. Okay, books, A Song of Ice and Fire series. I mean, yeah, Wizard of Earthsea, Sabriel, The Wheel of Time, okay, and The Lord of the Rings, of course. There's some, like, standard, like, yes, the pinnacle of fantasy. Movies and television. The Dragon Prince, I think I've heard of it. I'm not sure I've seen it. The Lord of the Rings, of course. The Witcher, I haven't looked at the Netflix one. I've heard, like, mixed things with the Netflix series of Witcher. The Legend of Vox Machina, of course, they had to pet. To be fair, it makes sense because, you know, they want to, you know, they're envisioning a game system that, you know, is able to tell their story and their aspects of the narrative. And I'm actually kind of curious if both the series and other aspects of, you know, Critical Role when it comes to, you know, TTRPG is gonna slowly adapt to their system. Like, I wonder if, I don't know, maybe if somehow it kind of comes around the same kind of point, if there's gonna be like a Legend of Vox Machina season in parallel with the official release of this game system, and the actual show would make more reference towards their game system than being more non-descriptive fantasy. Because for those who have watched Legend of Vox Machina probably realize that it doesn't full-on mention D&D content or D&D. They kept it very nondescript, probably out of, you know, licensing issues, and probably they just wanted to keep themselves distinct and not necessarily wanted to be associated full-on with Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, video games, Borderlands. This one fascinates me. I'm really curious how exactly you have a Borderlands flair in this game. Dragon Age Inquisition, of course. Outriders. Interesting, Outriders. I played a bit of the game. It's okay. Don't hate it. It's fine. And the Elder Scrolls series, which yeah, makes sense. Some special thanks from what I've seen. Some of the people from some of the stuff mentioned before have offered in some feedback or at the very least some assistance. The Genesis system was a major inspiration for the 2-axis result of the Duality dice. Okay. The Cypher system's GM intrusion paved the way for spending fear to interrupt the scene. Interesting. Among many other things, Dungeons and Dragons advantage disadvantage system was particularly inspirational in the dice system of this game. Heavily inspired experience mechanic. Blades in the Dark and Apocalypse World helped shape the narrative game flow, and their playbooks inspired a lot of the character sheet development. Nice. The Wisely Phenomenal Reaches section provided the chassis for the region sections of this book. Enemy types and ways of magic minions are informed from Dungeons and Dragons 4th edition and the monster design of Flea Mortals. Interesting. 4th edition. They're taking more of the because I know like the 4th edition was a lot more I'm not sure exactly how to call it, like card gamey, hero power-ish, kind of a lot of ability focus. Like every character has some kind of abilities, every class had some sort of abilities and kind of like this kind of ability pools system. So interesting that they kind of not only took inspirations from the most recent edition, but they also looked a bit back in the past. The Quiet Year inspired the map building section of the campaign kit. The sample session 0 structure is informed by Apocalypse keys. Nice. So it actually I kind of like this. And they kind of have like a quick mention of, if you know, have like familiar like aspects, you know, from other games. Probably this is kind of where they were from. Okay, so part of the game. Okay, so we're now gonna get like a quick overview of how things should play out in the game. So in Daggerheart, you'll take turns speaking at a table, describing what your character do, the consequences of those actions, and how the narrative evolves because of those consequences. When the rules call for it, or the situation seems like it needs it, you'll roll the dice and see what happens. Depending on the result, those dice and the dynamics of the conversation will change. Of course, in TTRPG fashion, the players clearly mention what they want to do in the game, in the scenario, in the scene, and how they want to kind of, where exactly they want to turn the narrative, and the kind of the game master mediates and brings in kind of their own side to it, and from that point on, kind of the rest of the scene evolves and moves forward. The dice player used in Daggerheart generally come in 2 different categories: your Duality dice and your damage dice. Your Duality dice are 2 D12 sided dice, referred as a D12s, and are different colors, one representing hope and one fear. These embody the fate of the world around you and its effect on your success. Your damage dice corresponds to the weapon or spell you're wielding and express how deadly a successful attack you make might be. So I've heard like mentions that yeah, they kind of wanted to highlight the D12 in this game system as the D12. It's one of the more underused dice. I mean, in D&D, aside from the barbarians' hit points, you don't really encounter D12s that often. I'm not sure for what exactly else you determine D12s. I don't think you even determine it for like damage rolls. I think certain class features also use it, like the Bard's Inspiration upgrades to a D12, but aside from that, I haven't really seen it as often used. So it's really nice to kind of having the underdog be the highlight of an entire game system. Of course, another emphasis that I'm going to mention here, when it comes to determining kind of a game system and deciding, okay, how exactly are we going to use dice and dice rolls, there's a lot of probability and kind of numbers games played into it. Like there is some math that happens behind the scenes when figuring out what dice system you use and how many dice you use, because when we talk about probability, a lot of things change and become a lot more volatile and a lot more weird. And to be fair, that's one aspect. So yeah, even if aside from, you know, probably wanting to highlight it, I'm sure they've made some a ton of behind the scenes like math and playtesting, and to figure out like, okay, let's see if how exactly can we highlight the D12 in the best way possible, and at the same time still making sure that all of the results feel fluid and feel, you know, feel kind of progressive. They don't necessarily feel skewed, because, you know, you need to have kind of a flow of goods and bads. It has to feel balanced, as everything should be. You know, excited to dust off my D12s. I haven't gotten a bar to D12 level yet, but perhaps soon. Yeah, unfortunately the D12 is very rare, and to be fair, I do enjoy my D12 dice as well, and I haven't really gotten a chance to use them, I don't think, because I haven't played the Barbarian before, aside probably maybe for like an NPC, and maybe no, I haven't gotten to a point. I feel like the Blood Hunter might get D12s, but I don't know if they get a D12 as a dice roll for some of the stuff. But I have not been at that point with my Blood Hunter character. So yeah. Yeah, and also to mention here, it's quite in D&D fashion. Most likely the item and spell has a specific dice amount and a specific dice roll that you use for it, similar to D&D. You know, a great sword and a short sword do different damage. Short sword is a D6, great sword is a... Actually, great sword I think it's 2d6. I was about to say D12, but not really. Oh yeah, D12, the only D12 I think it's the great axe as actual item. So yeah, technically if you're like some kind of class that wields a great axe, here you go. Was the great axe or something else? I think it was, I remember like there was like a weapon, but anyways, semantics. Okay, so continuing. Anytime you're making a roll to see whether you succeed or fail at something, you roll like a duality dice and take the sum of the results plus any modifiers that you apply to the action. If that total is equal to or higher than the difficulty set by the GM, it's a success. If it's lower, it's a failure. You also tell the GM whether your hope or fear die rolled higher, and the situation around your changes based on that result. We'll discuss this more in depth in the core mechanics section part 2. Okay, so there are more okay, I do normally play casters or half casters, so axes don't often reach my hands once for sure though. Honestly, same sentiment here. I don't know, I've realized that initially I kind of had a trend of playing some form of half caster or some third caster. Like my first character was a trickster rogue, arcane trickster rogue, so I had some spell casting on my end. And then the next character that I actually played more long term was in the end intended to be a multi-class between a Blood Hunter and some kind of spell casting class. So yeah, I also have kind of the same ballpark. I haven't kind of played the full-on mid shields. I do have a barbarian concept that I want to play. I'm not gonna talk to you about it if I ever play it, but I have a barbarian concept that I want to play. So yeah, basically from what I understand, let me just get myself a dice roller. D12. Can I change the colors? I don't know. Don't think I can. No, I cannot change the color, but I'm just gonna put it this way because I also want to visualize it simpler from my understanding. So you have two D12. Let's say left is fear, right is hope. So, you know, you just roll the dice. The total represents your, you know, plus whatever modifiers you have represents if you succeeded or failed in an action. And if whichever of these is higher also makes a change. In this case, 10 was higher, which I said that the left is fear. So now that you know fear was the highest roll, so that means that at some certain event is gonna happen, or somehow the situation is gonna, the outcome of your role is gonna change. The way I kind of see it is basically it's kind of this way, because I think they go into this 4 stages. Let's say if you succeed and and hope is your highest roll, which let's say it's this dice, as I mentioned. I'm guessing that's kind of like a critical success, because you basically not only rolled high with hope, but you also succeeded. If you succeed but if you fail, and at the same time you also kind of you also have a fear, that's kind of, I'm guessing that's kind of like a natural 1 type situation, where not only that you failed, but you failed spectacularly, or somehow something really bad's gonna happen because of this failed action. And I'm guessing, succeeding and fear is basically kind of this ballpark of, yes, you did well, but it's not as well as you could have done. And maybe the outcome is it's somehow in your favor, but there could be some consequences, or there could still be possibilities of something bad to happen. Also, I mentioned like 4 stages actually should be 3, because I don't think it can be 4. Am I right? Like, high hope and high number and success, that's 1. Low hope and low success, that's another 1. I'm not sure if they have like a basically draw type thing, but I guess they're gonna go in more detail into the core mechanic. Actually, oops. So I'm just gonna keep the roller there. Yeah, there's like 4.5. Yeah, I'm doing it in my head, because I'm pretty sure if I had it like schematic, had it like, in a table or something like that to rolled out, I probably would have figured it out better. But just kind of going it as I go on using my brain. So yeah. To be fair, and also as I want to do, kind of make it clear and emphasize, this entire stream is very improv, like didn't really have a clear structure on how exactly I want to handle this. Some ideas kind of happened as I go, and I'm gonna probably keep it this way. Maybe next time, because most likely there's gonna be certain aspects that I'm not gonna touch now. I would like to kind of maybe go over the introduction, and maybe also watch the videos if we still have them here, just so you also have something visual. And maybe with some of the in-depth stuff, we'll do them at a later date. Maybe next week. I'll see exactly how I'll handle the schedule. Okay, so each game of Daggerheart is called a session, which quite understandable. And those sessions are typically a small story that make up part of a larger narrative that plays out over multiple sessions, known as a campaign. Damn it, tongue twister for some reason. Sometimes in a long campaign we also run arcs, multiple sessions that happen within the same campaign, but that put their focus on a specific area of the narrative within it. Many groups enjoy playing open-ended campaigns that last a few months or sometimes even years. Getting together every week or two. Every week or two. That would be the dream. Their character stories indefinitely and continue their character stories indefinitely. But you may also choose to designate a certain number of sessions for a campaign and play the game to a predetermined conclusion. Your group may decide you want to play 10 sessions or 20 sessions with these characters before making new ones, or you may decide you only want to play 1 session and see how things go. All of those options are wonderful ways to play. Do whatever works best for your group. Yes. Getting together every week or two, that would be the dream, right? Yes. Oh boy. To be fair, at this point, even though this could be my ADHD brain hyperfixating on stuff, and basically I'll probably obsess over the campaign even in my off time. But even I would be willing, even like once a month. I'm pretty sure like when I did it for like a work thing with one of my previous workplaces, I did it like I decided to like do this kind of quote unquote like team building thing and be like, hey, how about we do some D&D? I'm gonna DM, I'm gonna do this To be fair, at that point I did made it clear that I'm gonna do it once every 2 weeks. I didn't want to do it more often than that, simply because I knew for a fact that I could not prep in time. So I also wanted to have some leeway myself. But, you know, I think it got to the point where it's like, I think it was like once every 2 weeks, or maybe like once every 3 weeks, I forgot. But I also opened the idea of like having it like once a month, depending on everybody's schedule. Yeah, when I drive, sometimes I put on the music I use for my campaigns and think about my Curse of Strahd campaign. Honestly, even though I haven't played my Curse of Strahd campaign where I was a player character in that one, I still think about it from time to time. To be fair, if I were to ever be part of a Curse of Strahd game again, I would replay with the same character, because as time went on, I kind of rethought my character with in certain aspects, and kind of tweaked it a bit more in kind of backstory and how he would have worked and behaved, that I would have loved to actually put him again into Curse of Strahd and more properly. In that campaign, it kind of went all over the place. It was also an issue with the player party synergy, because initially we were like a 5-player group, but it then quickly diminished into a 3-player group, and we had some balancing issues, some party composition issues, because let's be honest here, Curse of Strahd requires a decent party composition, and yeah, in some aspects it was a bit lacking. So, and I've always been kind of that type of player, even in video games, where I'm kind of I always choose the role that is not filled. I'm always gonna be the role filler or the support, or in most cases the support class in some ways or another. So I decided to kind of maybe shift a bit in how exactly that character would have gone, but I do have a more finalized idea of that character, and I would play it again if I were to do it. Yeah, yes, I feel, yeah. Honestly, yeah. To be fair, on the way I kind of do it is not necessarily I fill roles. I more, at the very least, not with D&D. With D&D, I more or less kind of go with the, hey, so let's have a chat. Let's figure out that kind of what exactly each of us wants out of this game, and find something that, you know, everybody's agreeing with. Because I've always kind of pushed in this idea that even as a DM and even as a player, let's have that kind of mini session 0, even if we don't have like an actual proper one, because, you know, it really depends on the group. In my case, because some of my players were kind of familiar with the game already and didn't necessarily feel the need. Like, we just had like quick, for us, session 0s were more like quick chats on Discord, like, hey, look how things are, this is how the things are going, this is how we're gonna approach the campaign. Go ahead, do your characters, have your talk, and please make sure that, you know, you talk to a certain aspect with your players in deciding what roles each of you feels. Because at the same time, I also like the idea of keeping the mystery. I do like also that, to be fair. Like, don't necessarily go in there and tell everything. Maybe just figure out like what exactly everybody wants, and figure out what exactly you're gonna do. I also like that kind of mystery aspect, and of course with Curse of Strahd, in my opinion, it's probably one of the campaigns that kind of aspect really works, of kind of also having your own motives in this kind of gothic, you know, kind of more grim, dark-ish setting. So yeah. Oh yeah, this what is mentioned here, that yeah, the important part when it comes to, you know, deciding a campaign, because, you know, this is kind of very standard stuff. Yes, every play session, as it's in the name, it's a session that, you know, then a grouping of sessions that follow around the same narrative can be then formed into an arc, and multiple arcs can form into a all-encompassing campaign or story or narrative. Because, you know, even arcs can be interconnected depending on what exactly the story and the theme that you want to approach. But the most important part, yes, you know, put on those expectations from the very beginning, both as a player and as a DM. Like, what exactly you expect out of this campaign? Do you want this campaign to be long form, pre-planned, more like we'll do it and see how it goes? Because, you know, it mentioned, and all of that kind of things. For example, mine initially was kind of like, okay, I decided I came with the clear idea that I'm gonna run this campaign through its duration. Like once kind of all of the important stuff has been done from the adventure module, that's probably where the campaign ended. But at the same time, as things progress, because you know things can change, you never know, we kind of had this talk like, hey, after all, you know, we had some backstories here and there, even though maybe they were not necessarily as well integrated, which, you know, to some aspects it's also a part of my fault, because I was a first time DM. I was already, you know, dealing with, you know, how to handle figuring out a session on my own, which is why I constantly say, you know, don't stress it if you're your first time like game master and you feel like you're, you know, underperforming or you're not necessarily offering as much as you would have wished to. We all have a starting point and learn some and, you know, go from somewhere. And, you know, I decided like, okay, we have this kind of personal character threads that have not been addressed, so we kind of had this kind of common agreement. To be fair, it hasn't been completely fulfilled, of maybe we'll finish some of those unresolved character threads as one-shots. I did one of them already, and technically I still have an idea for one character that I have not explored for a one-shot from that campaign, and then another one was a lot more open-ended, and technically would their unresolved thread, in my perspective, would probably devolve into another mini campaign, which I'm pretty sure I cannot necessarily do right now, or at the very least they cannot do it. I'm not sure if they are interested at this moment to even continue it. So yeah, but as I mentioned, it can devolve. Maybe at the beginning of the campaign you all decide that, hey, this is predetermined, we're gonna end it at X point, but maybe as things progress it'd be like, hey, we actually really enjoyed it, and there are other things that we like to explore, or we like to see, you know, turn how they turn out. And if both you and both the players and the DM agree with that, GM agree, sorry, I should say game master because it's a lot more generic, agree with that, then that's totally fine. Nothing should be 100%, not everything should be 100% set in stone. So yeah. Oh, I just looked already forward and I already like this. There is no winning or losing in Daggerheart. The traditional gaming sense. The experience is a collaborative storytelling between everyone at the table. The characters may not always get what they want or achieve their goals for the first time around. They may make big mistakes or even die along the way, but there are no winning or losing conditions to the game. If a character dies, the party may seek a way to bring them back to life, or the player may instead make a new character the party meets along their journey. If the group fails to stop the villain from enacting their plan, perhaps the party must face the consequences of that failure and try to make it right. If they succeed, they may have angered or emboldened an even stronger enemy who appears to retaliate. If you're working together to craft a narrative that is fun and exciting to everyone, then you've already won. Yes. Winning is basically having fun. There's no winning or losing. There's no such thing as player versus game master or some other aspect of that, like, you know, oh, I've achieved my goals as a character, that means that I won, so that means that the game ends. No, that's not, there's no such thing. Although giving that example, like, my character has achieved their goals, so I won. You could technically reinterpret that into, because I've seen it done before, and I think even Critical Role did it. Like, hey, this character kind of got to a point in their kind of adventure where they don't feel like they need to do anything else, and they don't feel like they could either should or be able to contribute anymore to their group. So be like, so, you know, the additional option of, you know, retiring the character and then bringing somebody new is also a thing. If you feel like that's what you wanted to do with your character, to just fulfill a set of goals and then be done with it after that aspect, you can also bring that aspect into the fold. Again, communicate, make sure that, you know, to a certain aspect everybody is on board and everybody kind of is okay with those aspects. But at the same time, yeah, you shouldn't also be forced to play something that you no longer feel fun, because it can also be something that in the moment, like, hey, I no longer enjoyed playing with this character for X reasons, which most of them could be totally valid. Is it okay if, hey, I retire this character and bring something else? Go ahead. That doesn't mean that you've lost the game. You just made your game more fun, which actually would, in my, as the paragraph here mentions, is it. If you're having fun, then you're on the path of already winning. Okay, so the most important rule of Daggerheart is that you make the game your own. The rules included in this manuscript are designed to help you have an enjoyable experience at the table, but they should never get you in the way of the story you want to tell, characters you want to play, or adventures you want to have. As long as your table agrees, everything can be adjusted to your group's playstyle. If there is a rule you rather ignore or a modification that works better for you, feel free to implement it within your tables. With your table's consent, not within your table's consent. What the heck? Yes, I want to implement it within your consent. That sounds so wrong. So yeah, basically, kind of like in many other RPGs, TTRPGs, rules are guidelines. They are not how you should play the game. This is not us telling you this is how you should have fun. Nobody should tell you how to handle your fun, or how you should do things that make you enjoy the game or the experience and all that. If you feel like there's something that does not represent your character, your story, your scenario well, remove it, change it, do whatever you feel like it, as seen before. What I've discussed before with Pelagia about the cover stuff. Like, hey, if you want to add like an additional mechanical layer that adds more tactic or adds more I don't know, a coolness factor or a tactical factor to the game that you don't see it here, then do it. Like, as I mentioned, even I mentioned it in beforehand with me adding homebrew rules that then later on realized that devolved into actually being Pathfinder rules. If you like that kind of more added mechanical choices, added mechanical aspects to the game that maybe give you a more set in stone set of results than necessarily the ambiguity of just interpreting it, then go ahead, do it. If both you and your group, rest of your group, are okay with it, then do it. Because every time whenever I implement like a house rule, I always go by the rule, whenever I implement a house rule, I always go by this logic. There has to be an unanimous agreement. If everybody is okay with it, then it's gonna be part of the game. If even one person says that they don't feel okay with it, then the rule is out. I do not use that rule if even one person says that they're not okay with it. I'm fine to have like a conversation and kind of discussion, be like, okay, what's not fun about it? Is there any way I can change the rule in ways that also make you comfortable and also make you think that make your experience, not make you think, actually make your experience enjoyable? If there is an yes to that, then talk with that player, make sure that make that change possible, and see how it goes. If not, just don't use that rule at all, or whatever change you want to implement. Okay. Player principles. Below is a list of principles for all players to keep in mind while engaging with Daggerheart. Okay, that's actually kind of interesting. I'm not sure if I've seen this kind of thing. I'm guessing it's kind of like a code of conduct-ish kind of thing, maybe. Be a fan of your character and their journey. Find ways to show off what your character does best and what they do worst. Push your character story forward and always strive to make interesting choices. Learn more about who they are through play and let them grow with the fiction. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, so yeah, basically, from what if I'm taking this as an example, it's more an idea like, look, these are like guidelines, or at the very least pillars in how you can turn maybe the game into something more interesting. And yes, be a fan of the character, as I've just gushed before with my Curse of Strahd character. If you love your character, if you really enjoy like a concept of it, that's even the more the better, even when it comes to them playing, because you're not only enjoying whatever scenarios that you're fighting, that the DM has put you against, and be like, okay, look, here's like this kind of interesting social dilemma, or like look at this kind of complicated kind of combat scenario with a lot of goods and bads. If you also add the extra layer of what is my character's perspective, all of this, how exactly is my character reacting, what is exactly my character, what does my character want to get out of it, not just me being the generic, protagonist type character that, goes against the challenges given by the game master or the game, if we're taking a video game analogy, and that's it. No, add that extra layer, add that kind of extra depth of what does this character that I've created have to say in this scenario, and what exactly do they get out of it, and how do they change from this scenario, and how do they improve? Because even my character like changed along the way, because I have had like a initial goal in mind with where exactly I wanted my character to evolve in Curse of Strahd, but as I kind of progressed into the game, had certain conversation, had certain interactions, I kind of slowly adjusted and slowly moved. Like, it's fine to have like a interesting, predetermined, somewhat set backstory, but at the same time, it shouldn't necessarily be full on set in stone. If you find something along the way that you find interesting that could then allude back to your character somehow, either within the backstory or within the moment, or have that conversation with the DM, like, hey, look, I found this story, like this narrative thread or this scenario that weaves kind of interestingly within my character, so how about we incorporate it and also make it a part of his kind of goals, not just a party goal or like just a simple obstacle that we need to overcome. So yeah, spotlight your allies. Look for opportunities to put other characters in the spotlight. Set your allies up for something they do well. Look to them for help. Ask them what they do next. Yes, that's another thing. As mentioned previously in this overview, it's a TTRPG. TTRPGs are a collaborative like story experience. You should collaborate with your party. You should, like in a workplace environment, let's say, you have X responsibilities, your coworker has Y responsibilities. You're good at X, that other coworker is good at Y. Make sure that, whenever you're working on a project, always, you're gonna handle X and coworker's gonna handle Y, because both of you know that that's where you are doing your best. And even push, maybe, and at the same time maybe even collaborate in a way like, hey, look, there is this project idea, but if we make these changes to the project, it's also going to highlight your skills, not just my skills. And basically this is the same thing. Don't just take the spotlight. Don't be like, I'm the problem solver and the jack of all trades when it comes to everything. Be like, if you have like a party phase or somebody that does well in certain social situations or social interactions, be like, hey, this is something that you're good at. You should probably have that talk, not me. Or maybe somebody else is more of the powerhouse and all of that. Like, hey, maybe you should be the one that intimidates, or at the very least kind of breaks the door down, or does the amazing feat of strength of, I don't know, holding some enormous obstacle from moving. So yeah, that's also an important part. Like, not just, the game doesn't have to be just about you overcoming a challenge. It also has to be, it's also about you having amazing moments with your other players in the group. Play to find out what happens. Everything you do should flow from the fiction. Listen to the other players and the GM and react to what they say and how they act. If you roll the dice, let the result lead you through what happens next. Embrace complication with the same vigor that you celebrate victories. Yeah, this is kind of the way I would say it. Don't be salty if you fail at something. It happens. We all fail. I think that's the thing that spices the game. It's the spice of life at the end of the day. If everything was a success, it would be boring. It just, you know that, you can just push through everything. And, it can offer you growth. It can offer you a ton of interesting elements. Maybe it can even, somehow, even through failure, you can play into it somehow and maybe not necessarily get something good out of it, but maybe get something out of it that to you seems interesting. Because you can also be, because another like valid option could be the chaotic player that I just oh, I failed, no worries, let me just make more chaos out of this failure, why not? Because there's also that kind of chaos energy, and which is really fun and really amazing. Like, and I've always kind of personally tried to do the best in playing into roles, even though sometimes I even when I'm like, I'm fine if I fail this role, and somehow whenever I throw into the ether that I say like, you know, I want to fail, somehow I just receive the opposite. But maybe that's just me. Address the characters and address the players. Speak to the other characters within the world of the fiction. Lean on your connections, ask them questions, and create stories using your conversations as well as your actions. Speak to the other players outside of the fiction. Ask them what their character might do next and what they want to see happen in the narrative, and consider their preferences when you play. Okay, so this is kind of a two ways kind of pronged situation. Like, not only just play there to be part of the game, also have some interactions. Of course, this can be different from player to player, from group to group, actually, not necessarily player to player. Because even I, for example, in my cases, because some of my players are a bit more, you know, mechanically combat and some of those kind of action-driven aspects, you know, role-play scenarios haven't been that much of a highlight in some of the campaigns I've DM'd. But at the same time, for them, it's not like something bad about that. That is something bad about it. They don't necessarily see it like the lack of roleplay as a you know, something worse about the campaign. They just, you know, enjoy more of the mechanical aspects, and that's kind of what they find joy out of it, and they don't necessarily see the reason to have those conversations. Of course, that's when I'm talking about the in-game side of it. It's fine, but at the same time, you know, at the same time, there might be also the possibility of being in a more diverse, maybe, player group where certain players might want that out of the group, or at the least want that out of the game, while others might not necessarily push towards that. So at the very least, make sure that, you know, the needs and you know, the needs and wants of every party member is somehow facilitated, and you also in some way contribute to it, both in game as is mentioned here and off game, which that one is something that should be done maybe to an extent. Like, hey, look, this is kind of what I want to do with the character, maybe to an extent, especially if at some point maybe you create an interesting bond between characters. I'm like, and then have like this kind of behind the scenes discussion of like, hey, look, now that we have this bond, this is kind of where I wanted to go with my character, and now that you're kind of part of it, I kind of feel like you should go in this direction with me, or at the very least somehow be part of it. What do you think, and what do you expect out of it? Would you agree, would you not? And especially with certain maybe more sensitive topics or unusual like sub discussions, maybe have them mentioned beforehand outside of the game, and then, you know, tackle them in the game depending on how the other player responds. Okay, hold on gently. Improvisational storytelling isn't always perfect, that's okay. Hold on gently to the fiction, enough that you don't lose the pieces that matter, but not so tightly that the narrative has no room to breathe. Make mistakes, make changes, smooth on the edges, and shape them fit. Of course, it's a bit more generic. That could, a way I could see it, like I could exemplify it from my perspective, is even like, for example, from the player side, if you have like a character in mind and you start, you know, playing it, you know, start, you know, making certain actions within the game, but you then slowly realize that this is not necessarily the direction you want to go, or maybe this direction doesn't necessarily offer you the results that you want, and want to kind of slowly have that shift. And okay, my character kind of behaved and reacted in this way, maybe they should be more in this other direction. It's totally fine if you know, do it along the way. You know, things can change, things can progress, and you know, as long as you know, push towards of, you know, creating an enjoyable experience for yourself and for those around you, it's fine to make those changes. Nobody's probably gonna hold you onto it like, oh, your character acted like this up until now, they should stick to it. No, if that's something that's not fun for anybody, why should they? Build the world together. In Daggerheart, every participant is a storyteller, not just the GM. Daggerheart is a very collaborative game, perhaps more so than other games you're used to, and reaches its greatest potential when every player, PC and GM, is working together. This means actively advocating for the story beats you want to see, offering suggestions to enrich arcs of other players' characters, creating parts of the world with others at the table, and thinking deeply about your character's motivations. Following this principle will help you will help to guide players in telling exciting, unpredictable, and meaningful stories together at the table. Okay, that was like a separate word thing. Yeah, another like mention of, you know, work together when it comes to creating a story, creating creating like, you know, story, or at the very least, you know, memorable experiences, not necessarily, because it can also be stories. I don't know, maybe to me stories feels a bit more of a loaded word. I would say like create memorable experiences, because I think that's a bit more low stakes, as you know, as long as you find something that, you know, you can then discuss back, have a conversation with your friends like, hey, you remember this time in the campaign when we did X, Y, and Z, or when X happened, or something like that. I think that's the important key. That's the key factor. If you start reminiscing about certain things that you did, it's that means that you're on the right track. Yeah, yes, experience is a good word. Yeah, I feel like to me that's more in the right direction. Like create an experience and not necessarily a story, because as I said, depending on the group and the game you're doing and all of that, you might not necessarily want that, or might not necessarily be able to push towards that. You yourself might not necessarily have those kind of storyteller desires, or at the very least that kind of are able to create those kind of storytelling scenarios. Because again, as I mentioned, a game master is not a storyteller. It's not somebody that writes a narrative. You're not a book author. But at the same time, neither are the players. Neither the players are necessarily should be, you know, should create that mentality that they somehow have to bring out this grand narrative. Like even, especially more importantly, when it comes to backstories, like your backstory could be just like 2 paragraphs that kind of vaguely encompass what you want out of your character, and that's it. And from that point on, you could improv. And of course, you can have the long ass essay of like 5 pages, which I've received from time to time, and be like, oh boy, here you go. And to be fair, I also did it as well. Like I gave my DM like a long ass backstory, and then I was like, okay, here's also a synopsis, a 1-page synopsis, just in case you don't want to read through all of it or you don't necessarily have the time. Yeah, create an experience, not necessarily a story. That's what I would personally push towards. It's not as loaded. It feels like a lot more approachable, a lot more easier to grasp for everybody, I think, involved. Like, because an experience can be anything that you can just then later on reminisce. It doesn't necessarily have to be some kind of insane plot twist, or oh no, he was my brother, or something like that. It could have just been like, I made that goblin fly 5,000 feet in the air and just dunked somebody and instantly killed them. Like that's an experience. That if that's something you reminisce and it brings you joy, then you did it right. Okay, world overview. The world that you explore in Daggerheart will typically be one of great magic, wondrous landscape, mythical beasts, powerful foes. In this game, that world is something that you are encouraged to build together at the table. You may of course always choose an existing location you're already familiar with, or a supplement setting book. Otherwise, utilize the campaign kit in part 4 to generate a campaign world. A campaign world collaboratively at your table. Okay, this is actually kind of neat. To be fair, as I'm probably gonna, just to re-mention here, my intent with this is just going through the rule set and all of that. I don't necessarily want to dive deep into the like world building, world setting and all of that, because I'm pretty sure that also kind of in the works, and that's not necessarily what I'm here, because that's not something, to be fair, where I can offer too much of a perspective or too much of a discussion, aside from me just simply saying like, oh, this is like a cool concept, or just the same way I would talk about like, I don't know, a movie or a book. I'm not a writer. I'm not like something that can offer like interesting synopsis about that, and I feel like everybody should, you know, pick it up as they want. But this aspect of having like a campaign kit, it sounds interesting. Be having like, because I'm not sure if I've seen a ton of great campaign creation tools like that actually offer you good guidelines in how exactly you should handle in creating a world. Of course, when it comes to, you know, creating a campaign or creating a setting or creating something like that, it can feel a bit of a kind of a insurmountable task and overwhelming. Believe me, I do want to also push in having my own homebrew setting, or at the very least I'm either currently pushing in either a generalized homebrew setting that I want to utilize for further stuff that I do with TTRPGs, or I'm thinking on splitting them in two, one of them for like supplement materials I might do for certain settings, and one of them for like more of a personal project that I would like to work on at some point, which would be a lot more specific. So yeah, this kind of, if it kind of pushes in that direction, that's actually kind of cool. Okay, because this game has established ancestries, communities, classes, and abilities and spells, some aspects of the world will exist similarly across every campaign. These can always be reflavored or modified to match the style of the game you all want to play, but understanding the core realms is a good place to start. Okay. Okay, I just want to have like a... Because again, I'm looking at this, I'm not sure if I want to go necessarily through the world building aspects of the game, because as I said, I kind of want to more look about how like the rules work and the game kind of functions. Yeah, this is let me just quickly skim through this. Just actually, yeah, I'm gonna go with this one, flavoring your game, because I feel like it's a nice thing to mention, which I always love to do. You may always flavor your magic in yeah, this I think like talks about magic and spells, although I think this is kind of like a weird heading issue, because I feel like actually yeah, I feel like this is probably a weird heading issue. That I think like this should have been like a bigger header, and this should have been like a smaller header, because it doesn't seem connected with the flavor, with the world building stuff. So let's go with the magic and spells. So magic in Daggerheart is both very powerful and incredibly dangerous. It permeates the lands and dwells within the people here. Magic exists as both a force within you that you may be able to draw and give you aid throughout your journey, and as a force outside of you that affects the world and can be tapped into by those who know how to harness it. Depending on the kind of character you choose to play, you may or may not want to have the ability to use magic. If you do have the gift of spellcasting, you'll use magic for specific weapons, spells, or other magical means. As the character grows, the magic they can perform will grow with them through the additional cards you gain at each level. This will give you specific parameters around the kinds of effects your magic can take. Okay, and this kind of goes into the flavoring your game. You may also want to flavor your magic in ways that complements your character and their style, but unless the table agrees, that flavor shouldn't offer any mechanical effect. For instance, you may say that your rogue's magic takes the form of gadgets and inventions, but it's still magic and subject to the game's rules about magic. Your ranger's magic might take the form of ancestral spirits, drawing forth from the forces of natures, but in terms of the mechanics of the game, your ranger is still on the who makes rolls for the spells and who spends the resources to power them. Maybe magic works in an entirely different way in your world, and you want to explain how every class's magic emerges from a different source. But for the mechanic of play, it's still magic with costs, spellcast rolls, domains, etc. Yes, all the way. Especially if it's just purely cosmetical or purely just for the showmanship and just solidifying a character concept, yes, do this. It's so much fun. I like the simplest example that I can offer, like for anybody again familiar with D&D, it's the artificer. Artificer, I've heard both ones. I prefer artificer to as pronunciation. I don't know if there is an actual correct one, which is the most obvious one, because yes, it's a half. The artificer is a half casting class, but because the class's theme is more into the tinkering and creating objects and items and all of that, a lot of players kind of more push into that idea that, you know, yes, I have casting spells, but I'm gonna reflavor them into, you know, just weird gadgets or trinkets or stuff that, you know, ingredients that, you know, the artificer might have around. Like, I don't know, acid splash. I just throw a vial of acid and just see what happens, you know. Firebolt, I just pull out a gun. And that's it. If it's purely cosmetical, you should be free to do it, and you should be encouraged to do it, from my perspective. Yeah, the aspect of what if it adds other mechanical effects, again, as mentioned here, if you really want that additional layer, go ahead. Firebolt, I just pull out the gun. Yeah, that was a simple example, although, to be fair, I did homebrew a gunsmith for the artificer, which is more of a class focused on the... Actually, it was inspired by Percival from Vox Machina, but I kind of wanted to actually encompass the idea of creating guns and creating gun alterations. And one of the ribbon abilities that I had is that you can use your gun as a spellcasting focus. So basically, any cantrip or spell that you casted... Oh no, actually you can use cantrips as your spellcasting for the cantrip specifically. If you use your gun as your spellcasting focus, you could use the gun's range for the spell's range. Like, for example, if you shot a firebolt and the gun had longer range than the firebolt, you could use that. But also the idea that, you know, your guns are also your spellcasting focus in general. But with cantrips specifically, you could also use your weapons properties to improve your cantrips. And I kind of went in that direction of, you know, I had like some of the spells that the subclass received from the additional spell list were like a mixture of ranger spells that you know, like missile barrage and stuff like that, and a few paladin spells, because I realized that there are a few smites that actually rules that was written work with range attacks. So that's also another stuff that I used. Just, you know, basically this kind of, you know, mad scientist that experiments with guns and makes a lot of weird kind of firearms that do weird things. It's still in the works. I would like to actually put it out there and have people to kind of check it out and play with it. I know because it's an artificer, the requirements for releases are a bit weird. I have to double check the licenses when it comes to artificer, because it's an Eberron thing and it's an expanded content thing. It's not part of the core rule set or the Creative Commons, because now the SRD's 5th edition is part of the Creative Commons, but Artificer is not part of it. So I'll have to double check the licenses to see how exactly I could release that. Because yeah, as I said, I do enjoy designing for and occasionally design for TTRPGs, and I would like to start posting some stuff and maybe even publishing some things at some point in time in the future. I'll see. I'm still figuring it out at the moment, how exactly to do it, and when what platforms. Because of course there are the obvious ones like DM's Guild and stuff like that. But I kind of want to centralize it and not necessarily have it in a way that, you know, for the X setting you can find them here, for X setting you can find them here. So yeah. Okay, so the last paragraph, feel free to reflavor other elements. Oh, so actually before I do that. Love some flavor. My DM let me change my Twilight's Cleric Sacred Flame into Sacred Star. Ooh, like basically it's kind of like I'm gonna give the spell example of Moonbeam. Like it's kind of some kind of like this kind of starlight kind of ability. Like somehow we are strucken by the cosmos instead of just generating some kind of holy flame. To be fair, it sounds actually kind of cool. I do like that idea. Not sure how heavy. And that's actually kind of an aspect that I really haven't fully explored, but I've actually explored it mechanically. That you have certain subclasses or certain certain enhancements can change how your baseline abilities work. Like produce flame, produce star. Okay, but yeah, rather more cosmos or cosmic. Nice. That's actually really cool. Because to be fair, I kind of like that idea that, you know, depending on either the subclass or maybe, I don't know, maybe even a feat or something like that somehow alters you significantly, would also alter your baseline abilities. And I've experimented with the concept in a mechanical sense. I actually homebrewed for a while the idea of Shadow Weave, actually for 5th edition. Actually had bringing back the 3.5 mechanics of a separate spellcasting system, basically. Not spellcasting pool, I think it would be called, or spellcasting source technically, which would interact differently, but at the same time it would also alter how your spell schools work and how exactly they function and how they interact with each other. If you, let's say, you have a caster that fights with Shadow Weave against a caster that fights with a normal Magic Weave, and if you, let's say, you're something more light driven and then you somehow choose to go into the path of the Shadow Weave, all of a sudden all of your light abilities and even light class features alter into something more like moonlight, necrotic, kind of undeath maybe in some cases. Yeah, I did homebrew it a bit. I'll be fair, really overpowered in certain aspects, because one of my players actually used it for our Curse of Strahd campaign, because I told my DM, like, hey, look, I've homebrewed these things that, you know, could fit in the Curse of Strahd, because they're about the Shadow Weave, and they're like, oh, okay. One of my other party members be like, hey, can I use that for my character concept? Yeah, sure, go ahead. And we soon realized, oh shit, this is way too overpowered. So I have to tone it down a bit. It's a bit too much. And it also slightly overly complicated. I wasn't able to fully translate some aspects in 3.5 that are no longer present in 5th edition. Because Shadow Weave also talks about stuff like negative energy, Shadow Weave magics and stuff like that, which D&D does not have in any shape or form. Like, aside from the normal weave, there's no way exactly. I literally have to kind of reconstruct it and basically create an entire system that discusses more in depth on what exactly is Shadow Weave, what exactly is the normal weave, how does Radiant and Divine Magic also interacts with it, and all those kind of aspects. The Shadow Weave being connected with the Shadowfell, it's a lot more necrotic, illusion and specific type magic that doesn't necessarily dip into the other schools as much, so it's really one-sided in certain aspects. But yeah, it is an aspect that I really find it interesting. I will have to see more of it, and I'm also exploring it myself. So yeah. Okay, so feel free to refavor other elements of the game as well, as long as you maintain their mechanical underpinnings. Your character might have a unique weapon from their heritage, but uses statistics of a longsword. Oh, why not? Quick spoiler. Longsword, agility melee, D8 physical, two-handed. Feature reliable, +1 to attack rolls with this weapon. Huh, interesting. I just wanted to spoil myself with the item stat. Your wizard armor might not come in the form of a set of empowered runes instead of a chain shirt, but they still have armor value of 5 and armor slots that you spend to reduce damage in this case, repairing your arming during a rest might even replenish the enchantment. Sorry, hiccups. The adjust existing abilities and spell sections of part 1 suggests other ways you might want to adjust your spells and abilities to fit your comfort level. Use this. Yep, that's also really neat. It's actually, again, I'm gonna give you an example of the Curse of Strahd character that I had. To give a bit of context, we went with the idea, we went with the campaign hook, one of the campaign hooks given by the module, which was that everybody came from outside of the Shadowfell into Barovia. So we are all part of another pre-existing setting technically, because Ravenloft and Barovia are a separate setting, and we could technically be from Forgotten Realms and all of that. And I talked to my DM like, hey, would it be cool if would it be okay and cool with you that if I was a character from Exandria, if I was like from the Exandria setting, because I wanted to play a Blood Hunter, so, and I wanted to kind of justify the existence of the class, because, you know, I also understand the argument of, hey, maybe this class doesn't necessarily fit the setting, so let's find ways, let's find some ways to put it in here. So all of that, so I kind of went with that, and I was like, okay, I made him damn it, why does Zemnian, there you go, I made him Zemnian as origins. And I was like, okay, I kind of took off a bit of the riff from Critical Role with Liam O'Brien's concept of Caleb, and be like, okay, Zemnians are kind of Germanic and all of that. So I kind of did a bit of quick like history research and found like a weapon that was like a medieval weapon that they were using, and from my research and all of that, I saw that, okay, this weapon kind of fits into the rapier category, although it's a slashing weapon. It's more of an arming blade, which is kind of a dueling slashing sword, not necessarily a piercing weapon. So I was like, okay, I talked to my DM, I'm like, hey, it's okay if I create this weapon which is non-magical. I made it clear that it's non-magical, like that I called it, that it's a Langus Messer, and it's actually by stats it's actually a rapier that has slashing instead of piercing. It was like, yeah, that's totally fine. It's just nothing changes mechanically. It's just a D8 with slashing instead of piercing. That's totally okay. Go ahead. So yeah, those kind of things. Like if you have things that you want to build in with your character theme and even enhance the identity, and the alterations themselves are not too much. Like as I said here, I just changed the damage type, which is not that big of a deal. You should be encouraged to do it. Okay, so now we are getting more into the what do you need. Most of what you need to play Daggerheart is included in this book, but there are a few additional components that you need to gather before beginning. 2 to 5 players, yes. Although I would love one day maybe we can have a book that gives you 2 to 5 players, actual players, not AI. I'm not talking about like artificial players, actual players. Of course, completely consensually, nothing like that, because god damn it, there are certain requirements that no game can offer to play a game. So if you're playing a PC, your responsibilities are to get into the headspace of the character you're playing and decide what they do. You'll be confronting problems and obstacles the GM puts in front of you, figuring out how to tackle. As a player, it's your job to shape the story of your character through the choices you make, as well as look for opportunities to spotlight other characters at the table. Yes, and most of the stuff that has been mentioned previously. Yes, you need a game master, something that a lot of people, something that's lacking currently. There's a drought in GMs. If you're playing the game master, you'll be playing the world as it responds to the PC choices, meaning setting scenes for the characters, manage the flow of story and its conflicts, where the character is not represented by the players at the table, including the various opponents and monsters the characters will face, known as adversaries. Interesting that they are using the word adversaries and not enemies. Actually, in a way, I kind of like it, because I feel like adversaries doesn't necessarily have the inclination that the enemy is somebody that necessarily is against you, because adversaries can also be something like a rival, which could be just simply be, you know, I want to be the one that does this thing first, but not necessarily have a bad thing against you, you know. Just, you know, I want to succeed. If that means I need to overcome you, then, you know, the ends justify the means, even if, you know. Yeah, not everybody is, you know, enemy, because enemy probably comes with, has that that inheritance, that kind of origins, that, you know, you're an enemy. That means that you're inherently somehow evil or somehow against me, kind of in a truest way. Not necessarily that I have some motives that might not necessarily align with you, or that in some ways might just go against yours, but that doesn't mean that fundamentally or on a principle aspect we just don't click. Okay, so the GM will also ask questions of the players that drive forward the narrative. Often you'll be the one to know the rules and answers that any questions about the mechanics during play. If a judgment needs to be made during a session about the rules or mechanics that's either not in the rulebook or can't be quickly referred, you'll be the one to make the final decision. Yes, that's run of the mill. I will also make the emphasis that's not a big deal if you don't know all the answer and all the rules. As I said, learn as you go. That's totally fine. It's as long as your overall experience has been fun, you've done it right. Just, you know, make notes of what were the issues, or what are the things that you wanted to be better for next time, and make sure that you in some way you address them. Basically, you know, grow, improve. That's the best you can do. It's okay if you don't know everything from the get-go, from the first day. As a GM, it is important to remember that you're not an antagonist. Yes, force against the players, though you're often the one introducing the dangers and complications in a scene. Your job is to challenge their characters in exciting and fun ways, and let them showcase their strengths and face their flaws. Be a fan of the characters and collaborate with other players at your table. Again, yes, don't necessarily fuel the mentality that, you know, you should strive, you know, to win against the players. Win, again, not necessarily the good word. Basically, don't strive to overcome the players. Strive for the players to have something that feels fulfilling for them to overcome. In most cases, of course, it's fine to have a villain and fine to play some kind of villain character and be like, yes, I'm playing him in the way that I know he would do because he wants to succeed. But that doesn't mean, just because I'm not sugarcoating it, doesn't mean that I'm against you. Of course, it's a bit of a balancing act, but as long as, you know, the players don't feel like you're actively against them or actively putting stops in their actions, then that's totally fine, because that's kind of one of the issues. Don't feel like the players shouldn't necessarily feel like everything that they do feels like a stop in their tracks, and somehow they don't feel like they're progressing, or they don't feel like they earned like a true victory. Okay, game dice, the shiny click-clacks. Daggerheart uses the full set of polyhedral. Okay, fair enough. D4, D6, D8, D12, and D20. When referring to the dice game, we'll usually indicate the amount of dice and the number of sides. Like 2d6, 2 6-sided dice, 3d8, 3 8-sided dice, yes. At the beginning of the game, you'll need 2 d12 dice of different colors, your duality dice. A d6 of distinct color, your advantage and disadvantage die. Ooh, interesting. A d6 for advantage and disadvantages. I wonder how it works. And a few sets of the rest of the polyhedral dice to share amongst the table. You may find it easier to have your own. Yes. Dice goblins stay together. No, you cannot touch my shiny click-clacks. Get your own. As you level up your character, you may need more dice to represent those advantages. Yes. Or, you know, if you're like me, every time I make a new character that I'm playing in a campaign, I need to have themed dice. One that represents the heritage or the race. One that represents the class. Or multiple classes, depending. So yes, I have to do that. I always have to do that. And the thing that is bothering me is that I'm behind, because I wasn't able to get some dice for some of the characters, like the Curse of Strahd character. I wanted to get like one of the Witcher's dice set, Yeah, because I found it more interesting. For example, like the best one I can give right now is my rogue, because for that one I have the set. My rogue is a half elf. So I have an elven dice set that represents his heritage or race, because he's an half elf. And I also have a rogue dice set. I have the Vaxildan dice set for his, that represents kind of his profession, his class, his skill set. So yeah, I also plan one for the for my Blood Hunter. I was looking at the one of the Witcher dice sets. I think the Geralt like Monster Hunter was one of them, was the one, and there was also like a Infernal-ish, because Divine-ish, like Infernal-ish kind of dice set for his yeah, for his for his heritage. Vax dice, nice, yeah. Yeah, I think currently the only set that I have bought from the Critical Role shop. I do want to get some other ones. I feel like I'm probably gonna get the Percival one, because I do for my Artificer character. Of course, I do want to get the DM die set, because I am a DM and I don't have a DM set. I only have my I mean, I have a generic black and red die set, which, because that's my favorite color combo, which I remember, Troy, you mentioned it. To be fair, that's mine as well, because red is my favorite color, so I had to have like a red and black die set. So usually that's kind of my DM die set. But I do want like one more proper, like that actually kind of envisions the idea of a DM. My Percy is my favorite character from Vox Machina 1, but it makes sense since too much of the story was focused on him. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because I mean the first season is the Briarwood arc, and of course, you know, it's basically about his hometown and all of that, so it makes sense. To be fair, I mean, yeah, I mean, Percival, I think it's known within the fandom that he's been like a fan favorite overall, so that doesn't, which, you know, I enjoy him, to be fair. No, asterisk, I love Talison's Jaffe's characters, because he has his kind of characterizations with all of his characters are really lovely, which is the one that I'm even to this day heartbroken is that we didn't see too much of Mollymock, unfortunately, because I would have loved to see some of his growth and evolution as the rest of the cast in campaign 2. But I feel like if I were to choose like a fan favorite of mine from Vox Machina, actually, it's so hard. Vox Machina is one of the harder ones, but I think I'll put Keyleth. I think Keyleth is up there from my perspective. I really liked, to me, like Keyleth is to me has been like a unsung character, and throughout the actual campaign, not the show itself. The show kind of highlighted her like a lot better, but in the actual campaign, to me, like Keyleth has been like a fan favorite. I don't think a lot of people showed the appreciation that her character was and what exactly she embodied. But to be fair, you know, of course that's kind of the fault of the cast and being so amazingly such a wonderful group of actors and people, more importantly than not, that in some aspects I've enjoyed a lot of their characters in some way or another. Like, yes, I have some fan favorites, but I enjoy, I think, all of their characters that they've created. I don't think I have one that I actually hate or like feel like I'm indifferent about it. They all have something unique that I love or enjoy. So yeah. Okay. Character tokens. Character tokens are small objects that represent the look and feel of your character. Gather about 7 tokens per player. Some players may require more or less, depending on their character's needs. As you play the game, you'll need to use these to help track several things. When you roll dice, you'll add tokens to easily count your modifier. Interesting. When you make an action roll, while in combat, you'll add 1 token to the action tracker. When you use a spell or ability, its card might ask you to place a token in it. Oh, actually, yeah. I think I saw a video that mentioned it. I think the tokens, you actually literally physically roll them with your dice, because you have like a visual representation of your modifier. Like each token represents like a +1. So let's say if you have like a +3, I don't know, from your dexterity, you roll your d12s and also your tokens alongside with them. So you see 3 tokens and your dice result. So you already kind of do the math on the table as you look at the dice, which I feel like it's a really neat way of doing it. Because again, visual learning. Because one of the issues that some players that might have is, you know, having a hard time to look through the character sheet and be like, okay, where was my bonus number? And what exactly, you know, because you cannot only you move your gaze away from the dice, but you also have to now maneuver the character sheet that with some people might not necessarily be as easily to, you know, skim through or to manage for different, you know, either personal or disability reasons, which are totally valid and totally okay. So having all of it in one place and see it right there in the moment, and you can do it in the moment together, it's a lot easier to kind of grasp. I'm pretty sure that's these tokens not only make your roles actions easier to resolve, but also provide opportunity to further express the color palette and style of your character. Oh damn it, do I need now character tokens? Oh no. You can use whatever small objects you like as a character token: plastic, gems, pennies, buttons, but we recommend they be no larger than 1/4 and sit on the table without rolling away. So, and they should ideally have distinct appearances for your character, so they won't get confused for somebody else's tokens at the table. Oh no. Not necessarily color coded, they could also be themed, like, I don't know, let's say actually pennies, yeah, let's say you're a rogue, so you rolled coins as a token, because I don't know, you're a thief archetype. They're not necessarily color coded, they're more like themed around your character. You're some kind of spiritual healer, you have some kind of, I don't know, let's say like rune carvings and some stuff like that, and you know, you throw them away. Or even better, shamans, you roll bones. Literally, you have some kind of, I don't know, I hope not actual bones, that would be kind of creepy, but you know, maybe there's like some 3D printed or some kind of like handcrafted like actual, you know, rolled bones and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, this is like another way to represent that. Doesn't necessarily have to be just, you know, a one-to-one representation, or like character token. Oh, so I'm just taking like some kind of, I don't know, poker chip or whatever. Again, poker chip, maybe you're a gambler, you have some poker chips as your tokens. So yeah, this could be just purely thematic, that they don't necessarily, you know, the tokens, you know, landing on the table don't mean anything, just their number. Only their number signifies something. So yeah, that's the thing, you know, go wild with these kind of things, and I actually really like that. That they're just simply a symbolic way and easy way to kind of count modifiers. Okay, game cards. Along with this rulebook, you also need cards that come with the core set. Ancestry, Community, Foundation, Domain cards, as well as action trackers and X cards. If you don't have access to these cards, all the information from the core set is located in the reference pending section. And yeah, if you download the material from the website, you'll actually have you'll actually have like a PDF. Each class, I've seen it in the class PDFs. At the bottom of the class PDFs, you have all of the cards required for that class, like the spell cards, the subclass cards, the domain cards. I think each class itself gives you a separate page with all of the race ancestry cards, which I think are the races, if I'm correct. So yeah. Also, again, the cards thing, I find it interesting. Is yes, it's a modular way of kind of visualizing your character sheet that you actually physically place on your character sheet in predetermined locations. And another thing that I find interesting is that technically I think this kind of pushes into this kind of direction that I'm expecting to see once this game is fully released, you're gonna have player intended content and game master intended content, but more well defined, like the game cards, like similar to I think like the spell cards that I think there's like a WizKids I think has them released, where you can have actual actual cards of the spells for the classes. I think they're gonna make something like this in the future, where you'll have bundles with cards specifically for the players, and you also have like a bundle which has stuff specifically just for the DM, like you only have the adventure and the stuff related to the adventure there, while the players will have their own separate modular things which are like completely different, like a simple box of cards and not necessarily another like source book and or other stuff. So which could be probably push it into the more affordable zone, like, you know, the player doesn't necessarily feel obligated to buy like a setting book that not only gives you player content but also DM content, and they only care about the player content. And that's kind of an issue, which probably pushes it more into the idea of, you know, buy what you want out of it, you know, buy the things that you want, not necessarily just for the things that you need. Yeah, I find it interesting, and from what I've seen, they also can offer you like printable stuff. There's some question marks here. I hope that they don't too gamify it too much, because it feels a bit too expansion passy to me in some aspects. But at the same time, you know, if they are done sensibly, I don't see any issue with it. I don't necessarily have like high like places for doubt right now. And you know, at the moment I'm not putting any kind of doubt that they're gonna handle it poorly, but you know, it's something that we have to see later on once a full version is released and we'll see actual expandable content. Character sheets and notes. The pending section contains character sheets and guides used in the building. If you're utilizing pen and paper, you'll want these printed out and available for use at the table. If you're planning to use a digital version instead, ensure you have a laptop or tablet available to view, edit your character sheet and guide during the game. We also recommend paper and writing utensils or a digital equivalent to keep notes during the session. This also allows you to record important details that the GM... Yes, praise be note takers, because I am not one of them. Yeah, as a player, I'm not a note taker. I'm too concentrated I'm too lost in the moment, and I can't really... I very rarely take notes. Praise be note takers. I honestly cannot. Honestly, I have a hard time taking notes even as a DM. I don't really do that often. I kind of go with it. I only, you know, I have like the pre-written notes before the session, like the prep stuff, but that's kind of it. Aside from like some key important things that I keep notice of here and there, that's kind of it. So yeah, praise be note takers. So damn, I do not understand how you can do that while also focusing on the game, because I can't. Okay, optional maps and miniatures. Using maps and miniatures to represent scenarios the players are facing, especially during battle, can help to illustrate the scene that is before them, rather than relying solely on theater of the mind. When drawing or building a map, scale, distance, and details are not always going to be perfectly accurate, and that's okay. The map and the miniature should never limit your imagination, only provide extra spatial context for the environment you can picture and the scenes clearly. Which, yeah, that's totally fine. That's totally reasonable. From what I've read so far, my understanding is that they don't push that much into the grid system and actually like distance. I feel like it's a lot more free-flowing, so for them kind of pushing in this idea that, you know, maps and miniatures should just be purely representative and nothing else, kind of maybe plays into that and why they decided to not create like a grid system, so the players so whoever creates a map and other kind of like visual helps or like visual assistants don't necessarily have to constrain themselves within like some kind of system or within like some kind of measurements, which is good, which is great. To be fair, me personally, at some point I do want to get some minis, actual minis of my characters, because I have a few friends that got themselves like 3D printers. I'm like, That sounds like a miniature making machine to me, if I ever saw one. Time to make some time to get some minis, I guess. Okay. A table for all. Daggerheart is a game for all ages, races, ethnicities, genders, sexual orientations, religions, and identities. It is the responsibility of every player in the game to ensure that the table you share is a place where everybody is empowered, respected, and safe. Because of the nature of the open-ended storytelling in role-player games, it's possible to touch upon topics that might be difficult or sensitive for some players. In games of Daggerheart, no part of the fiction should ever take priority over the health and well-being of any player. It is important to remember that what might just be an imaginary scenario for you could just bring up a real life topic that is very sensitive or uncomfortable for somebody else. When you gather your group to play for the first time, make sure that you talk through what kind of experience you are all looking to have, and bring you up any themes or topics you're looking to avoid. All players at the table should abide by this social contract, and feel free to add or modify at any time as needed. Introducing safety tools into your game can help you better navigate a difficult scenario together should they arise. We recommend tools like the following, though you can use whatever works best. Oh, damn, they actually give you tools? Amazing. Which, yes, before I continue reading this, yes. The most important part about the session 0 is actually, you know, safety tools, and actually having discussions of, hey, are there topics that you really want to avoid? Are there topics that I should be careful about? Are there topics that, you know, are you totally fine? That's completely, that should be from the get-go kind of approach and kind of expected. Because, you know, some people simply join the game for the expectation of, hey, we're here to having fun. I wanted to, you know, detach myself from the, you know, real world. I don't necessarily want to somehow encounter themes that I'm also already encountering in real life, or either dealing with them myself or seeing them around my people that I care about. So yes, you know, as a, you know, I want this as an escapism, as a total form of escapism. So, you know, it would be nice if, it would be great if you could abide to that to my rule, and all those kind of aspects should be covered. Of course, you know, the way you approach safety tools can also, you know, be depending on your group. Because I personally had groups where, you know, I was more in the know of my friends and all of that, so I knew if there was like any issues, and of course if there was any moments where there was some kind of misstep, it was immediately clarified that, hey, this was not okay, you should not do this again. But if, especially with groups where you don't fully know people, or don't really know their experiences and whatever what they have dealt in the past, or what they are struggling with, you know, internally, do this, because you never know. You'll never know if whatever thing that you're deciding, even the most friendliest of games, you'll never know what can trigger. So, you know, just have that kind of safety line there to prevent it. Lines and Veils, first developed by Ron Edwards. Lines and Veils are a safety tool designed to be first employed in a session 0 and revisited as much as it is needed throughout the campaign. When discussing the tones and goals for the game, the GM should take a list of the players' lines and veils. Lines are topics that players don't want in the game. They should not appear in any form. Okay, so yeah, lines. You're tracing. You know, the line. You know, I'm putting my line here. I'm tracing the line here. So, you know, tracing lines. Spiders. That means that not only will the players never encounter spiders, or spiders effectively do not exist in this world. There are no cobwebs or eight-legged monsters. The GM touches base with Tracy about how she feels about other bugs, but she explains that insects and other similar creatures are perfectly fine. Her line is specific to spiders. This means that a party may encounter swarms of bees, follow a line of mysteriously colored ants, or fight off a giant beetle. So yeah. Actually, I had like a player that had like an issue with spiders. In my case, in their case, was a bit more. As long as it was something like a bit more fictional, that didn't have like didn't necessarily offer like a detailed image. He was fine. He was more bothered about the visual aspects of it, not necessarily the description, the descriptives, and actually the idea of challenging such a creature, like more in the visuals. And of course, even in the description, I toned it down to not necessarily be too much in the feel in their personal space, somehow, sorry for anybody who's arachnophobic, like the idea of like crawling on them or something like that. Yeah, because to be fair, like I think like arachnophobia is one of the more common ones that I've seen. Like in Card Class, I feel like two groups where at the very least one player had a thing with spiders, so I had to kind of somehow handle it in different ways. Thankfully enough, in both cases, it was just a thing of visual like issues, like actually encountering them in the game. As long as they were not like a visual thing, they were mostly fine. And to be fair, at the same time, I also kept it pretty, safety even in that aspect. Like didn't get too into descriptive in what exactly those spiders did. Like just like, hey, look, this is a swarm of spiders, fight them. Yeah, because I can give like another example of mine, which is one that is mine personally, but doesn't necessarily affect me in the game. I'm not sure exactly what's the name of it. There is like a specific name, which is kind of coincidentally towards my theme. I hate water depths. I don't like it. Specifically me sitting in a deep pool of water, I'm not comfortable. I panic. I do not like it. Like I even start to tense up if somehow like once kind of water kind of reaches around my neck, like if I'm sitting in a pool for some stuff like that. But if you were to describe those kinds of things, but if you were to like describe these kind of things in a game or stuff like that, or actually play a game, don't necessarily have an issue. Although I haven't fully gone into Subnautica, because I feel like maybe there it's gonna percolate a bit more, but I haven't tried yet. So yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it does make sense, doesn't it? Okay, whales are topics that players don't want to feature in the game but can still exist in the world. Oh, so yeah, as a whales, spiders can be a whale, like what I mentioned before. That means that spiders can exist in the world, but they will not be a feature of the game. They will not crawl on characters. The players will never battle a spider monster. The GM checks in with Tracy. She explains that cobwebs are fine as long as there is no spiders in them. This means ancient cobwebs could fill an old castle, but there will not be any bugs scurrying within them. Okay, so like, lines, as the saying says, that it's the hard line where you should not cross it. And whereas like, okay, this is like a sensitive topic, but I can handle it to some form. Which the examples that I've given before with actually the spiders that most of the players that I've had that I've had with that had an issue with spiders, they were more like a visual issue, not necessarily a encounter issue, as long as they were not too descriptive in the encounter. Though the GM is keeping the list and designing the encounters, they should also announce their own lines and veils. This will help set the culture of a safe table, take any stigma off players having topics they wish to avoid, and let other players know that they should not include in their roleplay. It's important to remember that the GM is also a player and deserves the same care. Yes, I'm gonna be honest, this was a mistake that I made. I didn't put on a line clearly for myself, and I've been in a weird situation, like weird, like kind of a player scenario in the moment, where it started to step into elements that I didn't enjoy. And yeah, I was kind of trying to quickly kind of diffuse it in the moment, in the scenario, in the game, even though the better course of action would have been to kind of take pause in the game and be like, yo, I don't like this, stop doing this. This is not okay. Whatever justification you're giving me right now, I'm surely gonna give you anything back tenfold to why you should not necessarily do the things as you're doing it. So go ahead. So stop here, and we can redo the scenario if you want, if you think like we can redo the scenario in case things push too much into it. If you want to justify it to, like, hey, I already committed with it, yeah, but we can just track back if that's your reasoning and all of that. So yeah, so keep in mind that GMs, game masters, you're not there just for the players, your player safety, you're there also for your own safety. It's the game is as much as an escapism for them as it is for you. So you should make sure that you avoid anything that makes you uncomfortable. So yeah, it's important to remember that lines and veils are a living document, meaning that the lines can update at any point. Yeah, Trish initially veiled spiders, but just realized that in the middle of the session that she would feel more comfortable if they were lined. The GM's giant spider is making her very uncomfortable. She flags her change to lining the spiders. The GM simply switches the giant spider out for a giant beetle and continues to play. Yeah, that's totally fair. Okay, some players may wish to keep their lines and veils between them and the GM. To allow this, the GM can suggest that anyone at the table write down additional topics on scrap of papers to share later, send a text, or discuss in one-on-one conversation. Yeah, that's totally fine. If there's like a topic that you don't necessarily feel comfortable about talking, that's totally fair. Like in more like an open space, that's totally fair. But I do hope that it's not used for the sake of oh yeah, I don't want to say it because somebody at the group is gonna ridicule me or gonna make, if that's the reason why you should do it like this, then you have a bigger problem there that should be addressed. Okay, so yeah, we're pretty close. Okay, so X card created by John Stavroposo. This is a tool that allows any player, including the GM, to remove content from the game. This traditionally appears in the form of a physical card marked with a large letter X and placed within reach of the players at the table. That said, your table could use a designated item, someone creating an X with their arm or other symbol that feels best to the group. To utilize the X card, the player only needs to tap the paper or hold crossed arms, etc., and note the moment of the play they wish to rewind. Sorry. So yeah, they tap the card in the moment of play rewind. It can be helpful to note the detail they're flagging for removal, but this is not a requirement for using the tool. The group would simply go back to the designated moment and play forward, making a new choice. And there are a few important details about the X card worth flagging. When a player X cards a moment of play, they do not need to explain their reasoning, and the process of using the safety tool should not impose that on any player. If someone wishes to go into more detail, the table may break for a group or private discussion as needed. The X card should not be designated as a tool of last resort. No player should feel they need to sit in discomfort until the stakes become too high. Until using the X card is not an offense, and having the X card used during your moment of improv does not inherently mean you made a grievous mistake in play. Encouraging the use of X card in your game is often just as important as the X card itself. Setting up a table with safety tools establishes a culture of caring and helps make the game fun for everyone. So yeah, that's that's also a good way of doing it. If aside of maybe the lines and veils, if there is something that you realize in the moment that, hey, maybe I didn't necessarily flag it or didn't necessarily clarify it, that I'm not okay with it, so here you go, can we point it back? And at the same time, this should be a tool used in good faith, because some people are gonna say, well, oh, what if the players you use the X card just so they can rewind their decisions? I mean, then that's a player issue there that you need to resolve before not a safety tool issue. Just because a tool is abused doesn't mean that it's a tool, it's a problem with the tool. And finally, open door policy is a safety tool that is as simple as it sounds. Tell your players that they are welcome to leave the game at any time for any reason, and you assure them that they will not be punished or judged. This can manifest as calling a break from play, to simply take a few moments to grab a snack or something, heading home early if they need to. For more information about how to use safety tools and all that, yes, this is TTRPG safety tool in kit.com. I'm pretty sure I think I've seen it before. Yeah, this is actually, I think, like a pretty it's a pretty good website of resources for that kind of aspect. And yeah, open door policy is something that I feel like every kind of game table should inherit it. Like, you know, a player can step out at any moment if they feel like it. They shouldn't feel obligated. Like, yes, you've made an arrangement, you made something that, you know, you should do your best to attend to, but if there's something out there that, you know, outside of it that pushes you to be like, hey, I'm not feeling it, I don't necessarily want to continue, or at the very least, I just simply want to take a break from it, nobody should be reprimanded for that. As I said, most of my long-term campaigns, at the very least, that I've either been part of or DM'd, all basically shifted in as it went. You know, I initially started with a bigger group that slowly, you know, decreased in number, and that's totally fine. I never judged anybody, I never said anything, and at the same time I never mentioned that, yo, you left, now your character is no longer available, your character is dead or whatever. No, the characters are still part of the world, are still part of that group, or just, you know, they're no longer a highlight or a spotlight, and they're just doing their own thing in their private moments, and that's it. And that should be totally fine to do. So yes. So for now, using this book, Daggerheart is a core rulebook divided into 4 sections: preparing an adventure, playing the adventure, running the adventure, and running a campaign, and customizing your game, plus the appendix, which I'm pretty sure what we got here. Yes. Well, I think, oops, should have just, yeah, clicked it by mistake. Well, I think that kind of covers the introduction, which is pretty nice. I think I'm gonna probably take like a quick break, grab some snacks, have a bit of a drink, a bit of a voice break, because it does my voice is a bit strained right now after all of this. And you know, I think like after like in 10 minutes ish, I'll be back, and you know, I think I'm probably gonna play out this side of it, like the entire like video, and then watch it together and see like any additional mentions before we go more in depth with it. And you know, I'll also like double check the time if there's enough to do that. So yeah, I'll be back in like 10ish. Also, I would also suggest for anybody here that has stuck for this long, you know, hey, take a break, have a stretch, have a snack, drink some water, do all of that good stuff. Yeah, be back in a few minutes. Okay, had a break, got some snacks. Okay. Had a bit of hydration, a bit of a a bit of a stretch. And now it's a bit better. Yeah, to you know, to have a bit of a, you know, soulish, like a wind down kind of moment before I look into anything else. I'd like to, you know, once again, like, thank you all for like being here. Like, this is the first time I'm doing something a bit more different to the normal format I've done so far, where I've just, you know, playing a game and, you know, have and occasionally chatting while playing. Like, this was like the first time where I had a bit more kind of conversation heavy kind of topics, and a bit more, you know, not necessarily out of comfort, but you know, new kind of different style of form, like content and format and approach. And you know, kind of the reception that I kind of received, was wonderful. Troy, thank you so much for like being here, like having a chat, interacting, engaging with some of that, and and all the out of stream support that you've shown here. I've appreciated all of that, especially because I'm a little guy. I'm currently doing this, to see like kind of what's the deal and all of that. So I really enjoyed when I see other people here that have been for longer than me, whatever longer that is, could be just even an extra day or extra month. Seeing that kind of show of support and kind of appreciation is it means much to me. It means a lot for me, and as well, I'm also gonna give the appreciation to Pelaija, which has also been here and open to discuss be open about, hey, look, I need some help, I have some issues, which is totally fine. It's great that you ask for help and you ask for other perspectives. That's how we can improve ourselves, make stuff better, and make sure that we're offering, especially if we're talking about like a TTRPG, a great experience. Happy to hear your insights, especially as a game designer. I appreciate it. Honestly, sometimes I really need that kind of reassurance, because damn do game designers are having a rough time right now. And game developers in general having a rough time right now, and believe me, I feel it 100% fully. I feel it. So yeah, but yeah, showing that kind of all of this to me shows that, hey, maybe there's some stuff that I can approach here, can touch on, and bring my own perspective, bring my own kind of signature to it. And because that's also another thing, because as I said, I'm a fan of the TTRPG community, and I've seen other streamers, even others in the VTubing space, that are already doing this, and some ways I wanted to do something also to playing that game, I guess, of trying to differentiate myself, trying to be like, okay, what can I bring out here that's different compared to another like TTRPG content creator? What is my kind of my edge? What is exactly that I could offer? Of course, I'm still exploring that. I'm still trying to figure out some of the aspects, because what I'm doing right now, I'm pretty sure that also others are doing it. And to be fair, I did want to do this as soon as the playtest material was released. Unfortunately, I had some changes in plans. I had to take like a quick break in the week when the playtest was released, and I decided that it was best to just approach it at a time when I had enough time to kind of take it in and having this conversation. So that's also kind of, there's still things that I'm still trying to figure out with this one. One of the things that I'm probably gonna do, most likely, let me just quickly see what exactly it's upcoming. Okay. Yeah, because I feel like it probably everyone for an adventure, because the introduction kind of took a lot longer than I expected. Like, I'm kind of close to what I was initially planning to end to, but I'm gonna extend it just a bit longer, just because I enjoy the conversation. I love doing this, so just kind of as an extra treat, I'm gonna keep it up for a bit longer. But I'm probably gonna, seeing how long all of this took, I'm probably gonna from the next stream onwards, I'm probably gonna segment them in categories. Like, probably gonna go with general character creation, then more in depth about classes, or who knows, maybe I'll take each class separately and look at them, because it might take a while. And I know for now, after doing this, I know for a fact that I cannot cover it in a stream. It's too much. So yeah, I'm probably gonna do a multi-stream. I'll probably have to figure out how exactly I can do it at a pretty consistent schedule, because currently my schedule is a bit in a specific way, and for now, next week probably is not gonna be one of these. I'm not sure if I can shove it in, like one of the, because there are some materials here and there that I do want to keep going at it. I might have an idea of where I can occasionally replace it if I feel like it, but I'll look in. I'll give you like a clarified, a more clear response when I'll do the next week's schedule, and depending on how things turn out by the end of the week. Which, by the way, for again, if anybody else kind of jumped in while I had a break or anything like that. I'm Adrian Solf. I also go by Card. I'm a game designer and a casino dwelling vampiric creature. I stream RPGs. I go through the history of games, history and evolution of games, and all of that. And I also showcase indies because I do enjoy the indie scene. They're the ones innovating, trying new things, and all of that. As probably I think it's already in the chat, the featured indie right now. So that I'm doing a playthrough of. So if you enjoy that, then I've been part of those streams and seen that game and enjoyed. Maybe show your support of it, maybe get the game or something like that. Again, not affiliated, sponsored, or any way associated with a game development studio, no matter how big or small it is. And yeah, I also now kind of occasionally try to weave myself into the TTRPG stuff, as I do enjoy that as well. And right now I'm just covering the Daggerheart playtest material, so that's also a thing. And again, probably for all of you have mentioned and seen, I'm pretty sure like 1 follower away from reaching my goal. And after that, next week I can confirm that if I get it by the end of the week, next week I'm gonna do a bonus stream where I'm gonna play Transformers Devastation from start to finish, and I'm also gonna announce the kind of stream goal and stream path for the next one, which is gonna be a bit more different, a bit more with more kind of a multi-tier kind of reward stuff, with kind of like some more major changes, and maybe plan out like a kind of like a celebratory stream if the big goal is reached afterwards and stuff like that. So yeah. But anyways, like moving on, I just said, as I mentioned before, I'm gonna, now that I went through the introduction, I decided that'd be probably fun. Like, let's just kind of like a quick wind down moment. Let's check out the Critical Role's like a video overview of the system, and they're probably gonna cover some additional things aside from what I've read in the introduction. But I think it's nice to just have like a quick idea before we kind of later on step into them. And at the same time, I'm also probably gonna have this video available, or look through this video probably every time I'm gonna do the stream, just so everybody that is new here and jumps in here at the very least has some kind of starting point. And so we don't have to rediscuss constantly every game mechanic aspect. So yeah, I'm gonna like do like a quick audio test of play. So please tell me like if there is all like actual browser audio or not. I tested it before. It looked like it worked, but I'm not sure. So
Hey everybody, my name is Matthew Mercer.
And I'm Spencer Stark.
And we are inviting you here to this video to learn how to play Daggerheart, a new RPG that is currently in development.
So before we get into the basics, we just want to remind all of you that this game is now currently in open beta. So
yeah, I think it looks good. Again, if there's like any audio issues, like it's too loud, it's not loud enough. Okay, you hear them? Good. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much, Troy, for the assistance that you've given so far. I appreciate it. Okay, so full screen, it's HD. I'll keep the subtitles for anybody that needs them. So let's hear these wonderful boys talking about wonderful games.
Hey everybody, my name is Matthew Mercer.
And I'm Spencer Stark.
And we are inviting you here to this video to learn how to play Daggerheart, a new RPG.
I mean, if I'm offering any comment, they're that louder than you at the moment, but good luck either way. I mean, if there is anything that I comment about, I'm probably just gonna pause and just talk about it instead of just, but I'll just go maybe a tad lower, just in case. Yeah.
Hey everybody, my name is Matthew Mercer.
And I'm Spencer Stark.
And we are inviting you here to this video to learn how to play Daggerheart, a new RPG that is currently in development.
So before we get into the basics, we just want to remind all of you that this game is now currently in open beta. So things discussed in this video may change, shift, go away, be added to, and that's part of the process of making a game.
Indeed. To learn more and even join our open beta playtest, go check out daggerheart.com. So dive in, break the game, tell us what works, what doesn't work, what you love about it, what you hope to see added, and tell us all that through the official Daggerheart Open Beta surveys.
The more people
comment I want to add it here. Please do that. Please, please, please. Test the game. Do whatever wacky stuff you do about it. Game developers need that immensely. All those perspectives are a gold mine. And even the results, I'll be like, hey, I tried this thing and it came out like this. Is this how it should be going? Is this how it should go? Is this intended? All of that. But you'd be surprised on the oversights that sometimes a game developer and a game designer can go through, because there are so many facets that you have to think about, that in the moment when you're working at them you don't realize, and only in that moment of play you become aware. Oh no, like this isn't good. This should not go like this, or I should have not put this in. And of course, for a game like this one, especially for like a TTRPG, it's encompassing, it's massive, it's covers so many facets that it's hard to just have one or two people here and there and just play it around and be like, okay, we had an idea that it works. No, this requires multiple things, especially because plus the requirement that this is a TTRPG. It usually requires, at the very least, like as the game system mentioned, like 3 to 6 people. So already there's like a huge requirement and kind of huge load of playtesting or quality assurance needed from this game. So yeah, any kind of feedback can be useful. Of course, don't be like, this mechanics made me sad, or this mechanic sucks, and don't offer like any reason. Just simply say that's not valid. Just be constructive, be descriptive as much as possible. Hopefully I have an opportunity to also at some point play the game and be able to kind of get my own opinions of it and be able to send my own like survey, because at the same time it's hard to just read the rules and be like, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, because if you don't put them in play, sometimes you don't know if something is actually good or not. So yeah, that's an important aspect.
People who play the game, the better we can make it. So jump in and help us break this thing, because we are so excited to build this game with you and not just for you. So please play often and submit those surveys so we know what you like and what you don't.
Hell yeah.
So Daggerheart is a fantasy tabletop role-playing game that sort of blends the narrative and the crunchy together.
Yeah, I like that it helps facilitate gameplay that is both theater of mind, if that's your preference, but also easy enough to also play it more tactically and to use maps and minis like I love to do with our sessions.
The game doesn't really stop down when you're doing combat. You just kind of continue to play the way you do throughout the entire rest of the game, and so everything flows in and out of itself, so it allows you to really focus on the story that you all are telling. And
deeply customizable character creation.
Sorry, before Matt continues that. Okay, so that's kind of interesting aspect. I mean, yeah, confirming again that this can be as much of a theater of the mind as it can be, a mini kind of more visual kind of tactical based experience, which, to be fair, consider that Critical Role and Matt Mercer specifically kind of pushes heavy into that aspect, of course, with some amazingly crafted sceneries that make me jealous just looking at them, and wish I was there just to fucking smell the air around them. Like, damn, some of the... I even feel, to be fair, like some of those scenes look like they also have like a scent to them, not just a visual look. So yeah, but I find this interesting that because they've made that note of everything flows around. I'm really curious kind of what exactly they mean by this. Like, so I'm guessing like somehow the decision making and everything like doesn't necessarily. I'm guessing it's not like D&D where everything, the flow of time, in most situations it's as quick, as fast as the flow of time, you know, a general game session is. But then, oh, combat starts, pause. Now every turn represents a second, not a second, sorry, 6 seconds. And you know, a combat, usually a 10 turn combat is a minute and all of that. And so I'm guessing they kind of probably detach themselves from those kind of moments of, not necessarily immersion break, but those moments of like weird time stops or weird like time breaks that could break the flow. Because yes, once combat starts, especially in D&D, you no longer have that kind of fluid back and forth when it comes to especially interacting with your, I don't know, with the enemy, with your adversary or whoever. Like if you have like some kind of, I don't know, you're interacting with like a villain, for example, and you have this kind of like dialogue, but you also engage in combat. It's kind of awkward because you know, round starts. You say your, I don't know, whatever one-liner or whatever comment towards the villain, do your thing. Either like maybe the villain responds in as of kind of a in reaction moment, you know, not necessarily actually a reaction action or maybe even worse, like the villain doesn't say anything, their turn starts, that's when they say their thing, and all of that. You know, it kind of breaks a bit of the flow, kind of in certain aspects. So yeah, I'm really curious how exactly they kind of approach this
and development process throughout the mechanics of the game.
It is a long-term campaign game, so it runs over the course of 10 levels, which gives you plenty of fodder to be able to play a year-long campaign with, if that is something that you want, but could also jump in and play a one-shot or a couple of sessions, and works just as well for that.
Yeah, one of the things you can really expect from Daggerheart is a game that gives you tools, if you want to use them, to rapidly create in-depth characters that have dynamic relationships with the other players and characters at the table, as well as an opportunity and tools for the GM and the players to build a world together. You can make and play or run a game as deep or as shallow or as simple or as robust as you want to. And the intent of Daggerheart is to give you all those tools at your disposal and teach you how to implement them in your game, so you can kind of pick and choose what it is you enjoy about this, or run the full gamut and go all in.
Okay. Okay, like big points with this one. I love this kind of stuff because one of the things that I've occasionally seen as an issue with certain groups, or at least in certain games, is that sometimes, you know, interpersonal like party bonds, they are not really there. There are some tools here and there, like for D&D there's like the patron stuff from Tasha's that kind of more or less, you know, puts you in this idea that, you know, we have like some kind of common employer or something, or to that kind of effect, or some other elements similar to that. You know, we are employed, but or you know, or they're just simply built by the players offhand, but not necessarily with a lot of additional benefits or like a lot of thought. I've seen some certain like RPG systems where they have a bit this part of it a bit more built in, a bit more like, okay, apart from you building the character, you also are building some bonds. You're also creating something about it, something not only, you know, connects you with the sword, but also connects you with the group you're in, and somehow creates an already like either pre-established built-in dynamic, or gives you kind of the building blocks or the starting point of, okay, this is kind of how you should go at it with, you know, with your other fellow party member, because you have X relationship with it. Agreed. I'm thinking the pre-existing relationship aspects and how it's laid out clearly here. Yeah, that's really fun. That's really fun because sometimes, you know, it can be a bit not necessarily boring, but it can sometimes feel a bit underwhelming, or because, you know, everybody in the party has a goal, but at the same time, like, they're like, hey, your goal probably should matter to me. My goal should probably matter to you as well, maybe because we have this bond, or at the same time, hey, we have this kind of connection that is common to us, maybe we should work together to deal with it, and those kind of aspects. So yeah, I'm really kind of curious how exactly in depth we can go with it. And also I like that aspect again with the world building, which is again something that's not too often mentioned or not too often like guided, of, you know, the player at the same time can also bring to the table or bring to the world building or the setting their own things. It's something I actually did once, because my Curse of Strahd DM also like DM'd for a homebrew setting, and I was like, hey, I made this character, you know, I want her to be a bit more connected with this kind of society and all of that. Would it be okay if I kind of offer you like the quick rundown of how exactly that society works and how exactly is built in within the world? And you know, because I have this specific vision about how the characters, you know, organization works and how exactly that her relationship works with that organization. It was like, yeah, go ahead, full on. And I full on created an entire faction for the DM that, you know, was connected with my party, but at the same time you also can vaguely see it around the world in some aspects, and you can, and other players can interact with it. So yeah, that's also another key factor, because not only that, because it's a kind of a sense of ownership, which is really important, especially as a player, in any aspect. Having some form of ownership of some form of, hey, I've earned this, I've made this, I've got this. Because even in video games, like for example, the simplest one is, you know, obviously rank. You know, it's something that you've accomplished that the game offers to you, but there's some effort that you put into it, not just, oh, I'm in a world that, you know, just my game master created, and I'm just playing in it. I'm playing in his sandbox. Hey, no, and it shouldn't be like that. It should be like, hey, this sandbox is really cool, that you made some really cool castles and all of that. But what if, you know, I add this weird like spaceship around here, or I don't know, just other weird random stuff that alongside it? What if I create this kind of weird like division between them, because I feel like, you know, these two castles are not necessarily cool together. Oh, hey Ghost, how you doing? Having a nice Friday? We're all, I'm guessing it's evening, afternoon around your parts. I'm not sure, time zones are weird. Also, quick shout out before I continue. So again, while this is running, I'm just gonna mention stuff that is not related and all of that, so we can then continue the more important conversation.
Are you? Sheesh. Scared
I'm hoping
right there, you know.
I'm hoping the clip has ended. Okay, how's Daggerheart? Just got off work. It's around 2:30 p.m. Yeah, fair enough. Fine. We've actually, to be fair, I paused the video. We've actually went through, oh sorry, wrong one, the kind of the entire introduction part of it, which, you know, kind of more or less talks about a general overview of the game system itself, and hasn't really gone into details, like, you know, what the game is about, what are their inspirations, some of the safety tools, which we also covered, which is really cool that they offer that. And I mean, yes, they also mentioned like some world building aspects. To be fair, I kind of skipped that because I kind of want to focus more on the mechanical and kind of how the game itself works. Because, you know, world building at the end of the day, it's something that you can alter. It's something that you can just be like, hey, this world is cool. I want my game to be part of it. At the same time, be like, it's fine, but I have my own vision of a different world, of a different thing. So plus, you know, I don't feel like I can offer like anything here personally, just aside from me saying like, oh, this sounds cool, oh, this sounds neat, I'm cool how they're gonna explore this story. You know, I'm not a writer critic or something like that. I'm a game designer. I can critique a game, but not necessarily a story. I can critique a story the same way I would critique any movie watcher could critique a movie. I'm like, yeah, I had fun with the movie. I know some narrative stuff because I've learned it. It was part of my studies. Some more specifically narrative design, which is slightly different. It's not just writing, it's also about the player interaction with the story, and how certain interaction have also a meaning, a narrative meaning. Like the best example I can give you, the watch in The Last of Us. That is, because it's a common trick. It's called the gift, because, you know, it's an item deeply connected with a character, and having that goddamn watch in the game, both in the first one and then in the second one, broke me down. Too emotional, damn it. So yeah, there's some tools there as well that can be utilized in games, and create like a deeper like narrative and bond and kind of emotional connection with the player and the characters in the game, not just simply mechanical. But again, that's not my area of expertise. I've never been good at it. I've tried it, not necessarily my forte. So yeah, on this side, I can't really offer a lot of critique. I know some stuff that I can point out here and there, but not enough to be like, yeah, that's not how it should be done, or it could have been done better, or whatever. So yeah, I kind of went quickly through the overall overview, and I decided, you know, just kind of as a quick wind down thing, I also go to the initial kind of overview video offered by Critical Role, and from that point on we'll see where we go. Because to be fair, I've realized after discussing all of this that it's gonna take a while to cover all of it, and probably gonna split it down in multiple categories. Probably a next stream I'm gonna go more in depth with character creation stuff like races, classes, and all of that, and you know, have it a bit more breakdown so we can talk a bit more in depth, maybe have some other comparison, have other, you know, off-rated conversations, because you know, I also bring in my own experiences and my own perspectives from this as also as a TTRPG player and a DM, not just a game designer. So you know, having that kind of open space to have some occasional conversation, and also in the meanwhile, you know, I've done this, I've also had like additional like off-topic, you know, the TTRPG, you know, discussions, like, and you know, moments of advice and stuff like that, which I'm, you know, open to give here and there. You know, I'm gonna do my best to try to stick on topic, you know, don't necessarily want to fully derail it, but you know, it is what it is, and probably is gonna be a bit more broken down late, and we'll see where exactly we'll go after the video. So yeah, speaking of the gift, something similar happened to my Pathfinder TTRPG group recently. Oh yes, I mean, to be fair, this is kind of, it's one of the more easier tricks, and I feel like any player could do it, and it's insidious. It just hits you right in the heart, and I kind of love it. Because if you're like, yes, I made you cry, but because I like you, bitch, not because I hate you. So yeah, you know, like, let's continue from here. Sorry, realizing that, you know, this being the first stream that I've actually talked almost like non-stop, I've realized kind of the strain it takes on my voice. So yeah, this is kind of new territory for me.
Now let's get into the basics of Daggerheart. Duality dice are sort of the bread and butter for Daggerheart. They consist of 2 different colored 12-sided die, your hope die and your fear die. Now you choose which is which, and for us, we're using this brighter colored one as our hope die, and this kind of darker red colored one as our fear die.
Anytime your team asks you to make an action roll, you'll roll both your hope die and your fear die, and you add them together along with any relevant modifiers represented by little tokens like this.
You know, the tokens can also be coins or beads, or you can just do the math in your head, but it helps to have these little representations right there next to the dice you rolled to do the quick math.
I honestly love the token idea so much. It adds so much flair and flavor. It's amazing. I love it. I'm surprised how nobody else thought of it up until now. Because not only, aside from the flavor stuff, it makes so much sense also on a player experience. Because as I mentioned it when I read through the rules, having the tokens as a representation of your modifier, and each token represents a +1, and basically throwing it with your dice, you have everything there. You look at the dice result and you already have the modifier in front of you. You don't forget the dice because you had to look through the character sheet. That maybe for you, maybe for certain individuals, it's a lot harder to do because, I don't know, they might have some more, you know, some form of disability or kind of, you know, visual focus issues, and they cannot necessarily easily discern that. And this is amazing. Like, it surprised me, aside from the flavor fact, like mechanically and user experience wise, it's how nobody thought of it up until now, because it seems so easy. It seems like so obvious. To be fair, I never thought of it either, and you know, I'm a designer. Like, to be fair, I'm not a user experience designer, which is a totally different job that it's expansive on its own, but still.
Then you tell the GM your result, along with whether your hope die or your fear die rolled highest. For example, let's say Travis is playing Bertrand Bell and is making an agility roll. He has a +1 to his agility
Rest in peace. Also, oh shit. Actually, spoilers? Actually, I didn't follow this. Wow, sorry. If I had spoiled anybody, sorry.
trait, and he ends up rolling a 9 on his hope die and a 4 on his fear die, plus the 1.
Disregard what I said. Please disregard what I said. I didn't. It was a full-on reaction response. I didn't. I didn't think, because I've just realized. Wait, maybe not everybody's caught up with the campaigns. And to be fair, I'm also behind, but I was caught up to an important moment. So I'm really sorry. I hope nobody heard it. That really cares about like the campaign story.
He'd add all that together and then tell the GM that he got a 14 with hope.
Yeah, now if a 14 meets or beats the difficulty decided by the GM, he succeeds on his agility roll, and he also gains 1 hope for rolling with hope.
Every time your hope die is higher, you gain a hope, which is a liquid resource your character can spend to aid allies or activate special abilities.
Now sometimes your character might have an experience that you could further modify an action roll in their favor, like maybe...
So from my understanding, I'm gonna repeat it just to be sure. From my understanding, hope is kind of like that's how you get inspiration. Like if you
He'd
put
add
the D&D
all that
comparison.
together and then tell the GM that he got a 14 with hope.
Yeah, now if a 14 meets or beats the difficulty decided by the GM, he succeeds on his agility roll, and he also gains 1 hope for rolling with hope.
Every time your hope die is higher, you gain a hope, which is a liquid resource your character can spend to aid allies or activate special abilities.
Now sometimes your character might have an experience that you could further modify an action roll in their favor. Like maybe your character has a haggler as an experience when trying to negotiate with a shopkeeper, or expert herbalist when looking for medicinal plants in the vicinity.
So you can spend a hope before the roll and describe how that experience helps you, and then add its value to your roll. You add it all up, and if it meets or beats the difficulty score, you succeed. But your hope and fear die influence what happens next.
Okay. So yeah, kind of like a built-in both inspiration but also advantage type role. Actually, I mean, if we go off with the normal inspiration, it's kind of an advantage even if you give it to players, even if you give it to another party member. So yeah, you can have like a built-in like advantage modifier, or actually built-in modifier that could also be in some form of an advantage, depending. But yeah, interesting way of kind of adding that mechanic.
Indeed, if you succeed with hope, you get what you want, and you gain 1 hope. You can spend that later on. But if you succeed and roll with fear, you get what you want, but it may come with a consequence or add a complication. Additionally, the GM takes a fear token, a liquid resource that the GM can use to affect the story both in and out of combat.
You guessed it, Ghost. Yes, apparently the fear is something the game master uses.
We'll cover that later.
If you
Which also, just stop it here. That's actually a cool mechanic that I haven't seen it often. I've seen it in, I think I've actually seen it in Bunkers and Badasses. Having this kind of concept of having a mechanical result that then later on the DM can use to kind of further change the environment. Kind of like a built-in, I call it kind of like a built-in balancing system. I think Bunkers and Badasses has something similar, where you can literally like spend some I think they're like Badacity tokens or like Chaos tokens, I forgot exactly what they were called, to basically enhance the combat and make it more challenging or add more to the combats and stuff like that. So it can also be like a in the moment kind of rebalancing, like, okay, this is going too much in their favor, so I'm like, let's add a bit more challenge to that. Let's spice it up. So here, let me roll some dice. Let's see what I get.
fail with hope, you don't get what you want, and will likely face.
This is actually kind of a way of. This is kind of like technically close to a negative feedback loop. Not necessarily. Would it be? Kinda, yeah. Not really. More of a dynamic difficulty. Not a negative feedback loop is a bit different. It's more of kind of the best way to do. I would give it an example for a video game. It's a dynamic difficulty where the game adapts its difficulty based on your how well you perform in it. So if you're performing exceptionally well, they're gonna rank up the difficulty. So basically here the DM is that system itself. I kind of homebrewed the system for my I'm guessing it's a Vampire Masquerade game called the Curse system, where you can automatically succeed a roll in exchange for a curse from the GM, which makes you auto-fail a roll another time, and the curse can be used on any PC. Interesting. It's actually kind of cool. Yeah, I think I've been in some games, specifically Curse of Strahd. I mean, Curse of Strahd is quite fitting for when it comes to like curses or actually receiving stuff at a cost. Because there were a few moments here and there. I think like the DM offered like, okay, you don't die, you live, but you lose something or you gain a curse or stuff like that. I mean, Curse of Strahd was filled with that, filled with those kind of things. So yeah, I've also seen it as well. It's always fun because, to be fair, this kind of like, you know, you get what you want but at a cost. It's also a good system for, again, I mentioned the idea that, you know, a player character died. It's a good way of basically combating the idea of TPK. If your group is not about it, or you personally as a DM don't really like this aspect of, you know, your party has been wiped out, and you do like more of the idea that the party should persevere and push on, this can also be a tool that you can use. Be like, okay, I'm not gonna kill you. Like, you're gonna still be here in the game, but you'll have something is gonna be happening with you. Either, I don't know, could be a bit more in the simpler way, like you've been captured, now you have to, you know, somehow escape, and you have no items, or you don't have access to your items, you need to find them and all that kind of thing. You kind of have this, I don't know, maybe prison break style session, or this kind of thing where some higher entity appears and be like, look, I'm gonna bring you back, but either you're gonna need to do something for me, or me bringing you back into the living world, or whatever kind of plane they are on, is gonna have its consequences that you have to deal with from now on. This kind of things. But yeah, that's a kind of a good way to also to kind of gauge certain aspects of an event that maybe not necessarily goes in your favor. Because I've actually done that sim to a player. Actually, this was in my Pandalon game. I run because this was actually my first ever session as a DM. And you know, I run it, and at the time I was running it everything by the book, and you know, everything went fine, even though, you know, balancing in early levels in D&D, it's chaos. It's not balanced at all. They almost died a few times, but one of my players died to a trap, which, you know, was kind of, I run it by the book. There was nothing. They did their best to not trigger it, but it still happened. And I was like, okay, I was able to offer, kind of, because one of the other persons had a patron, was a warlock and a patron, and I was basically able to use a patron kind of as a tool to be like, okay, we brought back the character, but you know, there are some changes now, and you know, he's now more in connection with that patron, alongside the warlock, and they kind of need to serve the patron alongside the warlock. Yeah, I personally dislike killing players, but at the same time I want consequences, though sometimes the dice just fuck you over, and avoid PC death if possible, but I try to avoid. Yeah, that's totally understandable. Me personally, I do enjoy those kind of stakes. I like my characters. I enjoy playing with, because I have certain character concepts that I really enjoy, and I really like seeing them long term. But at the same time, me personally, I'm not necessarily married to the character. I'm fine to kind of let it go if it happens. That's always has been my mentality as a player, at the very least. If it happens, it happens. It's the nature of the game, and I've kind of accepted it. Even though in certain cases, even when I accept it, the game does not offer it to me. Because I've had it a few times. Because in actually my Curse of Strahd game, I had technically kind of a curse. I was rolling all of my death saves with disadvantage. I was able to roll 3 successes because all my entire party was down. I had nobody to heal me, so I was actually full on just doing the rolls and trying to survive with the rolls. I was able to stabilize with full on disadvantage on all my death saving throws. I stabilized. The odds were against me, but I still won somehow. So yeah. It can happen. It's weird. Sometimes the dice give you what you want. Sometimes they don't. Even when you actually, the thing that you want is not necessarily a good thing. As a player, I can get deeply invested in my PCs. It hits when they die, but I can also accept death, as I learned with one PC. Ooh, rest in peace. I understand that kind of thing, because my first ever PC. Although it was the last one from the original PC party group, it kind of shows you how chaotic that group was. That actually died. Like, aside from me, like everybody else had already new characters along the way. I was the only one. I was the one that survived the longest, and died. And in a very weirdly kind of poetical kind of way, after that session with my character death, we no longer continued the game. Not because there was something bad about it, just things happened and you couldn't continue. But I really liked that rogue because it was my first character which was an arcane trickster rogue. I really liked it. I wanted to play a bit more of it, but at the same time, you know, even then I was like, it's fine. I already had a new character concept. I was actually prepared for the next session, but that next session never came. So yeah. Victor Valentine, a mage, the Ascension PC, was basically a Magic the Gathering planeswalker in the context of World of Darkness. Oh, interesting. Interesting. But yeah, sometimes it happens. It's okay, because even as I think I've mentioned to Troy before, actually with my Curse of Strahd character, I really like him. I really like how kind of I built him even as a character and as a kind of PC concept with mechanically speaking. That I even said to myself that if I were to ever run another Curse of Strahd campaign or some Ravenloft-esque setting, I would bring back that character, because from the time I started that campaign to today, in my brain, in my mind, that character concept has fully evolved and fully altered, and I would love to re-explore him again with kind of like a fresh perspective. Which also can be, again, it depends from, you know, groups to groups, players to players. Like, you know, if you have different groups and different players, that can totally work of bringing back, you know, an old character concept. Because of course, if I were to play with the same group that I played my Curse of Strahd game, of course I'm not gonna bring the same character. That's lame. They already know the deal. They should have something new. We all should try something fresh, you know. But if I were to jump into a different game with different people, I would totally do it again. I would love to bring that character again. I mean, that's kind of, hey, glad to offer advice. At the end of the day, to be fair, which honestly, this is the best life hack I can offer. Like, you liked your character that you played with before, find a different group, use it there. They don't know that character. You can even try different things with that same character that maybe you didn't explore before. Like, you know, what if your character turned evil, or what if your character now had more of a different inclination than what they had before, or their goal is slightly altered somehow. How exactly those things will turn out in the same, even if it's the same campaign or a different campaign. But yeah, that's, you know, that's also a part of, you know, exploring. You know, of course, you can also go into the multiverse kind of shenanigans kind of logic with it if you want, to kind of see exactly how in which other ways you could explore a character, the same existing character. But then again, the way I would see it, if we are talking about the same game group with the same people, try keeping it fresh in those situations.
Consequences, but you still gain a hope. And if you fail with fear, you don't get what you want and you may suffer major consequences. Additionally, the GM takes a fear token.
So yeah, fear is what I expected. It's kind of like a nat 1 situation where you like critically fail. It's only bad times at this point.
Now lastly, if you roll doubles on the 2 dice, you get a critical success, which
okay,
means you get exactly what you want, you gain a hope, you clear a stress, and possibly some other cool benefits alongside it. Well, now that we've explained the basics of the Duality dice, let's lightly skim the character.
Okay, so yeah, actually, it actually makes a bit more sense. Yeah, basically rolling, not really Snake Eyes, because Snake Eyes is just the ones on a d6, I think, if I remember. Yeah. So yeah, it kind of Monopoly rules actually. Like, you know, if you roll doubles, you get a bonus. So yeah, My Tempest Cleric hit max level. A long story short, her god disowned her after her divine intervention, and now she's a level 1 storm sorcerer that I hope to use sometimes. Actually, that's a cool concept. I really like that idea. That, you know, she was, you know, like she was initially a cleric that was kind of reached to a point of kind of worship, that she kind of had like this immense divine power that all now became innate, to the point where, like, yeah, I'm no longer dealing with you, so here, bam, you no longer have that deep, you no longer have my connection, but you are so strongly connected with that faith that something lingered on. I love that idea. It's amazing. Which kind of, weirdly enough, talking about this storm sorcerer concept, because it actually reminds me of the character that I made for that first campaign after my rogue died. Because my initial concept for that character, although I've changed it after a while, because I'm an alcoholic and I in video games, so of course I'm also a manic when it comes to creating multiple characters. But that the initial concept with my character was a changeling storm sorcerer that had which had the wonderful DM gift of amnesia, but had like some weird kind of marking on her that somehow was kind of a clue to where her origin of her storm sorcerer origin might have been, but she has no clue of it. So yeah, that's kind of interesting. Also, my first character stage campaign was an Eldritch Knight in a Waterdeep Dragon Heist campaign. The campaign fizzled out, so I brought her to a different Waterdeep Dragon Heist campaign. That campaign also fizzled out, so I'm hoping to bring her to my third Dragon Heist campaign. Well, to be fair, it's already happened twice. Maybe that character is an omen. I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know. Maybe that character has something to do. Maybe that Eldritch Knight has something to do why no longer, you know, the Dragon Heists continue. What did your character do, Troy? What did the character do? Yeah, I'm marking it. Cause, I mean, to be fair, I didn't necessarily want to go with the idea of, you know, she was born with it and stuff like that. I wanted to have something have a bit more mystique, and considering that she has amnesia, she clearly dealt with something, or somebody did something to her and no longer had any memory of it. And kind of the entire concept, because she was a storm sorcerer, she was picked up by a merchant ship, and she now became kind of like the daughter of that ship. And, you know, she kind of traveled around the world up to a point where she just decided to, you know, do her own thing and, you know, kind of discover her mystery. Again, never able to explore that character. I would love to do it at some point. The first one, the DM friend broke up, so okay. I think you've mentioned vaguely in one of your streams when we chatted about that one. Yeah, the friend breaking up with the DM, which, yeah, that's kind of a weird, awkward situation if we were to continue it. Awkward in the best case scenario. So yeah. Well, let's see character creation in the meantime.
The creation process.
Oh, sorry, just go for this chat. Oh boy. My first D&D character was a high elf warlock who had a great old one patron, and she went insane. She was a character called everyone a peasant. Oh, I mean, that's fair. Oh yeah, kind of cool. I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest. Look, I'm gonna give you like, considering that we're talking about like first characters, because I quickly mentioned about my first character being the half-elf arcane trickster rogue, but I'm gonna give you the opportunity to guess, which I'm sure you're gonna 100% hit the mark. Because let's be honest. Okay, so what do you think my backstory for my rogue first ever PC character was? Guess. After I watch the character creation, I'm gonna look back.
for a deeper dive into character creation?
No, half-elf. He was a half-elf rogue, arcane trickster. So guess the nothing like undeaf with it. So just guess the backstory. It was my first ever PC and it was a rogue.
Check out our Daggerheart character creation video where I sit down with Travis Willingham and make Bertrand Bell, which is linked here.
But for the purposes of this video, we'll give you a brief overview. Our character classes are Bard, Druid, Guardian, Ranger, Rogue, Seraph, Sorcerer, Warrior, and Wizard. Every...
Oh, wanted to stop at the graphic. Come on. Ah.
Warrior, and Wizard.
Stop here. I just want to stop at the graphic. I'm gonna say it's at least not isekai. No, not. The character is not isekai. No, they were part of the homebrew world. Nothing. It was a homebrew world, by the way. Nothing. So don't necessarily. There's nothing to guess about the actual world, but just what do you expect from a rogue backstory? Yeah. Okay. We have some of the classics: the Bard, the Druid, Ranger, Sorcerer, Wizard, Rogue. The ones that I find interesting. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Yes, Ghost. He became... I mean... Yeah, he became an orphan. Yeah. Ding ding. Look, man. To be fair, Ed, you know what's the funny thing? He was not an edgy character. Yes, he was orphan, but he was the party face. I had 10 charisma, and I was the party face. We had a paladin, and I was still the party face. I was the talker. I was the one that made sure that we were on progress. We were doing the thing that we were supposed to do. I was in no way edgy. I was in no way like the brooding type. No way. I had just had the obvious backstory of any possible rogue in existence. Yeah, my friend's first orphan rogue, their friends ended up being zombies in the sewers. We fought the rest of us party members. Didn't know that zombies were killing for their own friends, but they noticed. Ooh, that's a fun discussion at the campfire later on. So yeah. I mean, yeah, he was, to be fair, my character was an orphan, but he had like a connection that he made later on. He had like kind of like a mentor character, so I didn't necessarily full on went there and be like, oh yeah, I have no ties to this world. No, I had a connection, so at the very least give me that. You know, I wasn't like there full on like I'm some kind of lone wolf with nobody here to help me and I'm just trying to get it on my own. Plus I was the only one of the few that was trying actively to keep the party together. Like, come on, let's keep ourselves on the task at hand. So yeah. Can I share an unpopular opinion? Go ahead. I would love to read it. Or hear it, I guess.
Every class has one or more class features, which are spells and abilities that are unique to each class. Like the rogue, for example, has a thing called Cloak, which allows them to...
Okay, sorry. I have learned I personally dislike D&D combat and action economy in D&D feels bad to me, but I'm glad people enjoy it. Honestly, no, that's totally valid. I understand it. I mean, it can kind of break the flow, which is actually why I'm kind of curious about how the Daggerheart system works, because the way it kind of was mentioned previously, they mentioned that kind of combat and other aspects of the game kind of flow together. There's no like interruption or breakpoint, because as I mentioned before, I'm sorry, you know, everything else in D&D, you know, social encounters, exploration, anything like that, goes within, you know, a normal time frame, everything like that. But once combat starts, everything basically grinds to a halt. You know, you spend like 3 hours of a session doing a combat and we're like, oh yeah, that was like 1 minute or something like that. So in actual time frame, and aside from that, the kind of very restricted way of how, you know, sometimes the party members can collaborate with each other. Of course, certain DMs and certain groups find ways of bring in certain rule sets that kind of help mesh together and make it a bit more fluid and a bit more cooperative in that aspect. So yeah, that's kind of the interesting here. So yeah, I'm kind of curious exactly how this one goes. I've heard the horror stories of combat thing, like, yeah, just as I mentioned, yeah. I've had sessions where I've just did combat and that was it, and nothing else. Especially because, I mean, to be fair, this is also slightly a fault of how D&D is built. And this is also something that, you know, DM can mediate and can put their foot down in some aspects. One of it is, you know, with each added enemy, there's a lot more time technically added to the game, because everything being turn-based, you know, every action made takes some time. And with the more you add up with each player and each enemy that you add in a combat scenario, the more time you add to that scenario. Or, you know, the harder the enemy, plus, you know, other factors like how hard the enemy can be killed, can the enemy be healed, or all of those kind of other nuances. Secondly, I've seen that in certain groups, and to be fair, I've also fallen for that. There should be kind of a more clearly spoken rule, like, hey, you have a limited time to take your turn, so we don't waste too much time. But at the same time, I can understand why certain individuals have a hard time to make quick decisions, because it's vastly imbalanced when it comes to classes. Like, yes, a barbarian can easily decide their turn and be like, I just go forward and hit smash with my axe, while the wizard are like, okay, from my 3 pages of spells, which one am I gonna use? And so yeah. But at the same time, you should also, as a game master, as well with the party's agreement, be like, okay, I'm putting my foot down. You have 1 minute. If you don't make a decision, you're gonna, you know, X action, you're gonna default to this action, and we're gonna move on with the next person in turn. So yeah, you need to kind of, and of course there are other ways to kind of create simplicity. I've heard like a proposal, like, of basically having a party turn and an enemy turn, where basically the entire party does their turn together and they are able to kind of like, you know, synergize, you know, actions and all of that, and then afterwards the enemy turn does their thing together. You know, I've heard like certain ways of how DMs and other game masters change that aspect of D&D combat and try to make it a bit more quicker and fluid, and don't necessarily feel like you have to grind to a halt when it comes to, I want to do something to collaborate with my party member, or, you know, I just want to deal with this enemy already. Yeah, everything basically grinds to a halt. Yeah, even War Darkness Company is kind of slow, but it's much quicker in D&D. And yeah, especially yeah, again, as I mentioned, it really depends on the system and all that. In some of the groups that I've played in and been part of, longer combats, we are fine with it. Of course, if they really push heavy, they can still become exhausting, but, you know, again, this comes from some of the groups that I've played in, which enjoy kind of those kind of more mechanical combat heavy aspects of it, and I don't mind them either. I do, but at the same time, I also personally want to, especially as a player, want to explore like other avenues, or like, so, you know, interacting with other players in the party, or NPCs, or exploring, or doing some other aspects. Maybe as a DM, I can also put this as my fault, not necessarily just the player's fault, where maybe didn't offer as many options, especially with certain situations where this was my first time DMing and first time like DM experience, where I kind of went by the book. But, you know, a more experienced DM, or some DM that, you know, might have like a wider picture view, can be like, okay, I have this kind of alternate options that I can offer that would quicken the combat, because like actually, yeah, Troy, I think you're pretty well into Curse of Strahd, because I'm gonna give you the spoiler how exactly I skipped a boss fight. It was part of the Death House, so I think it's very early on at the beginning. I think this was like one of the changes from one of the, I think, Reddit materials. Do you know about the dog thing, right, Troy? Like, I'm like curious, like, if you dealt with a dog dilemma. I think it was a dog in the Death House. Yeah. So basically, Because, I mean, to be fair, that's how my character was built. I put the dog under the bench. I'm not sure, under the bench? I think it was a bench. I don't remember the full-on, like, layout. But yeah, I was in that kind of, you know, weird ass circle thing that should have technically brought on a big-ass boss. But, you know, my character was kind of a bit on the morally great side and be like, you know, ends justify the means. So I killed the dog. Personally, me, Adrian, as someone that adores dogs, I hated it. I hated that I had to make that decision. Adrian, actually, yeah, weirdly enough, yeah, actually, that character was also called Adrian. Actually, that wasn't his real name. Spoilers. He did kill him. He did kill the dog because he didn't necessarily. He was more of the mindset, you know, ends justify the means, and he realized that, you know, sacrificing the dog would stop the encounters, and we didn't fight the boss. No, I actually full-on premeditated. It was a premeditated action. It was not accidental. It was nothing like that. Nope. It was just, I knew my character's mindset. I knew what decision the character would have done. Of course, my party grilled the shit out of me because I did it. But yeah, I skipped the boss, which of course, a good DM would consider this a successful encounter because you just used a different solution to get rid of your problem. Not necessarily just, you know, because also we use milestones, not experience points, so we don't necessarily encourage that, you know, you have to kill in order to improve. Because that's also another thing. Of course, a good DM that uses the experience system can also, you know, offer experience in a non-combat situation. You know, you've handled like a social encounter very well, and it went in your favor. Here's some XP. You were able to complete some kind of puzzle of some ancient, I don't know, temple. Here's some XP. Of course, XP can also be a valid option if it's used well and not necessarily to encourage a specific type of behavior. Because at the end of the day, that's what also experience is. It's a tool for encouragement. It's kind of like a, you know, behavior psychology at the end of the day. Yeah, exactly. Different solutions to solve the problem. That's kind of where I want to go. Also, just because I realized, I wanted to talk about this real quick. So, yeah, from what I see here, like, there's a bard, the druid, the ranger, sorcerer, wizard, rogue. I'm guessing, which are familiar. Warrior, I'm guessing it's a more generic, you know, all-encompassing from my suspicion. Guardian is an interesting one. I think from what I remember, I've seen, again, I haven't fully looked at the classes, but I think this one maybe is more of kind of a champion-ish, paladin-ish, but not in the divine sense, more like champion of the people, hero of the people type archetype. This one is kind of interesting. Seraph. I'm guessing it's more generic, like paladin, cleric, but, you know, kind of mushed into one. So yeah, I'm actually curious how exactly this kind of class, some of these classes gonna play out. Because yes, some of them are obvious archetypes that you probably encounter in other settings, in other stuff, in other like TTRPGs.
Every class has one or more class features, which are spells and abilities that are unique to each class. Like the rogue, for example, has a thing called cloak, which allows them to move into a space where no enemies can see them and be effectively invisible as long as they don't move or attack.
Each class also consists of the meeting of two domains, which are like symbolic themes. Through these two domains, you pick and choose what abilities you want for your character by taking domain cards at character creation and every time you level up.
These domains are Arcana, the domain of innate or instinctual magic; Blade, the domain of weapon mastery; Bone, the domain of swiftness and tactical mastery; Codex, the domain of intensive magical study; Grace.
I'm gonna switch up to my phone as I pick up. Oh, that's totally fine, Troy. Go ahead. I can imagine Seraph being Paladin plus credit because I know it's just a bit. They'll talk about these subclasses-ish things. Yeah, I mean, I kind of suspected it because I'm guessing they're kind of more making them a bit more universal archetypes that then can, you know, branch out in different themes which are more common. Because even as I said, the warrior could also be like some kind of tribal barbarian type warrior, but he can also be some kind of more fighter-esque kind of level type style guard. So, you know.
The domain of charisma and enchantment. Midnight, the domain of shadow and secrecy.
Interesting.
Sage, the domain of the natural world. Splendor, the domain of life and death. And valor, the domain of protection.
So, for example, the Bard calls upon the charm and magnetism of the Grace domain, along with the lore and magic of the Codex domain. And if you want to cast a spell from a domain card you have, typically you'll have a spellcast roll. This works just like an action roll, but uses your spellcast trait that you can find on your subclass foundation card.
In Daggerheart, your base character traits are agility for things.
Okay, before, you know, jumping there, I really like kind of the domain aspect as an additional flavor, and adds a bit more like, it gives you a bit more of an idea what exactly the class is about. Like, you know, as they mentioned there, the Bard is arcane and charisma, like the codex and the, I forgot exactly. I already forgot it. It just jumped out of my head. The other one that was about charisma. Because yeah, I'm guessing they kind of also went a bit with the kind of their Scanlan archetype, but at the same time, kind of obviously, even with the kind of Bard archetype in other fantasies, because the Bard is not necessarily just, you know, the guy that sings a ditty or something like that. He can also be some kind of a talker in a more wider sense, you know, politician, any kind of like something, some influential individual. Like, I'm not gonna say influencer, because that's gonna, to be fair, an influencer would be a Bard. So yeah. But there's also like an aspect of knowledge when it comes to this, because, you know, because like obviously bards are the ones that, you know, weave the tale, spread the word around, and it also kind of harkens back to certain like mythologies and religions, like, you know, Norse mythology. It was a tale of sagas. It was a mythology of sagas that were told. The runics are runics writing and runics carvings are a small fraction of the entire actual mythos of the Nordic mythology. So, you know, which is one of the reasons that certain aspects are so, you know, vague and lost, and have been lost to time, because they've never been recorded. The information was kept by those who told the stories. You know, so, you know, bards technically are that. They are kind of keepers of history as well as, you know, entertainers. Plus, you know, some people of influence, people of knowledge, of some form of higher knowledge, not just, there is a level of study and then there is a level of charisma, not just pure charisma.
Things like sprinting, leaping, and maneuvering. Strength for things like lifting, smashing, or grappling. Finesse, which is used for like hiding, tinkering, or fine motor control. Instinct, which is for like navigating, perceiving, and sensing. Presence for charming, deceiving, and performing. And knowledge for analyzing, recalling, comprehending.
Okay. Interesting. I find the breaking between agility and finesse, which would probably in other systems or other games would be like, that's a dexterity. Interesting. Like, so technically it could be, which makes sense, because yeah, agility is more body focus and more like putting your, you know, having kind of this kind of flow, kind of this, be more in tune with your entire body and being able to kind of quickly maneuver with in certain aspects, while finesse is more of a kind of the smaller things, more like a, you know, agility is more macro, finesse is more micro. You know, finesse, you know, as mentioned here, control, height, tinker, it's more about, you know, kind of the smaller things and trying to more precise. You know, agility is flow, finesse is precision kind of thing, which technically are different aspects of dexterity, not necessarily the same thing. I mean, presence, yeah, makes sense. It's the charisma aspect, you know, you're, you know, it's, you know, of that knowledge, obviously, kind of like the intelligence, instinct, wisdom. I mean, again, I'm drawing the comparisons, which obviously for anybody who knows Critical Role and all that, they probably know D&D, so I'm kind of drawing that kind of parallels here. You know, yeah, strength, which also kind of helps with another thing when it comes to finesse and agility, because this also kind of goes into the issue that D&D had and still has. Dexterity is a heavy loaded stat. a lot of things benefit from dexterity. Armor class, avoiding damage, of course, a lot of weapon skills, and a lot of actual skills, like lock picking and sleight of hands and all that kind of thing. Dexterity in its general encompass is extremely loaded, and this can make it very obviously like what exactly what classes are favored by it. Of course, avoiding damage is also kind of I would also kind of put it as a design issue for D&D, because for some reason D&D doesn't offer you a ton of, especially low level options for other saving rolls that require other stats. That's also my gripe with it, not only dex being loaded with a ton of stuff. So yeah, this breaking point helps a lot, because technically I'm guessing agility is more in the aspect of you dodging, maneuvering, and improving your armor class, while finesse is more about, attacking, making sure that like strength and finesse are kind of the weapon skills. Agility, and I'm guessing, there's no oh, actually, now I just noticed. Is there because I don't notice any kind of body constitution style stat. Now that I look at it, because yes, it's strength, but I don't think strength is gonna be also about the body, actually I'm kind of curious where exactly this is going, but yeah, dex is loaded. It's in my opinion, it's kind of an issue, because even I think other people said it, my biggest gripe is intelligence. Has always been intelligence. It's the underdog of D&D. It has amazingly good skills on it, but that's it. Aside from wizards and later on artificers, there is no class that utilizes or benefits from it. Subclasses, I guess they can also be added here, but that's a small number compared to the vast aspect of being an entire class, focused on this on an ability score, not just the subclass. So yeah.
You begin with a standard array of traits, which you can increase as you level.
Now let's talk about hit points and stress. In Daggerheart, a character's overall health is represented by a number of hit points, which you'll find on your character sheet in the form of several blank boxes. When you're faced with incoming damage, you will fill in or mark a certain number of these hit points based on your character's damage thresholds. So if you take minor damage, you mark 1 hit point. For major damage, you mark 2 hit points.
Oh yeah, this would.
And for severe damage, you mark 3 hit points.
Whenever you take damage,
see.
you simply compare that damage amount to your character's damage thresholds and mark your hit points accordingly. For example, if a rogue at level 1 has 15 damage coming at them, that would be just over their severe damage threshold. So they would mark 3 hit points.
If you ever take damage below your minor damage threshold, you take a stress instead of damage. Now, stress is also a resource that your character can endure to carry out certain uncanny feats or class abilities. But you gotta be careful. If you should ever need to mark...
Okay, so before we jump into stress, let me just go back here. Yeah, true, yes. Understanding feel like intelligence is... I like the stress mechanic, that's... Yeah, because I think I've seen it before, slightly seen it, because I think they've mentioned a few of some of the mechanics in some previous discussions about the game. So after looking at it, I kind of remembered. Yes, this is actually, I also really like this. It simplifies it first and foremost, which is the obvious aspect. But at the same time, balancing it, from my... Now this is just kind of like a first thought and first level kind of analysis of it. Also, balancing is a lot easier, because now with this kind of system, you kind of no longer jump into the issue of insanely racking up numbers that you usually see in D&D and some other aspects where a 9th level fireball is I don't know, a box of dice of d6s that all of a sudden now you have to dump, count, and at the same time remove from an existing hit point pool. So and then later on just be healed by another bucket of dice that you now also have to math in. So yeah, this really not only just removes the math of HP, you're just you're just comparing some quick numbers and just hashing it out, but also balancing wise, you're no longer as dice heavy with certain I'm guessing even at higher levels of power. So I'm guessing even here, like even high power I'm guessing high level campaigns in this system are not gonna require as many dice rolls, as many. It's probably gonna be a bit more restrained and a bit more consistent, so you don't jump into ridiculous numbers that you now all of a sudden have to math out and kind of lose track, or not be sure, because I think everybody has had that problem whenever they had like a physical game, like, okay, hey babe, does anybody else have like an extra d6 that I can roll, or an extra dice for this kind of big ass spell that I did, or big ass ability, like fuck's sake, sneak attack for rogues, goddamn. Well, of course, like the classic fireball, or any like big damaging spell for like a spellcaster. So yeah, this really is like extremely like simplifies it, and it's easier to track.
Damage amount to your character's damage thresholds and mark your hit points accordingly. For example, if a rogue at level 1 has 15 damage coming at them, that would be just over their severe damage threshold. So they would mark 3 hit points.
If you ever take damage below your minor damage threshold, you take a stress instead of damage. Now, stress is also a resource that your character can endure to carry out certain uncanny feats or class abilities, but you gotta be careful. If you should ever need to mark a stress, but you can't because they're all marked, you mark a hit point instead.
Evasion represents your ability to avoid being hit by an attack. So when the GM makes an attack roll against a player, they roll 1d20. They add any modifiers and see if the result meets or beats this number. If the attack hits a player, the player can choose to mark armor slots to reduce the incoming damage by their armor score.
For example, let's go back to our level 1 rogue that has 15 damage coming at them. If they have an armor score of 3, like if they have leather armor, they could choose to mark one of their armor slots and reduce that damage to 12, downgrading that severe damage into just major damage. This means they mark 2 hit points instead of 3.
They can always choose to mark more than 1 armor slot if they need to reduce the damage by more as well. And you can, of course, get those armor slots back, but you have to do it by repairing your armor during downtime. We'll cover that in just a little bit.
Now let's damage.
Okay, I love this. This is amazing, because it adds a tactical element, it adds a decision, it adds a risk reward. I mean, not really risk reward, it's not that risky, but well, technically it is actually a risk reward. Like, yo, I'm getting a lot of damage, should I defend myself, or should I just take it and make sure, and and depending on, maybe there are certain enemies that or certain creatures that do multiple attacks at once, or there's like one hard hitting enemy, and then up there you have smaller multiple hitting enemies. So you can easily then kind of jump into this moments of, okay, I need to figure out like where exactly I'm going to use this resource, and how I can be like smart about it. So yeah, I really like this, because at the end of the day, you have some agency, you have some power, aside from just simply the DMs being there like, oh yeah, I hit you, and like the classic, oh, I critted, so now I'm gonna dump all of this damage on you and you have nothing to do about it. Now we can also kind of, to some aspect, mitigate it further. Also, sorry for getting excited, but I'm really excited for the downtime changes. Oh, I mean, to be fair, it's fine to be excited. I do enjoy that kind of like hype discussions about it, and I'm slowly like kind of pacing it out, taking it in, and I like also this aspect that, yeah, it's kind of a downtime aspect, because initially as they mentioned about the, okay, armor points are limited, and my instant thought was like, okay, so you're technically, to gain them back, I'm guessing you're doing something to the level of a short rest or something, some sort of a downtime. I'm guessing here this is gonna be a bit more nuanced, not necessarily just you saying in game, I spend 1 hour resting and now all my armor is done and reusable, I'm guessing. So yeah, I guess we have to see on, but I really like this approach. It's simplified, easier to grasp, you don't necessarily removes a lot of the math, and heavily visual based more than anything. Like, you are in the danger zone because you're close to here, then necessarily, I don't know, I have 80 hit points left. What does that mean? Maybe the next enemy is gonna do like 100, and I don't know about that yet because I've never seen that enemy doing that kind of number before. So yeah, this is a lot more, I think it's easier to grasp and easier to kind of gauge moments of danger and moments of risk without necessarily just also be number guessing.
This means they mark 2 hit points instead of 3.
They can always choose to mark more than 1 armor slot if they need to reduce the damage by more as well. And you can, of course, get those armor slots back, but you have to do it by repairing your armor during downtime. We'll cover that in just a little bit.
Now let's go ahead and talk about Game Master stuff.
Okay.
So setting
Games, be
appropriate
ready.
difficulty values for your players is a time-honored tradition for many game masters. And when it comes to Daggerheart, a general good rubric to follow when setting difficulty values is a range of 5 being very easy, like extremely easy, up to 15 being your standard average difficulty, all the way up to 30 and more being nearly impossible.
So
You should also be
in
aware
D&D
of the
levels.
circumstances surrounding action rolls because they may grant advantage or disadvantage. For example, maybe you're attempting to lift a broken carriage out of a muddy ditch in the pouring rain. And if that's the case, the GM may impose disadvantage on the strength roll to do that. This situational modifier is represented by including 1d6 with the action roll. With advantage, you add the sum of the d6 to the roll. If you have disadvantage, you subtract the value from the
Interesting.
instead.
Also, I
Always
just wanna
remember
check.
that at any time, a player can give another player advantage on an action roll by spending 1 hope and describing how they're aiding their ally.
Now let's talk a little bit about how
A player can give an
Okay. Let me just go back to the graphic. I do like the visuals. This makes advantage and disadvantage much easier. I mean, the thing that it removes for certain, I don't think it mentioned that it can stack or anything like, but I think it removes that issue of that I've kind of seen like advantage or disadvantage stacking, which it's some kind of like technically it's a homebrew rule because in actual rules that are written in D&D at the very least, advantage and disadvantage nullify. Like if you gain advantage and then you gain a disadvantage, any other bonuses nullify. From that point on, you just do a straight roll. A lot of groups, myself included, usually kind of go by the stacking rule, where we actually compare how many advantages versus how many disadvantages do we have. If we have more on one side, then that's the dominant. That's gonna be the determining factor. If you have more disadvantages, you're gonna roll with one disadvantage. If you have more advantages, you're gonna roll with one advantage. I'm not sure if it mentioned. I don't think it mentioned any like stacking rule or if it's gonna be taken into account. This pushes it into more of a kind of mafia route, which I don't know. The way it kind of simplifies it more in the aspect that you know for a fact that you're increasing your chances of defeating your threshold or your difficulty class versus or decreasing your chances immediately. Like it's a more like an immediate result or immediate kind of feel of it. Because to be fair, advantage and disadvantage is also kind of easy to understand if you just simply go by that idea of just rolling 2 dice and picking the higher or the lower and just adding that. That also can be, at the very least, I don't know, from my perspective, it's equally easier to grasp. I'm not saying one of them is better than the other. I'm just the only one of the things I'm curious if it's actually there's like a stacking system, but I'm guessing it's not. It's like it splits advantages and disadvantages by simply having one roll versus 2. Yes, that is also true. I mean, to be fair, I mean, yeah, we can also go by the idea that you roll 2d20s at once, and as long as you don't have something similar to here, where each color determines something, just having the numbers be what actually tells you about advantage and disadvantage is also way of it. Again, if you're talking about groups where you don't have that, you just have 1d20 or just one action of rolling every time, then yeah, that can be, that's actually technically an additional roll. And yeah, depending on, this is also kind of one of those things, depending on how each player or each group kind of tackles the rule, if they do it as written, if they do it individual, because yes, that's also that kind of discussion that there's a ton of like caveats with the advantage and disadvantage in certain TTRPGs where they have that mention of the decision is to be made before the roll is done or before the roll is determined, which adds another thing that it's complicated. Like when exactly can we have that breaking point and say like, no, you don't roll right now because I'm giving you this advantage, stop rolling, so you can then roll with advantage. Yeah, it probably also kind of removes that issue. Where just you simply be like, here, add just an extra die. And you no longer have that worry that you roll a dice for nothing. Like now in this case, yes, all of the dice roll that matter, because even in the situation that you know that you actually had disadvantage, you just add an additional dice to the pile, and you didn't in any way lose any rolls taken. Because I think like that's the issue that it solves. It actually solves the issue with when the actual rule is applied, because now it doesn't matter. Because even if you had those situations where, you know, the rule had to be predetermined, you can still apply or not apply the rule, or not apply the advantage. Because you just add an additional number. It's not about adding, it's not about changing your roll. It's about improving your result, which is a lot, it's a lot more easier to approach. It's a lot more easier to rule out more than anything. That's kind of the issue. I feel like it resolves some of the kind of ruling conflicts that sometimes this can create, and when exactly it happens, in which situation can they be imposed.
Instead, always remember that at any time a player can give another player advantage on an action roll by spending 1 hope and describing how they're aiding their ally.
Now let's talk a little bit about how combat works.
Okay, let's see.
Combat in Daggerheart is designed to be a free-flowing narrative experience with minimal stop-downs and a multitude of possibilities for theater of the mind and map-based conflict.
When you want to make an attack, you'll first ask the GM if it's in range of your weapon. So melee range means that you're within touching distance of the target.
Okay.
Very close is anywhere from like 5 to 10 feet away, or the shortest length of a game card when measured on a map. Close is between 10 and 30 feet, or about the length of a standard pen or pencil. Far is between 30 and 100 feet, or the length of a standard piece of paper. And very far is between 100 and 300 feet, or anything beyond the length of a piece of paper that's within the scene.
If it is in range,
Wait 1 sec. I actually kind of like this. It's so... Because I mean, to be fair, the first thing that I like about this, it embraces the kind of haphazard and kind of makeshift aspect of TTRPGs. Like, you know, want to determine the range? Here, just pick one common item from the room that you probably have, and just you use that as a determining factor. Don't stress about numbers. Don't stress about like actual distances. You don't have to, you know, bring out a ruler, or like we probably seen in Critical Role, like Matt bring out like those fucking immense like radius. Of course, I think most of them are, I think, made by him or like crafted, not necessarily bought, but still, don't necessarily have to do this kind of very precise kind of like, here's like an 80 radius circle or whatever, or like this kind of 2 feet long like ruler or whatnot. Although 2 feet long, that's kind of insane ruler. Anyways, yeah, I could really like this kind of makeshift approach of like how you determine certain things. Like, yeah, you're in touch, you're like, the meetings are touching, you know. It's actually really kind of neat. It's a lot more actually, from now on, I'm actually expecting DMs to be like, okay, do I have my playing cards with me to determine if a player is close? Do I have a sheet of paper? That's really cool. Although I'm really curious if actually the actual player cards or the character sheets are kind of around this ambiguous size, because then technically you can use those as well. So overall you have everything on you to determine those factors.
if it is in range, make an action roll and add any relevant modifiers. If the roll meets or beats that creature's individual difficulty score, it hits. Now simply roll your damage dice and add their values together.
Creatures also have minor on the length of a piece of paper.
Sorry, I just want to repeat because I feel like I missed
If it is in range, make an action roll and add any relevant modifiers. If the roll meets or beats that creature's individual difficulty score, it hits. Now simply roll your damage dice and add their values together.
Creatures also have minor, major, and severe damage thresholds, just like player characters, and a variable amount of hit points and stress, but they don't have armor or evasion scores like player characters.
Now for you GMs out there, if you're rolling to see if a creature hits a player character, you simply roll a d20, add the relevant modifiers from that monster sheet,
fashion.
and see if it hits that player's evasion score. If it hits, roll for damage, and the player determines if they'll spend armor slots to reduce it or how many hit points they have to mark thereafter.
Now, if your players are entering into a combat that will last for more than 1 or 2 turns, your GM may place an action tracker on the table. When an action tracker is out, players add a token to it whenever they make an action roll. Players will continue to make action rolls in combat until they fail and/or roll with fear, which then allows the focus to shift to the GM to make what's called a GM move.
Now, a GM move is literally just the GM taking a turn. So after a player rolls with fear and/or fails an attack roll, the GM then has the opportunity to spend any number of action tokens from the tracker and activate that many enemy combatants. So all...
Yeah, this is exactly what I mentioned about the dynamic kind of difficulty, because technically the choices that the player makes and the number of actions that the player makes also determines the number of actions or the number of kind of things the player is going to encounter afterwards. Like if he succeeds a ton, well, then the enemy is also going to hit back as hard. So yeah, I really like this. This is actually kind of cool. And also plus the whole kind of back and forth nature of it. Like, yes, the player does everything he can until they fail or roll with fear, and they're like, and then whatever, and then the next one comes in.
All those turns the players took in succession now have turned into resources for me. After the GM turn is resolved, play then passes back to the players.
Anytime, GMs can also spend 2 action tokens to gain 1 fear token. Remember those? How every time your player characters roll with fear, the GM collects a fear token? Well, here's where they factor in. At any point during combat, a GM can spend 2 of the fear tokens accrued during a session to make a GM move without needing the players to roll a failure or with fear.
Additionally, GMs can spend fear tokens to activate special abilities of adversaries, or generate action tokens for themselves, or make particularly big and dramatic GM moves.
If things go really bad in or out of combat, character death...
Okay, actually this is really neat. Okay, I like to go until... I like that they go until they get fear or fail. I didn't catch this last time I watched this. Yeah, it's actually really interesting. Again, yeah, it goes a lot into this aspect of kind of dynamic kind of difficulty of, you know, if that's, to be fair, like although I'm not good statistically like his statistics and probabilities have never been my strong suit with math, even though I was a math kid. Technically rolling a success with fear is quite probable. So having those moments of constantly using your trackers, your tokens, to constantly with hope, or until you fail an attack roll or fail a fear, won't necessarily be as often. So at the same time, probability wise, I feel like it's pretty balanced. So you'll have those like insane moments of like a player really doing insane rolls, but then they also kind of come back and bite the party. So yeah, so at the very least it's kind of either balanced in the sense of, you know, the player, let's say the party has done 4 attacks, well then next time the GM is gonna also do at the very least 4 attacks, and depending on how the fear tokens are accrued and all of that, maybe a few more, maybe some special things. I think it also goes a bit into the I forgot how he called it, Matt Colville's kind of like action driven combat, where like combat is not just about you making an attack, it's also about kind of having this kind of more kind of impactful aspects of the game, like, you know, some kind of special ability, some kind of interaction, some kind of level of problem solving. They shouldn't just be, I hit a sponge of hit points, the sponge of hit points hits me back, and that's it. There should be a bit more to it than that, and this kind of plays into it like from the very beginning. Like D&D has it as well, but in special situation, like obviously the most obvious ones are the kind of legendary type creatures with legendary actions, because you have the legendary action, the layer actions, you have all those kind of extra things that are added to the combat in the DM's favor to add alongside of it, simply because, you know, the D&D is driven by action economy. The side with more turns and with more action is gonna most likely be the side that's win. It's not about the amount of damage, it's about the amount of actions one side can take. So yeah, usually a way to quickly balance it when it comes to powerful creature has been, you know, having additional, like, you know, additional actions that can be done outside of the normal turn, or some other, you know, environmental elements that are more specific to the creature. But not all creatures in D&D have this kind of aspect. There are quite a few of them, not necessarily just the legendary creatures. You know, there are the banshees, for example, like screeches and all of that kind of other aspects, but they use the action economy, their existing kind of action economy, not necessarily having something additional.
In Daggerheart is a real possibility, but the system offers players 3 options to choose from when the character marks their final hit point.
The first option is called Blaze of Glory. This option lets your character, you guessed it, die in a glorious and heroic fashion, where they take one final action that will be an automatic critical success before passing into the great beyond.
Then there's the ever-popular Avoid Death and Face the Consequences, where your character drops unconscious and cannot take any actions until they get at least 1 hit point back. When this happens, you roll your fear die, and if it's equal to or under your level, you gain a scar, which means you permanently cross out one of your hope slots.
And finally, there's Risk It All, our personal favorite, I believe, which leaves it all up to chance. You roll your Duality dice. If your hope die is higher, you stay on your feet and clear an amount of hit points and or stress equal to the value you roll on your hope die. But if your fear die is higher, you immediately cross through the Veil of Death. Now, if the Duality dice are tied, which once again is a critical success in Daggerheart, you don't just stay on your feet, you also clear all of your hit points and stress, renewed and ready to go right back into it.
Now that we've covered all the stuff you can do in combat
And stress, renewed.
Yeah, this kind of goes into, technically, yeah, it kind of goes into all the kind of aspects that we probably most people have seen in other like TTRPG games, and or in some way implemented them separately. Like, you know, I mean, Blaze of Glory is quite obviously, you know, the player has decided that, you know, this is a great moment, I want to try something else, this feels like it fits for me, so let me just end it here, have my moment, have my final spotlight, and just try something new, which is amazing. I love this kind of aspect of it. It's the small aspect of, you know, avoid death, face consequences. I think just to re-clear it.
Big fashion, where they take one final action that will be an automatic critical success.
and Face the Consequences, where your character drops unconscious and cannot take any actions until they get at least 1 hit point back. When this happens, you roll your fear die, and if it's equal to or under your level, you gain a scar, which means you permanently cross out one of your hope slots.
And
Yeah, this is a bit more kind of into the normal D&D-ish fashion. Technically, the last one would be a bit more about it, the Risk It All. But this one is technically kind of more like the safer, this is actually the safer option. But I really like that kind of additional element of storytelling, or like, okay, you roll a fear die, see the result, and that's how much you lose, which is kind of like a scar, which I really like, because some of the games that I've seen, again, with D&D, those kind of, I mean, there is the optional rule of massive damage, but it's insane sometimes, and sometimes it's kind of hard to gauge it, because I've had moments where you barely encounter it, or in some other ones where you constantly get hit by it, where basically the massive damage is, yeah, you get like a scar, or like kind of this kind of debilitation if you receive one attack that is equal or more than half your total hit points, which, you know, depending on the combats or scenarios, could be not that often, or depending on your luck, really quite a lot, and just constantly become debilitated. This is interesting because it's in a more safer option. It is connected with the actual character death when it comes to scarring, not just necessarily you being in combat and being hit in the face really hard. Plus, you know, again, the obvious flavor of adding something more to your character, like, because, you know, let's say you have like, I think you lose like what, 3 points of stress, like 3 points, then, well, technically that scar is insane. Like, you can now go on with the idea of, okay, I've taken this massive hit, I've lost this amount of, you know, hit points and stress. Now technically my character should be heavily damaged in some form, or should really show some form of scarring. I don't know, I lost something about, I don't know, maybe a lost limb, or a really effed up, I don't know, body part or anything like that, you know. You can really also gauge that kind of level of severity, which can more or less be flavor-wise. And of course, risk it all, which is, you know, kind of the gambler approach of, let's see what happens, let's let the dice decide my fate. If I win, I win. If I die, I die. Or who knows, maybe I even become, you know, a blaze of I would just succeed in a blaze of glory. One hope token. Actually, let me go back to it just to make sure.
Where your character drops
You might
unconscious
actually be right.
and cannot take any actions until they get at least 1 hit point back. When this happens, you roll your fear die, and if it's equal to or under your level, you gain a scar.
Oh yeah, it's equal under your level. Sorry, my bad. I misunderstood it for a second. It's character level, not it's not the hit point threshold. It's not the threshold levels. So yeah, it's just one. Which technically that's actually like a bit more of a. To be fair, what I mentioned could be a bit more of a kind of a grittier, hardcore option of it if people want to do that. Actually, of you know, you actually use your where was it? Your stress point. You actually use your stress markers, you know, to determine the amount of scarring and how much of it you lose. Although in that situation, I probably would bump this up a bit more just to balance it out, because who knows what your luck's gonna be. And depending on, although again, math-wise, I don't know exactly to what numbers these can reach, and if the fear die can actually reach this level of severe for those kind of gritty aspects. Okay, now going back to but yeah, ultimately really cool. The risk roll is kind of really fun in my opinion. I think, as they also mentioned, it is letting your dice decide the fate, and depending on the situation can really create some amazing moments. This one is kind of, you know, playing it safe depending on the situation. Like this one, I could imagine like some amazing, like, I don't know, big RPG battles where you know that, you know, you need to be kind of at full strength, and or at the very least be back into action as quickly as possible in order to kind of continue dealing with the threat. So you're like, am I gonna risk it? Am I to not only be able to stand back on my feet, but either maybe even have the insane chance of being at full resources, or, you know, I just fail miserably and just vanish right there. I'm Thanos snapped right there.
Get back into it.
Now that we've covered all the stuff you can do in combat,
Yeah, I also like the aspect that, you know, death kind of is a bit more of a risk reward and not just and also I love the idea that, you know, it's kind of a player decision. At the same time, it still has a level of agency. It's not just the DM being like, you know, I don't like character death, or, you know, I want character death, I want consequences. It's also the player's kind of choice of this, like, you know what, I want this character to die, or you know what, I actually want to play it safe and want to keep this around, so I'm gonna go with the avoid death and get a consequence later, or I'm actually gonna, you know, go all in and just see what fate has in store for me and don't necessarily care of either options. So yeah, that's, you know, amazing player agency here.
let's touch on some of the stuff you can do during your downtime. When you take a short rest in Daggerheart, you can spend about an hour doing 2 of the following options.
You can tend to your wounds or another player's wounds, clearing 1d4 hit points. You can blow off some steam and clear 1d4 of your stress.
Okay.
Spend time mending your armor or another person's armor and clear 2 marked armor slots. Or you can simply spend the time preparing yourself for the path ahead and gain a hope.
If you're able to make camp and relax for a few hours, you can
Kinda like it.
Or you can simply spend the time preparing yourself for the path ahead and gain a hope.
I kind of like it because it kind of plays in some of the aspects of. Yeah, again, yeah, I'm so happy that, you know, it's just not gain health, which is, yeah, really cool. Again, it offers you tactical options. Like, you know, am I gonna handle a ton of battles that require me to be a lot more defensive and, you know, remove that? Okay, I'm gonna keep repairing my armor. Am I gonna be in a ton of again, this kind of situations combat driven, and depending on how you've used your resources so far can also make this deciding factor. But I also like this one, which kind of plays into some of those kind of inspiring moments or moments of favor, like, you know, I'm just gonna take a chill, I'm just gonna make sure that, you know, I persevere, this kind of like determination kind of moment, which I really like. Yeah, I like the pick and choose. Imagine RPing with repairing you while your friends are patching themselves up. Yeah, that's also like another layer. Like maybe, and it can also even like create like interesting moments where, let's say, two party members decide to, you know, repair their armor. So maybe they're off on the side, and because they are the ones that, because they together are repairing armors, they'll be like, okay, let's have a chat, because, you know, we're here, we're doing the same thing. So while we are doing it, why not also talk about it and this kind of things? You know, preparing could also be the same thing, like where you have two party members or multiple just kind of hyping themselves up or having this kind of motivational discussion between each other, like, hey, you did amazing, we're gonna handle this a lot better next time, and all of this kind of stuff. I'm also imagining making a dungeon person where one of the options is not available for the short rest. You can also play into the idea. I'm not sure if they gonna mention it, or if they are gonna have this kind of caveat, but there could be also some resource aspect, like especially, for example, let's say the armor slots, where you need some kind of resource or maybe some kind of aspect in order to regain those points back. So maybe, I don't know, you're in a, let's say, in a town. Whenever you short rest in a town, for example, you can easily mend your armor, because you are in a city where clearly you're gonna have access to a blacksmith, to a smithy, and all that kind of aspect. So yes, you have access to this option. While if you are in a dungeon that, you know, it's some kind of ancient temple deity made of stone, and where, you know, everything was crude weaponry, you're not gonna have any kind of tools or resources to mend the armor, especially if you're talking about like someone that uses plate armor and stuff like that. So yes, you don't really have the option to use your armor slots. You have the option maybe to heal, because maybe you have, like, you know, some healing pouches, or if you maybe even simply playing into the idea that, you know, one of the players has chosen like a subclass that is more focused on healing. So because they are part of your party, you're gonna constantly have access to regaining hit points or those kind of aspects. Similar to prepare, maybe, you know, even in harrowing moments where, you know, you're fighting, you know, the final boss, maybe because you have a bard or some other kind of paragon of you know endurance or victory, they are be able to, you know, have always available, have some kind of moment of speech, like this kind of, and you're gonna have available to choose prepare. While, you know, if they weren't there, part of your party, you know, maybe the events are too harrowing for you to even steel yourself to gain hope, and you just left yourself with the other options of just doing your best to be prepared without any hope. Funnily enough, which I'm pretty sure it was well played into the actual naming of the dice, you know. So yeah, you can also alter it yourself if this is not something, you know, mentioned in the game system itself, where, you know, just by simply saying that, hey, I have this person in the party, or hey, I'm in this location, certain options are available or not. Just that, and no longer have nothing else, because I also understand that resource tracking can be a pain. Rangers probably never track their arrows. I know for a fact I barely tracked mine if I ever used a bow. So yeah.
If you're able to make camp and relax for a few hours, you can take a long rest and choose two of the following. Clear all marked hit points, clear all marked stress, fully mend your armor, clearing all marked armor slots, or do this on an ally. You can prepare and gain 1 hope, or you can choose to prepare with 1 or more members of your party and instead take 2 hope each. Lastly, you can work on a project. It takes a substantial amount of time, like deciphering an ancient codex or crafting a new weapon. The GM will assign this project a countdown, and each time you work on this project, you tick down that countdown until the project is complete.
Now, when you're at level 5 or above, during a long or short rest, you can swap domain cards
on this project.
Before we go to the domain stuff. again, getting back into the discussion, what I mentioned before, this could be also like a system of like a step-up system. Maybe you don't have access for a short rest to repair your armor, but if you do a long rest, you have access to this short rest option of mending 2 armor points. This reminds me of the clock system in Blades of the Dark. Well, from my understanding, actually, where was it? It's here. I mean, one of their inspiration was Blades of the Dark, and I think they made an actual mention of it. Yeah, they have, shaped the narrative game flow, and they're inspired out of the character sheet development. So, yes, they have taken inspirations from Blades in the Dark, and I'm guessing that's probably one other aspect that they kind of altered for this game system. Yeah, they have quite a few. I mean, on the TTRPG side, they have quite a few. Aside from the obvious ones like, Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder. I mean, to be honest, Blades in the Dark I've expected because I've seen some of it. And I could see how it could fit. Have System Genesis. Yeah, there are a lot of it. And of course, the kind of expected, television and book tropes and all that. Again, really curious about this one, if how exactly they incorporated some of these elements in the game world. I'm guessing maybe some of the humor and wackiness of the setting of what Borderlands has probably is encountered in the setting or in their kind of game world. Yeah,
It's a substantial amount of time.
also I really like the work on a project thing. Yes, as I mentioned, like if we again go back into that thing that maybe certain options are not available depending on your location or resources. Maybe it's not available for the short rest, but maybe the long rest will give you the short rest option. Just because you technically spend more time, but you did it a lot more makeshift, not necessarily with the appropriate stuff. Like you maybe took the long rest to armor 2 armor points, to mend 2 armor points, because you scoured the temple or whatever location you're in and found some crude items that could technically at a passable level mend your armor. But the work on the project is the one that I really like, because it again plays more into the player cooperation and also those moments of because look, I'm gonna be honest, this is my personal preference, not necessarily opinion. It's not an opinion. I don't enjoy the crafting aspects when it comes to like TTRPGs. They always like stress me out, but it's that one of those things where I kind of have to figure out like, okay, what materials would this item need? Where exactly could they get them? How exactly do I determine class roles, like skill roles and all of that? Like, and how do I make sure that it's balanced and I'm not giving them some kind of all-powerful weapons with just a menial, 3 rolls of the dice that were really lucky and that's it. You have now some item that was more than what I was intended to give you from whatever module I was running or whatever I was intending to give you from my campaign at that point in time. So having some way built in the system that can help you mediate that and kind of give you at the very least some kind of level of guideline, it's also nice. Because with D&D, whenever I try to look into the crafting stuff, it either gets amazingly complex, which I'm losing myself in it, or maybe it's simplified to the point where I'm not necessarily a fan of it, or maybe not even the players get a ton of it. Yeah, D&D crafting lots leaves a lot to be desired. Yes, they've improved some stuff with some of the Xanathar stuff, because the downtime system for Xanathar was okay. It adds a better option for crafting there. I still don't think it's the best thing that you can have, but yeah, Pathfinder does it a lot better in my opinion, because it also tells you what materials they need. Each items tells you like the material it requires, and I'm pretty sure, but I think cannot confirm this because I don't remember, I haven't looked carefully. I think it can also tell you the information with if certain creatures offer you crafting materials by collecting them, I think, but I'm not fully confirmed. I'm not fully sure about that aspect. I know just the items themselves have also a small list of what actual raw materials they use to be crafted. And I think they also mentioned like a vague, a ballpark kind of cost about it. So you kind of have an idea. It gives you a starting point, so you don't necessarily have to struggle and also figure that out.
Time like deciphering an ancient codex or crafting a new weapon, the GM will assign this project a countdown, and each time you work on this project, you tick down that countdown until the project is complete.
Now, when you're at level 5 or above, during a long or short rest, you can swap domain cards in your loadout with any domain cards in your vault. This is useful because you can only have 5 domain cards in your loadout at a time, but you really don't have to worry about that until higher levels anyway. I think that's it.
I think that's all.
I think that...
Wait, so
5 or above, during a
just go
long or
again?
short rest, you can swap domain cards in your loadout with any domain cards in your vault. This is useful because you can only have 5 domain cards in your loadout at a time, but you really don't have to worry about that until higher levels anyway. I think that's...
okay, so crafting is always difficult in TTRPGs. I found by difficulty I mean like mechanically balancing. Yeah, that's has always been my issue. Like if the system itself doesn't offer like some kind of well-explained way of handling crafting, and somehow that in some ways mediated and above board, so you know, because one of the fun that I see, one of the biggest, because at the end of the day this is also my game designer brain working at it, one of the fans that I see when it comes to D&D is the idea that, or the other TTRPGs, that you handle a challenge, you explore something, you do some things, and you gain something out of it, you are rewarded. To me, I don't know, sometimes crafting can feel like you can downplay those aspects and be like, you know, I've gained these items, and now I've opened myself to an item that I would have actually acquired if I were going through a dungeon. So yeah, of course, when it comes to some stuff that is more higher powered stuff, yeah, you can also craft the idea that yes, you can craft this item, but you need this resource that you'll have to go through a journey just gaining that resource. You can do that as well. But maybe on a lower level, on a lower scale, it can make you know, earning some lower tier rewards that, you know, usually D&D can offer you at lower level campaigns kind of mundane. Like if you want to bang your head against the wall and run an open-ended magic system game, yeah, that's also a thing. And also, yeah, what it mentions here, like, yeah, from level 5 and above kind of plays into the idea that kind of similar to, like, for example, the wizard, where, you know, you can change your abilities and spell slots and spells and stuff like that. So it's more of a universal thing, which is really fun, because which really neat, because, you know, you don't necessarily lock in yourself into a set of abilities just because, I don't know, you choose some kind of subclass or you choose some kind of spells, and having it a bit more universal and not just like in D&D where it's class specific. You know, wizards can do it, clerics and druids can also do it, but then, you know, if you're a sorcerer or a warlock or a bard, tough luck. You, once you've chosen those abilities, you're kind of stuck with them. I mean, well, technically warlock has one option. There was that Tasha thing that, you know, kind of solved it here and there, but not amazingly. It was like that level 4 at once every 4 levels kind of thing, where you can change into spells, which is still kind of limited. So yeah,
That's it. I think that's all. I think that wraps up our quick and dirty overview of the Daggerheart rule set as it currently sits. I know it's a lot up front, like any game system is, but we're excited for you guys to get an opportunity to dive in, play it out for yourself, and kind of give us your feedback on how you feel about it.
Yeah, we're really excited because the game is in a state where we can actually take the feedback that you're giving us and implement it across the game. We're opening the beta specifically so that we can work together with you on this. And I'm just really excited to see people like playing this game out in the wild after working on it for so long together here. So
if you want to learn more about this and even join the open beta playtest that we have now, please go check out daggerheart.com, sign up, check it out, print it out, play it with your friends, and help us make this with you. Not just for you, but with you. So thank you so much for joining us, and roll some dice and have fun.
Okay, so, I personally hope necromancy, the raising the aspect, isn't a thing, because I'm experiencing secondhand how much an army of the undead can I'm balancing. Yeah, I think I remember, like, I think I saw like a Reddit story or something like that about like a morally gray necromancer that literally had like some kind of like dimensional space item that literally filled with raised dead. And also in D&D 5th edition, there is like kind of a, even though, you know, raising the dead is a limited number. I think in D&D, I think you have up to a specific number. You can game that system really quick and able to build up that number really fast, because I think you're limited how many undeads you can create per day. But if you're able to kind of play the system and game that system, you can easily rack up the number without realizing, by depending on how, if you know how to manage your spell slots. So yeah, it becomes insane real quick. Even in my girlfriend like 30 and dead right now. Holy holy damn. I mean, don't you have like a, I mean, hey, there's a quick way to clear it out. I'm not sure if it applies here, but if you have anything like similar to what the cleric has, where like, oh, undeads of this difficulty or lower are just wiped out. One of them cannot be killed permanently except by holy magic. But yeah, that's kind of what I went to. If you have anything like similar to what the cleric has as a class feature, where certain lower level undeads are instantly killed because you use some kind of form of divine magic. That's a quick way to balance it, I guess. Be like, oh, you had an army, now it's half of it. They're an evil cleric, I'm a cleric, it's a Pathfinder 1st edition game. Okay, I mean, to be fair, I think it's like, it's quite, 1st edition Pathfinder is pretty, it's more comparable to 3.5 D&D, but again, I'm not that familiar with 3.5 D&D, so I'm not sure exactly what the cleric can do in that edition. And Pathfinder wise, I'm getting myself familiar with the 2nd edition, as I think I've mentioned before, and I want to look at the remastered version of the 2nd edition, because I do, as I said, I do want to try new systems and look out into other things, especially as I mentioned before. You know, the OGL kind of left me a bit sour. The OGL fiasco that happened like a year ago left me a bit sour with some D&D stuff. I still love D&D. I still enjoy the game system. I'm not as excited for new things when it comes to D&D. I'm just kind of more in the place where I enjoy what I've had and I've enjoyed what has been up to this point, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna be that as interested in the newer stuff. So yeah, because, you know, I've heard other creators talk about it, and I'm gonna say it like this, just because, you know, the OGL was kind of a down, you know, soured our moods, and just because, you know, it's not like Wizards of the Coast or Hasbro is gonna remove our game, or is gonna come to our houses and be like, give me your books right now. No, we still have that game. We still have the old game. We still have it with us, physically, digitally, in some form or another. So even if they somehow, with this new D&D 1 thing that they're doing, they're gonna heavily change the game and no longer be the fun experience that we have, we still have the old one. We can still play the old one. Nothing's stopping us. We're not gonna get DMCA'd. We're not gonna be, you know, sued. Nobody's gonna assault, you know, raid our house and get the books. We still have that. And if we enjoy that more than what they are gonna bring out next, we're just gonna play that. And even more, it's an opportunity to support a ton of individual creators and new creators, of you know, indie creators or third-party ones, or third-party like stuff, you know. You have like Daggerheart, I think, like, because I've even seen, like, even aside from D&D Beyond, that I've started to kind of go on that trend, but even like Daggerheart. Let me go to, where was 5th edition? Can't find it. Probably because I'm zoomed out. Oh, actually no, what the heck? Oops. VOD games, that's it. 5e. Because yeah, now you have Tal'Dorei Reborn setting. You have Kobold Press, Grim Hollow, which, by the way, I love Grim Hollow. I've used Grim Hollow for the Curse of Strahd campaign. It adds a ton of it. It really kind of adds some extra flavor, especially if you like parties where you can also want to explore the lycanthropy and like transformation aspects of the D&D, because they have like a really good they call it like I think I forgot, like transformation system or something like that, where, you know, you can transform into different creatures. Like they give you like a rule set on how to become like a lich or like a werewolf. Also, if you are like fiendish or divinely touched, so you can become like an angel or a fiend, a full-on devil. So yeah, they have like a really cool like transformation options. Yeah, of course, vampire. One of my current top players asked me to hit the Grim Style stuff. So yeah, also the vampire transformation. I've actually used the Fiend transformation for my Curse of Strahd, for my character. And actually, one of the bosses, I think the Burgomaster from Volaki, I didn't have any kind of like fight encounter with him because I used the Fiend transformation to make a deal with him. So now he was kind of part of my contract. So he couldn't necessarily, couldn't necessarily be antagonized. Couldn't antagonize us anymore. So yeah, again, there are a ton of additional options that you can now do. Some of them are now becoming more available, more readily available digitally to the same level that D&D Beyond has offered us so far. And of course, Demiplane is another alternative for a digitally D&D handled system. In case you no longer want to support D&D Beyond, as they are part of Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast now. So yeah, so they're not like we're gonna lose the old versions of D&D, and we will have other sources where we can get our content. Ghostfire Gaming has a ton of good stuff. Like they have also like a subscription system they can with like where they like release progressively an ongoing campaign, which I saw like was also really cool. I think they were like part of the Grim Hollow stuff, so some of them. So yeah. The Pinkerton skin down, give me your bigs. No, don't bring that back. Also, by the way, because this is me as a European that is kind of baffled. How are Pinkertons still a thing? Like, how? What the heck? What are you doing, America? Like, yeah, one of my course, because wealthy people. Yeah, fair enough. I know. There is at least one Werewolf Enjoyer in the chat. Fair enough. Yeah, we do. I think the way the thing is, the DM has been insanely petty about that situation, and he literally, like, I think like an hour later, like killed the Burgomaster, and I knew that because I'm aware of the Burgomaster's kind of vague. Like how status vaguely because of the contract, so I knew if he was at the very least alive or dead, because if he was dead he will no longer be part of the contract. And all of a sudden my contract vanished. I'm like, what happened? Oh yeah, the other faction that you were, I forgot the woman's name, killed the Burgomaster, so yeah, you no longer have part of the contract now. I'm like, cool, I hate her more now. So yeah, that's kind of, to be fair, he wasn't like an antagonistic choice. He was just kind of, this was like the tip how it played out. You kind of avoided a situation. You avoided this kind of encounter that would have been differently. But yes, it went in your favor, but not necessarily as you wanted. Also, by the way, that whole contract thing was one of those situations where my DM said that after the fact, because it was a nat 20 roll that I convinced him to sign the contract, and my DM told me after the fact. That literally he's telling me like, you've told me you tried to sell me with all of this contract bullshit. And in my mind I said like, the only way the Burgomaster is gonna accept if you roll a nat 20 right now, and that's what I did. It was insane. I couldn't believe it. So yeah, I tend to enjoy exploring dark topics in my games as long as the players are okay with that. Fair enough, which is totally important. So I'm interested if that's something that can be handled in Daggerheart as well. Well, I mean, to be fair, Daggerheart has mentioned in passing, and actually not in passing, pretty decent, actually done like quite decent cover of safety tools. I have a table for all. They talks about like Lions and Veils, X card, and the open door policy. More in the idea of how to approach darker themes or topics that might be a bit more sensitive to certain people. I'm guessing that you can. Like so far the introduction has clearly mentioned that even if the setting that we offer for they offer for the system is not necessarily fitting to you, you can still take the rule sets and the classes and adapt them to whatever you see fit, and reflavor them and change certain maybe in-world aspects and how they would be considered and function. Yeah, I use the Lions and Veils a lot, especially with groups I don't know. Don't know well. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's totally valid and should of course, that's something that should probably be done with when it comes to especially fresh groups. So yeah, from my understanding of it, technically I guess you could adapt it into something a bit more grim, a bit more dark. I mean, some of the aspects here could be played into it, like as we mentioned this with the short rest and long rest. With some small alterations, you can make it a bit more grittier, a bit more that kind of survival-esque. So it's not necessarily as easy. Maybe some of these aspects cannot necessarily be obtained as easy. So that's one thing. Where was the oh yeah, character death options. This one, specifically this one, avoid death and face consequences. If you add a bit more to it, you can add some dark elements, I guess. So if you're talking about mechanically, of course. Here, this could be something. Like if the scarring could be maybe more than just physical scars, maybe you can even add elements of mental scarring, maybe even curses or something like that. Like, yes, you've been resurrected, maybe in whatever setting you're trying to use this system, trying to bring somebody back from the dead with using, by, you know, regaining a hit point. It's somehow going against the, you know, laws of nature, and somehow, you know, you're gravely affected in some way. So you can add that aspect, you know, as I think we've mentioned before with Curse of Strahd, like, you know, adding those kind of elements of kind of dark elements with when it comes with death. Even if your character is dead in a Ravenloft setting, technically they could remain alive at some higher costs. So you can still have that play out. And to be fair, I totally understand kind of your topic here, because I do enjoy myself. To be fair, I think out of the campaigns that I've played, I did enjoy my the Curse of Strahd. I think the most. I do like me a gothic, like more kind of darkish setting. You know, I don't know. Maybe it says something about me. I don't know. Of course, I love the normal high fantasy stuff. I've DM'd in a Forgotten Realms campaign. My DM also has been like part of the either like another Forgotten Realms or done a more high fantasy-ish with similar aspects. And even I have like a kind of a personal homebrew setting in mind that it's pushing a bit more towards kind of the darker, gothic, grim, dark aspects of it. I have in mind, it's not like fleshed out in any way, but I have like a setting, a homebrew setting in mind as well, that is kind of in that direction also. Exactly, using, say, the dark powers to mitigate death for a player, but at a cost should they choose the offer. I'm more of a low fantasy person, but high fantasy can be fun too. Yeah, that's totally fine. I mean, to be fair, because from my understanding here, first of all, because if what it was mentioned here, actually, yeah, with the avoid death face consequences, because they clearly mentioned that if your fear die is actually lower, was it lower? 1 second. Ah, yeah, under your level.
If it's equal to or under your level.
Yeah, if it's equal or under your level, you gain a scar. Which means that I think like technically that means that 12 might be the max level, or at the very least the current capstone for the system. Which, if it has a similar progression as D&D, it's not necessarily high magic. That's probably where kind of D&D gets closer to high magic. Because, you know, in lower levels, technically D&D is not necessarily as high magic as simply because you have limited resources more than anything. Urban Fantasy is my shit though. Yeah, to be fair, I do want to either kind of explore or kind of try to go into these kind of more urban fantasy settings, or at the least urban settings, because I wanted to look into like Cyberpunk Red, for example, which is, you know, dystopian sci-fi full-on setting that it's all about like city, corporate world, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, again, I've seen like the Dishonored stuff, which I'm really would like to see it at some point. Borderlands is not necessarily all, but kind of it's still more in the wastelands, maybe closer to Fallout-ish, because, you know, it's Borderlands, it's more wastelands, kind of weird, wacky setting. So it's not necessarily that urban, but it has some modern aspects to it, I guess. But then again, it could be just purely a setting thing, or stuff like, or things like that. Like, just because, you know, you have all of this. Where were they? Here we go.
Every class
Oh no.
or no
was
the
a bit-
rogue for features which are hard of the druid wizard.
Okay, so just because you have this archetype are quite obvious, very fantasy-esque, that doesn't mean they couldn't fit something more urban-like. Because even in like D&D, like Ranger could have had the Gloomstalker option, which was more of the kind of urban ranger, urban rogue, urban kind of class. Also, if you like D100 systems, Mithras by design mechanism might be something to look at for fantasy. I haven't tried a D100 system. I wanted to try Call of Cthulhu. I wanted to do like a Halloween one-shot with some friends at some point. Just wasn't able to like prep it in time or able to like do the stuff for it. Because Call of Cthulhu was something that I wanted to check out. Because I do love me some Lovecraftian stuff, and I also like the aspect of Call of Cthulhu, which is it's not necessarily as combat focused. Because let's be honest, if you're trying to fight an eldritch deity, you're just gonna lose. That's a fact. I mean, why are you even trying? So yeah, I didn't want to kind of try that one, which I think currently that's the only one we use a D100. Cybertrunk Red, of course, Pathfinder, just because it's a kind of a next thing to check after D&D. Have you heard of Old Man Henderson? I don't know why it rings a bell, but I don't know from where exactly does it ring a bell with this. Could be. Go ahead, send it a Discord DM. Also, talking about like that, just like real quick, we haven't really decided on what we're gonna do, with the DMC. We should probably we just made like a list of things to do for like the April thing. So, we probably should have a chat more clear about that. So yeah, just you sending the DM, that's gonna also be a reminder for me to we should have that convo at some point. That's totally fair, I didn't rush it myself. I didn't want to rush it either, but I just realized that, you said it yourself, you want to be a bit more prepped. You wanted to have it prepped slightly in time, so, it was also kind of a reminder to be like, hey, if you want to do this in time, let's probably chat about it. But yeah, that's for later, not now, so that's okay. So yeah. Which probably reminds me that I should soon-ish do maybe also like prep like a sheet for like collab stuff with kind of stuff that I like to play or like would love to play. God damn it, I got obsessed with Helldivers too. Damn it. Yesterday I said I want to prep some stuff or like at the very least organize myself a bit with this stream. But I said like, hey, why not? I want to try the tutorial for Helldivers 2. And then a friend joined while I was doing the tutorial. I was like, hey, let's do some missions. 4 hours later. Damn it, it's evening already. I haven't done shit. So yeah, that's nah. I love it and I hate it when when I hyper focus on a game, because it shows that one, it's a good game if I start to hyper focus on it. Secondly, I lose productivity because I'm only wanna play that game and just wanna do that game and all of that. So yeah. That's fun. Actually fun, but not fun in other aspects. So yeah. But anyhow. Overall, yeah, from what I've seen and what I've looked here, there's a ton of potential. I've really liked what I've seen, what I've read so far, even if it was just the introduction part. And the video added some extra elements that I really like. But we're probably gonna pause the discussion and like the conversation here and probably go a bit more in depth with character creation classes and all of that another time, because I went off schedule already. This was planned to be like a 3-hour-ish stream and I'm already like what, 5 hours in almost, so maybe close to 6, but which I don't mind. It's not necessarily that there was an issue schedule wise that I needed to end it early, just more of a thing that not necessarily go too overboard. 2 minutes up to 6 hours, yes, damn it. I don't mind it. I honestly don't mind it. I enjoyed having the talk. I love TTRPGs. I love discussing about it. So just because I went beyond the schedule, there's nothing wrong about it from my perspective. It more than anything kind of goes to show how exactly I should handle it. Because honestly, even though I didn't necessarily cover what I want to as much as I wanted to cover, I did like kind of the method that I did it by so far, and I think maybe some of you also find it a bit more interesting that, you know, I had my moments of pause. I also talked about my perspective, my own experiences, and, you know, not just reading off a rule set and that was it. So that's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna segment it and have more in-depth discussion and more like, you know, more, you know, discussions here, like back and forth with you here in chat about certain aspects, not just me reading the rule sets, giving a quick opinion, and that's it. I did like the more in-depth and the sometimes kind of going off more and brainstorming, or just simply talking ideas and just generally, you know, geeking out about TTRPGs in general. I love that. So, you know, I'm actually kind of glad of the method I've approached it, and I hope you've also enjoyed that. And, you know, I'm probably gonna do it a bit more like segmented because of it, just so I'm kind of keeping it in that fashion. So yeah, I would love to play other TTRPG with peeps on stream or run. I know Truth feels the same way. Look, if this was a way for you to ask me, you have an all the way fucking yes, because I have the crave of playing any form of TTRPG for the longest of time. Just didn't have the peeps to organize it with, because most of the players that I play with more than anything prefer the in-person aspect of it than necessarily the digital. And I'm not in proximity with most of the people that I play TTRPGs, so yeah, that's plus, you know, yeah, as you mentioned, scheduling is a bitch. So yeah. I do enjoy the more in-depth aspect of your stuff, though. For me personally, if I want to go in-depth like you have, but for me, I want to know a system very well before I go that in-depth. That's totally fine. I totally understand it. If I kind of like this, not necessarily just because also it pushes me to be a bit more improbable, and also kind of I'm working my analytical kind of game design gears again, because I've been rusting with that aspect of my profession for some time. So, you know, I'm having to analyze and kind of figure out stuff in the moment and kind of pick it apart and see the more in-depth aspects of it as I'm reading it. You know, it's fun for me, as, you know, and also kind of having those moments of, hey, this is also like hey, you know, this system also has this kind of in-depth aspect of it, or this more layered kind of, you know, perspective about it. It's not as surface level as it seems. So yeah, but I totally understand, you know, having a bit more in depth, because, you know, you can easily structure it. You can easily have like a kind of like a bullet point system of being like, okay, I'm hitting this, and this. The thing is, I'm probably gonna lose myself in thought, and, you know, I'll probably do the same thing. I'll just probably have some bullet points, but I don't know. I kind of find some fun, you know, just going with like this. And, you know, hey, for some people that maybe haven't looked through it, me just reading these kind of paragraphs and also kind of adding my stuff might have been helpful, especially if some of you just listened to it and not necessarily watched it. And, you know, so yeah, it's also more, you know, listener friendly necessarily. It's more podcasty, I guess. Honestly, like talking about what stuff is making me want to do a World of Darkness episode Monday for my TTRPG talks, lol. I mean, if you can do it, why not? I mean, if you can do it, you know, don't stress yourself about it. I really enjoyed yourself, though. I liked your takes on Daggerheart. Oh, thanks so much. I mean, most of the, you know, takes in kind of like personal opinions, and because, you know, I'm not gonna put myself, I'm some fucking gaming critique or whatever. Oh, look at me, I have like, my opinions are so important. No, even in my profession, everybody has their, you know, their style. like how they handle, you know, game development, game design and all that stuff. It's not the same in every place. It's the most obvious way of saying it is basically, you know, a game designer of a genre is not the same of a game designer of a different genre, because even those aspects of different genres can vastly change how you think about the game and how you analyze it, and what exactly you find important in the game and what you don't. So yeah, but because you know, to me, which is this kind of more of a kind of behind the scenes kind of what exactly kind of kept my passion alive for game development has been TTRPGs. Even when I was kind of going through the process of learning about it, and you know, going and studying it and all of that, I never had necessarily that push of, you know, I want to create some kind of video game. I had this video game like vision or like mechanics or all of that. But once I got into the TTRPG scene and started being a player initially, and then kind of stepped slowly into the DM role and started creating stuff, that's when kind of my game development gears started turning on their own. Like, it was no longer just me doing something because I was told to do. It was also me like, yo, I have this idea, I want to create it, and I want to do it now. So, you know, for me, this kind of kept my passion alive. This kind of, you know, I never felt like I was just, you know, doing some creative things that I was decent at just because, you know, they were something I was told, or they were part of someone else's grander idea. Because that's also, unfortunately, you know, a sad part of, not necessarily a sad part, but, you know, a real part of the game development world. You know, certain game designers at certain experience levels are just gonna, you know, handle certain gear, certain pieces of the larger puzzle, and not necessarily handle the entire grand vision. That's kind of how it works, especially in the bigger scenes, in bigger studios. So for me, TTRPGs have been an outlet to basically be able to kind of create my own visions and have my own ideas, and not necessarily just simply doing something that, you know, somebody else had a grander scope of it. So yeah, to me, that's why also this thing and these kinds of games are close to me and have an importance for me, even if I never had a ton of opportunity to, you know, play them continuously, even like interact with the medium recently. And I hope that, you know, these streams and maybe other types of streams would push me a bit more forward to do this kind of thing and be more active in this kind of community, because as someone that enjoyed it, as someone has been a viewer beforehand, I really like what this community brings and what this community creates here, and I kind of want to, you know, have my own part of it and have my own like kind of contribution in some way or another. So yeah, that's kind of also why I decided to go through this and just wing it in some ways and see how it goes and see if it sticks. Time to friendly tackle some TTRPG series into playing a game. Lol. I mean, I'm already convinced. You don't have to sell me. Literally, just TTRPG question mark. The answer is all gonna be yes in my case. So you don't even have to continue. There's no sales pitch in my case. So yeah. Also, you know, just as a fact, don't necessarily stress it out. It has to be some kind of fucking content thing. You know, if it's just an off on the side, you know, off stream kind of thing, I'm also down for that. I do need some off times from occasions, because my brain just tries to just constantly thinks of other stuff and doesn't necessarily actually want to take a break. So yeah, that's also fun. Oh yeah, I think I went through most of it. I think I'm just gonna move on to the just chatting, because I don't think there's anything else to show around here. Oops, one sec. As I mentioned, I think we've covered enough right now. I'm gonna take a quick look of the overall material that has remained for me to kind of take in, and probably make and kind of create some kind of structure, and just, you know, in the following streams, just take them piece by piece. Maybe in one stream I'm gonna tackle, I don't know, ancestries, I think they're called here, which are the races. Maybe another stream I'm gonna handle you know, look over like a specific class or maybe set of classes and other aspects of the game, because I've realized that, you know, it takes some time to have this kind of discussions. And you know, also gives opportunity for even people that maybe have missed this stream. Hey, you can just join the next one. That's totally fine. No worries about it. I think I'm gonna keep the that video introduction as a kind of a mainstay, where whenever I'm gonna start the stream, I'm gonna have that kind of video introduction playing. So at the very least, everybody is gonna have like a quick rundown on what exactly they expect out of the game, and then we can kind of go in depth with whatever topic it was chosen for that specific stream. So yeah. But aside from that, let me just open up this Twitch page. Let me see. Before I do anything else, is there anybody in the tabletop scene that maybe? I mean, I'm pretty sure there are like a lot of like actual like games about it. I'm not sure if there's like discussions or something similar to that. Actually, are there any friendos? Maybe we're gonna do that instead. That I currently have a stream on. Nope. For some reason my page is freaking out. Why are you doing this? Why are you freaking out? Stop scrolling without me actually scrolling. Yeah, there are a few. Actually, there are a few friends. God damn it, I do sometimes have to like do some research beforehand, because I also kind of want to raid, you know, new people. Because what I'm doing right now for anybody like basically, I'm looking for like where exactly we should raid, and you know, I'm trying to also kind of find fresh people, new people aside from the usuals, just so you know, share the love, not necessarily just keeping within a click or something like that. Yeah, let's see. Actually, because I've seen not live. Oh, shame. So awkward. God damn. Yeah, sometimes I have a hard time with the research because I don't know exactly the stream times of some people, and even if when I look beforehand, I'm not sure if I you know I do it on time or like stuff like that, or I align it with my end of stream, and it's annoying. On. That bastard. Yeah, I'm slowly inclined to say F it and just go to a friend with the raid. Because I don't necessarily have an idea. Actually, one final stretch of hope. Like, is there like any indie game like currently like quite in the scene that I've not figured out, but maybe some people are covering it? Because I also like to stream like great peeps that are covering indie games, just because, you know, it's a bit in theme with what I'm doing on the weekends. It was like an indie game that I saw and I wanted to, but I never found peeps rating that game. It looked interesting. Ah, fuck it, I'm losing time and I don't have the patience anymore. So I think like we're gonna go to a good old friend of ours. At the very least of some peeps here in the chat. So, stream manager. I'm a very organized individual, if you didn't know. Don't let anybody else say that to you. Say otherwise. I'm really organized. So, we're gonna raid Linkberry because I feel like she's currently going with Spyro too. So you know, before we do that raid, I'm just gonna give her like a quick shout out here as well. And I didn't have the time to figure out like a raid message, at the very least like a general one, because I'm really bad at organizing, and I'm not really good to figure out like actually in the moment like this ideas when it comes to like a raid message. Bah. I was thinking Daggerheart and something with Shot to the Heart, but I have no idea how to play it, how to do a wordplay with that. But damn it, I really hate this. Fine, let's just... I think I have just a simple idea for the moment until like I figure out something. We just do this and just go with Vampire Raid because I have no effing clue. So yeah, anyhow, just to quickly say thank you all so much for being around. I'll see you on the other side. Damn it.